Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter embraced the darkness and rose as the new Dark Lord. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After uncovering the lies shaping his life, Harry turns away from the light and embraces the darkness that has always called to him. No longer a pawn of Dumbledore or Voldemort, he rises as a new Dark Lord, one who will reshape the wizarding world by his own rules. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. On the night that Lord Voldemort was destroyed, there were many different reactions from many different people. The faithful to the light and its ways of justice and hope celebrated as an infant child was hailed as the boy who lived, the slayer of Lord Voldemort and the savior of good. The faithful to the other side, the side of darkness, on the other hand, all ran and hid in fear and spirits of building rages as they wondered just how this baby had managed to destroy their master. Some of the more faithful actually allowed themselves to be captured and sent to Azkaban prison, while the members of the faithful who believed their own version of the greater good could be used to aid their master's return pleaded about being under the Imperius curse and managed to get off scot-free. As for this savior, this infant child who had no idea of the ways that fate and destiny were about to work for him, he was left on a doorstep of a house in Surrey, peacefully sleeping through the night as those who left him there parted for their own ways. Within the street in Little Whinging, Surrey, Harry James Potter turned over in his sleep and seemed to ignore the cold that bit at his skin. His tuft of jet black hair blowing in a non-existent breeze, revealing a small lightning bolt scar. It was this scar that would be the only remnant that Harry would have to draw on whenever he thought of his parents. But, unbeknownst to the baby as he slept through the night, it would also be this marking that opened the floodgates and let the forces of destiny work with him to bring Harry to a future that he would love and cherish. His future. Albus Dumbledore sat down within Hogwarts headmaster's office, unsticking two sherbet lemons before he popped one of them in his mouth, his face as apathetic as the world's greatest liar as he considered his actions of this night. He had known that it would only be a matter of time before his compelled suggestion for James to switch Sirius and Peter as secret keepers came back to bite the now deceased Potter Lord on his ass. Pettigrew wasn't exactly the pinnacle of loyalty, not when it mattered that he could get something out of it. Of course, Albus had also known that the rat-faced man was a member of Voldemort's circle, which was why it was essential that the hands of fate work in his favor. Hearing Sybil provide that prophecy when Dumbledore was certain that she was as much of a seer as he was had changed Dumbledore's priorities. For nearly 50 years, he had fought tooth and nail to put an end to Tom Riddle's reign of terror, and now, according to her, it would fall to some child to destroy him with powers the world knew not. A quick obliviate spell had taken care of the often drunken witch remembering that she'd given the prophecy, and, after that, Dumbledore had gone to work on making sure things went about for this so-called chosen one. So James had needed to die for Lily to become desperate enough to enact the ancient magics and protect her son with self-sacrifice. So Sirius was now on his way to Azkaban screaming about his innocence? So Harry would now spend the next 10 years living with muggles who hated magic as much as the Salem witch hunters of old. So what? In the end, it would all be for the greater good. Albus knew that Tom had prepared for his worst-case scenario and created Horcruxes, which meant that he'd be coming back and, when he did, he'd meet the ready-to-die savior and soldier that was Harry Potter. And, in the event that Harry actually destroyed Tom before it was his time. Well, wasn't that what Azkaban was created for? In the end, there was only room for one true scion of good in the world. And his name was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Little did Dumbledore know just how wrong he was going to be proven. For, in the same moment that the world finished their celebrations of the fall of the Dark Lord, and at the same time that a loud scream from the resident of number 4 Privet Drive tore baby Harry from his sleep, in an undisclosed location, within a chamber that was decorated with runes and lined with walls that seemed to sing with magic. A figure in black lifted her head, revealing a tired, weary-eyed face and cold electric blue eyes behind a wrinkled face that had officially reached her end of days. As the woman looked around the room, her eyes seemed to glow with a bright white light that, in the midst of the magical surge that passed through her withered body, then turned a bloody shade of red before becoming two glowing black orbs. Then, with a gasp that was more like the rattle of death himself, the woman began to speak in a hauntingly cold voice, her words echoing in the room around her. Into this generation shall come a truly malevolent child, one whom shall tame the darkness and work with chaotic forces so wild. A child blessed with powers beyond the human mind. A boy who will bridge a gap between human and demon kind. But when the child returns to his world and the hands of fate shall turn, then the shadows shall rise and fires of vengeance burn. 'Tis then the Black Kaiser's empowered form will sit upon his throne. And chaos and demons shall descend on those who robbed him of his home. Then, with another rattling gasp, the woman fell forwards, her eyes closing as the last desperate breath of life escaped her with a final sigh. At the same time, the door to this mysterious chamber opened and another figure in black entered with a stride to him that was both empowering and commanding. Seeing the woman lying there, the figure let out a sigh of his own before he spoke with a voice tinged with rage and fire. "Goodbye, my dear Cassandra. Your death shall herald the life of my child, but first, I must find him." 10 years later, Albus Dumbledore had only one thing to say with his current situation. He must have been having a nightmare. Yes, it was the only explanation. He was fast asleep in his office, waiting for the day when his young pawn and martyr would come to Hogwarts to act as his perfect little weapon, and, any minute now, Minerva would enter his office and tell him they still hadn't heard back from the little weapon. This would then force Dumbledore to send someone he knew would lead the boy astray and set him on a path to light, goodness and, best of all, his own death. He wouldn't have an ordinary childhood, no, he'd spend year after year in challenges to test his resolve and decide he was ready, the first of which would be his sorting and the stone. There was no way on earth that Dumbledore was actually standing here, now, his locator charm directing him to his weapon and finding him, here. He wasn't here, not him. Not this place, not again. "Are we going in, headmaster?" Looking to his left-hand side, Dumbledore adopted a look of concern and unspoken agreement as he looked upon the dark-robed, dark-haired form of Severus Snape, his potions master, his spy and his second-best weapon. It had also been Severus that had actually been the one to tell Dumbledore that the letter that had been sent to Privet Drive had been returned with an injured owl and a declaration. "The freak is not here. Do not contact us again." Just seeing the apathetic resolve in Severus' eyes told Dumbledore that this was no dream. The charm hadn't lied and they were really standing in the one place where they'd find Harry Potter. Wool's Orphanage. The exact same place where, over 50 years before, a younger Albus Dumbledore had greeted a boy that would become the darkest wizard of the 20th century, Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a resigned sigh, Dumbledore looked to Severus before he spoke with an apparently comforting tone. "Remember, Severus. We don't know what we're about to see. Try to remain neutral with your thoughts about young Harry." "I am not making any promises," Severus replied, following Dumbledore through the wrought iron gates and into the olden days building. Whether it was an omen or just sheer coincidence, neither man could say, but, at the exact moment that the doors to the orphanage closed behind them, a clap of thunder filled the air followed by a heavy downpour of rain. Inside, the place seemed just as foreboding as Dumbledore remembered it from years back. Dark-colored walls and a feeling of dread and hopelessness surrounded them as they walked through the building, their path guided by a young woman who introduced herself as Sarah Walker, the new head matron of the orphanage after the previous one passed about 10 years back. The dates, which seemed almost too coincidental, put a shiver inside Dumbledore that he had to fight to remain hidden while, at his side, Severus' eyebrows lifted in shock as his years as a spy and Death Eater allowed him to feel the presence of a very familiar magical signature. Even after all these years, it still clung to the walls like a virus that refused to be cleansed and, as the potions master followed Dumbledore and Ms. Walker, he then understood what it was that had made Dumbledore hesitate so badly. This place was the same place that the Dark Lord had been raised in both before and during his time at Hogwarts. If Harry James Potter was here, it didn't bear thinking about. As they followed the middle-aged woman up towards the upper floors of the orphanage, Severus and Dumbledore both listened as Ms. Walker explained, "I must admit to some confusion upon receiving your letter, Mr. Dumbledore. In all the years he's been here, Hadrian's never had a family visitor." Once again, Dumbledore had to fight the urge not to show shock. This was almost the same situation from 50 years back. Surely things hadn't been that bad? And who was Hadrian? He was here to speak to Harry. When they stopped at the end of a corridor that, to the fright of the headmaster and the suspicion of the potion's master, led down to a room that a certain boy had stayed in before, Severus being able to tell because the signature was stronger here. Ms. Walker turned to Dumbledore and Snape before she explained, "As long as I've known him, Hadrian's preferred the company of himself and him alone. We tried to change that when he was a toddler, but there were incidents with the other children. Nasty things." "Can you, perhaps, tell me about these things?" asked Dumbledore, sharing a look of unspoken dread with Severus as he listened to Ms. Walker's explanation. "Well," answered the head matron, "when he was brought here, he was only a year and a half and there were no people around to claim that they were leaving him here. It was like he was nothing more than a parcel being delivered, and yet, despite this, he did not cry, he did not ask questions, and he has never once spoken about any memories before that time. For a long while, he didn't speak to anyone, and then, when he was 3, we began teaching the children to read and write, and I can't explain why, exactly, but Hadrian wrote his name as perfectly as a secondary school student." "Did he write Harry or Hadrian?" asked Dumbledore, earning a look from the woman as he then explained, "His parents named him Harry, you see, and I have often wondered if they meant one way or the other." "I didn't ask," Ms. Walker explained. "When he wrote it down, he wrote it as Hadrian and kept it that way. Even when we tried to enroll him in primary school, he wouldn't accept anything less than that for a name. But, the strangest thing was, when he wasn't writing, he was reading. Studying, he called it, and he seemed to find solace in being alone." "Did the other children ever try to befriend him?" asked Severus, a feeling of dread working its way into his heart as he added, "Did he, perhaps, have a little gang of friends or ever terrorize them?" "No," Ms. Walker answered, a little shocked at the man's hostility with his question. "We tried to get him to open up to friends, but the other children targeted them, and that was when the strange things began to happen." "Like what?" "Well," continued the head matron, "when Hadrian was 6, we took them to the London Zoo for the day and it began to rain. We sought shelter in the reptile house, and one of the boys that Hadrian had allowed to get close to him was taken by an older boy, James McCoy, and nearly thrown into the crocodile den. He was removed from our home after that, but when it happened, it's the strangest thing. Hadrian just walked over to James and, I don't know how, exactly, but he just grabbed his hand and, it was like James got sick. He said he felt ill and hot and went to walk outside when, just as he opened the door, he was struck by lightning." Dumbledore and Severus both felt shock and disbelief enter their hearts as they listened, the potion's master then asking the bigger question, "You said you removed him, was he dead?" "No," Sarah answered, looking down to the door at the end of the corridor. "Thankfully, he survived, but he never did return to the orphanage after that, and, when I asked Hadrian about it, he just said that James got sick from the heat of the room and that all he was doing was helping the weaker boy." "Did this other boy have a name?" asked Dumbledore. "Yes," Sarah nodded, closing her eyes for a moment before she explained. "His mother, she was a friend of mine before they moved, and that's why he spent most of his time here, but, the name, it's like a temperature thing. Ice, haze, rays, no, blaze. That was it. Blaise Zabini." Now Severus was shocked. Zabini was a wizard child who was also on the list of new students for September 1st. He remembered how the boy's mother had a knack for finding the right husband for her son's new father, and, because of that, the rejects usually wound up meeting mysterious accidents. If he'd somehow managed to get close to Potter, once again, it didn't really bear thinking about. "Anything else?" asked Dumbledore, keen to learn more about Harry's magical potential. "Nothing I would ever care to repeat, Mr. Dumbledore," Sarah replied, looking to Severus as she explained. "Blaise left shortly before Hadrian's 7th birthday and we never saw him again. Some of the children used to tease him that his only friend had not wanted to get sick from being around him. Strangely, we had this unusual run of bedwetting cases, and some of our older residents wouldn't even go to sleep without the lights on. That was when Hadrian moved to the room up here, which was unusual because it's been empty for about 50-odd years now, since my grandmother's time." "I see," Dumbledore mused, looking down the corridor before he asked, "Would it be all right if we saw young Hadrian now?" "Yes, of course," Sarah replied, walking down the corridor with the two gentlemen in tow. The only difference between the last time Dumbledore was here and this time was the way his blood ran cold at the thought of what Harry could do. And why in the name of all that was sane was he calling himself Hadrian? Stopping outside the door, Ms. Walker knocked 3 times before she spoke to the room beyond. "Excuse me, Hadrian. But you have a visitor." Stepping aside, the woman watched as Dumbledore and Severus looked into the room, the eyes of the headmaster taking in the same-sized areas as before as well as a small number of books and what looked like an array of clothes just thrown about. Or at least, they were thrown about before the figure that Dumbledore wanted to see came into view. He was fairly tall for his age, which really confused Dumbledore as he thought that Harry would be a short lad. His skin was as pale as, well, as the man at his side, and his jet-black hair was brushed low over his fringe, hiding his forehead and almost framing the cold emerald-green eyes that looked to the door before they returned to the floor as he picked up his clothes and hung them in the wardrobe. "Again?" asked Sarah, noticing this before she asked, "Who was it this time?" "No one that won't learn their lesson," Hadrian replied, his voice as cold as death before he asked, "Who are you?" "How do you do, Harry?" asked Dumbledore, stepping into the room as he explained, "I'm Albus Dumbledore and this is my colleague, Severus Snape. We'd like to have a word with you if that's all right." The cold green eyes of the young boy wizard looked at both Dumbledore and Severus before he turned and seemed to make his bed up, before moving to the window of the room where he stared out at the view and the rain beyond with an almost calming fondness for it. "I'll just leave you to it," Sarah remarked, allowing Severus inside before she added, "Give us a call when you're done, okay?" "Thank you, Sarah," Hadrian replied, but with his cold demeanor and his icy persona, he may as well have been commenting on the weather. Once the head matron was gone, Hadrian lifted his head once before he asked, "So, are you 2 wizards or are you just here to mess me around like everyone else?" "You know of wizards?" asked Dumbledore, earning a slight motion from Hadrian's head that may have been a nod. "Ever since my only friend was taken from me," Hadrian answered, catching sight of Severus looking at some of the books. With a hardened glare, he hissed icily, "Don't touch those, I'm not done reading them yet." As Dumbledore turned to face Severus with a warning glance, the headmaster's eyes widened as, for a moment, it looked as though Severus had reacted to the familiar pain etched into the burning of his dark mark. "Perhaps, you can tell us what you know then, Harry?" asked Dumbledore, but when he turned to look back at Hadrian, he only saw the boy's cold green eyes and a thin, almost lipless snarl. "Mr. Dumbledore," Hadrian whispered, his eyes boring into Dumbledore's skull, "I don't know if you heard, but I prefer to be called Hadrian. Harry is not who I am and never will be. He was a weakling and a broken child whom nobody could love. From his ashes, Hadrian, I rose up and took his place. If you want me to answer your questions, I suggest you use the right name for the right people." "Just like your father," Severus muttered, but, as soon as he did, he found himself looking into those cold green eyes himself, the center of those eyes glowing with incredible levels of magic. "I didn't know my father, Mr. Snape," Hadrian retorted, his magic touching Severus and the pain he'd felt once before. "Compare me to him again and I'll break you in two." "I'm sure Professor Snape meant nothing by that remark, Hadrian," Dumbledore insisted, though he could feel the magic in the room reacting to the rage of the young wizard. How he did this, Dumbledore didn't know, but, for the greater good, it couldn't last. "Professor?" asked Hadrian, now turning his eyes on Dumbledore before he asked, "Professor of where, exactly?" Sensing the common ground, Dumbledore answered Hadrian's question, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A school of magic where you can be taught how to focus these incredible, but perhaps unbelievable moments in your life. As you know of us, Hadrian, we know of you. For instance, you can do things, can't you, my boy? Things other children can't?" "My friend could," Hadrian remarked, before he returned his attention to the rainstorm outside as he explained, "but yes, I can make things move without touching them. I can make animals do what I want without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me or anyone near me. I can make them hurt, if I want. I've made it so that those who think they have the right to terrorize the young, the weak and the different remember their place, and never, ever turn out the light." Dumbledore's sense of déjà vu was now stronger than ever. This was almost exactly what Tom Riddle had said over 50 years ago, but, unlike Tom, it seemed that Hadrian wasn't afraid to show his liking for these things. His defensive streak seemed to have journeyed to a place that Dumbledore couldn't let him go to, and yet, at the same time, with such amazing magical feats at his command, Harry could be ready sooner than anticipated. "Who exactly are you?" Hadrian then asked, his words edged with ice as he asked. "I know you're wizards, but who are you exactly? I've never had family visitors, and my only true relatives had restraining orders put against me just because they didn't want anything to do with me." "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts," Dumbledore explained, looking now to the books that lay on Hadrian's bed. One or two, to his surprise, the man recognized as magical tomes. Was it possible that Harry, whatever he was calling himself, had already seen the magical world? "Professor Snape here is one of your mentors," Dumbledore added, "and we'd like to invite you to join our school, Hadrian. You see, though you may not know this, your parents were amongst our finest students and your name has been on our enrollment list since birth. At Hogwarts, you'll be taught not only how to use magic, but how to control it. Before you die trying to save the world," he added in thought, noticing a look of interest on the boy's face as he added, "you can make the kinds of friends who you will admire and maybe even allow close to you without fear of indifference or discrimination. At Hogwarts, you will not only be recognized for having your magical talents, but you'll be admired by some and perhaps even able to form your own private group of friends, whom you can trust no matter what." Hadrian just stared while Dumbledore tipped an invisible hat and, moving to the door, he stopped only once as he explained, "On July 31st, a friend of mine will come back here and take you to a place where you can gather your things for school. Any more questions you have can be answered then. For now, see you in September, Hadrian, and good luck." He turned on his heel, but Hadrian's retort stopped both Dumbledore and Severus dead. "I can speak to snakes too," Hadrian explained, both men looking at him with disbelief as he explained, "They find me, protect me, tell me about things others wouldn't want me to know about. So tell me, Mr. Dumbledore, is that normal for someone like me?" "No," Dumbledore answered, missing the hidden meaning as he now felt like he was indeed looking at a young Tom Riddle, "but it can be normal for you alone, Hadrian. It would be beneficial for you to keep that to yourself, just for now." Hadrian said nothing as he returned his attention to the window, leaving Dumbledore and Severus to return to Hogwarts, saying their goodbyes on the way out to Ms. Walker. Upon reaching Hogwarts, the two mentors had different opinions about the boy they'd met. Dumbledore felt fear and dread at a rate that was 1,000 times worse than the last time he'd visited that place. Harry, not Hadrian, was too strong and too self-involved to be a martyr. He was too confident in his abilities and knew way more about magic than an ordinary 11-year-old should know. That had to change, for the greater good. However, as for Severus, he practically fled through the dungeons, locked and sealed his chambers and, rolling up his sleeve, he eyed the dark mark with a look of horror in his eyes. The design was now as clear as ever. It was usually a sign that the Dark Lord had returned, but this, it wasn't the Dark Lord. After all, the mark may appear as clear as day, but the skin around it was never as red or inflamed as it was at that precise moment. Severus' eyes as wide as saucers as he knew why it was so inflamed, but he couldn't explain the how behind it. For when Hadrian Potter had told him not to spy on the books that had been on the bed, a magical pulse had touched Severus' dark mark and burned it with an intensity that was 10 times as bad as the Dark Lord's magic. Whoever it was that Severus had just met with Albus, one thing was clear to the potion's master. It wasn't James Potter's son. Back in Wool's orphanage, Hadrian had watched as the two men had left the orphanage from his bedroom window before he'd moved to his bed and, putting his books away, a smile had touched his lips as he thought about how easy it had been. Frightening Albus Dumbledore had been an interesting development, but it had also been fun to tease and play with the dark strands of magic that were tied around Severus Snape's soul and linked to that marking on his arm. Seeing the horror in Dumbledore had also been fun and, try as he might, Hadrian couldn't help but wait with an expectant air for the first day of his new school experience. The old man must have wanted him to think of the headmaster as his superior, but the very thought made Hadrian laugh. There was only one force in the world that he answered to, and it wasn't Albus Dumbledore or his biased notions of the greater good. Replacing his books on the shelf within his wardrobe, Hadrian closed the door before another smirk crossed his face as he felt an icy presence behind him. Without turning around, he asked, "How did I do?" "Pretty interesting," Sarah Walker answered, stepping from the darkness outside Hadrian's room before she added, "Your father is very proud of you, Hadrian. You kept them on their toes while displaying the confidence that you would expect to show to your enemies. Father was right, Hadrian agreed, closing the doors to his wardrobe in his bedroom before he added, making Dumbledore believe he was seeing another Tom Riddle while showing him that this weapon wasn't his weapon made for quite the mind game. And now, with Hogwarts beckoning, it seems only fair that I continue to play our little game with Dumbledore, wouldn't you say? Turning to face the woman behind him, Hadrian's cold demeanor seemed to fall as he found himself looking not at the white-haired 40-something woman Sarah Walker, but a wild-haired woman with pale, smooth skin and eyes that shone with a dark liking and a madness that was reserved for Hadrian and his magical tuition. I think I'll enjoy this game, little master, replied the once-recognized Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, and I know your father will want to see how you play with your new toys. Hadrian's cold smile seemed to warm her once cold heart as she saw him return his attention to the storm outside, his thoughts spoken only to himself. Hogwarts wants a hero? Wait until they get a load of me? King's Cross Station, London, to loom upon it, there would be those who would see how easy it was to recognize the Grand Station as being the central transport exchange area in the capital of England and the United Kingdom. The hustle and bustle of the comers and goers within the trains, platforms and areas of the station seemed to make it fairly easy to get lost within the station if one had to do so. However, as Hadrian sat within the cafe area closest to his destination, sipping lightly from a cup of fresh tea, eyeing the platform in question where he would pass through to the other world, a smile tugged at his lips as he considered how simple-minded these muggles were. Of course, it wasn't so hard to suggest that wizards were so simple-minded either. When his 11th birthday had come around, Hadrian had indeed been picked up by Headmaster Dumbledore's friend, whom had been revealed to be a half-giant that also happened to be the groundskeeper and quite possibly the biggest Dumbledore worshipper out there. Taking the young wizard to Diagon Alley, the giant man, whom Hadrian learned to be named Rubeus Hagrid, had a bad habit of repeating how great a man Dumbledore was and seemed to take great pride in mentioning Hadrian's parents whenever he could. Personally speaking, it had taken every ounce of Hadrian's resolve not to use some of his personally attuned magic on the man for thinking and actually voicing his opinion that Hadrian was going to follow his parents. He may as well have said that the boy wizard was going to die before his time. When they'd gone to the alley, Hadrian's ire had only increased when he learned that Mr. Hagrid also happened to be holding onto his key, for safety reasons at Headmaster Dumbledore's orders, though his ire had lessened when Hagrid had found himself on the receiving end of a few goblin blades and the key returned to Hadrian by a sharp-faced goblin named Riptide. While Hagrid had appeared to be some sort of naive innocent in this act of self-manipulation, Hadrian had ditched the giant and followed Riptide down to his vault where the goblin had told Hadrian that he had been aware of Hagrid's ownership of a key and thanked Master Potter's guardian for the warning. After all, it wasn't Hadrian's first time in Diagon Alley or in Gringotts. By the time that Hadrian had finished his business and paid Riptide his usual service fee, Hagrid had returned and seemed to fumble with one of the pockets on his overcoat, which, when he caught Hadrian looking, the man suggested that it was best that Hadrian not tell anyone at Hogwarts about it. Seriously, how simple-minded and lacking in subtlety was this fool? Thankfully, Hadrian's ire and annoyance with the man had passed as they'd moved through the alley where Hadrian acquired his actual needs for Hogwarts life while also gaining his owl. A beautiful black snowy owl that he'd named Hedwig, as well as his wand. When he'd acquired the wand, Hadrian had been amused when Mr. Ollivander had actually tried to waste time with wands that weren't working and even tried to get Harry to test a wand that was the brother wand to Lord Voldemort's. When he'd held this wand, Hadrian's magic hadn't just repelled the wand, sending it flying from his hand like a bullet from a gun, but he'd also used his magic to destroy the wand. Finally, after another hour of searching, Ollivander had been forced to dig into his rare find reserves and, within moments, Hadrian held onto his new wand, Hornbeam with a dragon scale core, 13 1/8 inches. To hold a Hornbeam wand, Mr. Ollivander had revealed to Hadrian, symbolized an air of passion that some would consider to be a step away from obsession. When he asked Hadrian what his passion was, Hadrian had just smirked with an air of confidence before he'd answered, "Power is my passion." Needless to say, even the old wandmaker had been left understanding that the Hadrian Potter that left his store was not the boy wizard that the rest of the world was expecting to see. Now, after a summer of lessons from Sarah, and studies as well as meditations and training with his wand, thanks to Sarah, providing a nifty dark charm that kept a building immune to the trace. Hadrian had been ready for his first day at Hogwarts with a practiced anxiety and expectant air that he kept hidden behind a mask of indifference. Escorted by Sarah to the station, Hadrian knew that he had to make it look like he didn't know where the barrier that led through to platform 9 3/4 was located after Mr. Hagrid had conveniently forgotten to tell him. And so, with about 15 minutes to go before the train would depart from platform 9 3/4, Hadrian had used part of an allowance given to him by his guardian to purchase a sandwich and drink before he'd sat down, simply watching the barrier and the platform with an expectant air. At the same time, he was able to assess those who passed through the barrier and see about who would be worth watching and letting into his circle when he was officially a student of Hogwarts. At one point, a look of absolute disbelief crossed his face when he saw and heard a girl with the wildest hair he'd ever seen moving to the compartment talking quite loudly about magic and where the platform was and how she hoped the classes wouldn't be too hard. "It's students like that who make me sick to see how close our statue of secrecy comes to being broken," Hadrian thought as he choked down his rage by taking a drink from his takeout cup. At another point, Hadrian almost laughed when what could only be described as a brood of red-headed witches and wizards pushed through the throngs of people coming and going from King's Cross Station, the matriarch of the group talking just as loud as the girl from before about it being the same every year, packed with muggles, of course. She'd then shown a similar lack of subtlety when she'd asked out loud about where the platform was located and, when her youngest had answered, the woman had looked around as though searching the station for someone not amongst their number. "If she's not looking for me, then I'll eat my books," thought Hadrian, watching as the brood moved off through the barrier before he rose and, checking an overhead clock, saw that there were now only 5 minutes to get on board. Brushing down the black jeans that he was dressed in, Hadrian threw his rubbish into a nearby bin and, with an almost calm, defined air, he strode towards the barrier, checked around to see if anyone was looking and, with a simple of indifference, he stepped through the barrier. "You thought you could play me like your pawn," he thought as he emerged onto the other side of the barrier where the Arlet steam engine that was identified as the Hogwarts Express was located, "but I'm afraid that I've just changed the rules of this game." With his trunk in front of him, Hedwig snoozing peacefully under a blanket that shrouded her cage, Hadrian moved off down the train and, when he reached the furthest end, a part of him figuring that many excited students would be up the front end, he turned, opened one of the doors to the compartment and stepped onto the train. Guiding his trunk through to a nearby compartment, Hadrian pushed open another door and, slipping inside, he set down his trunk under the seat before taking a seat away from the door, the darkness of the compartment almost making him feel remarkably calmer than when he'd been out in the lights of the station. Settling into his seat, Hadrian then reached out and lifted the blanket from Hedwig's cage, revealing his rare owl's form. Unlike most snowy owls, Hedwig's feathers were as black as night, though there were a few white flecks here and there along her body like stars dotted in the night sky. Her eyes were a piercing shade of amber that could hold a friendly gaze or a truly predatory glare. When Hadrian had originally been given the owl by Hagrid as a birthday present, he'd been both amused and curious to discover she was still rare as her coloring had been the other way around, white with black flecks. Yet, when they'd returned to the orphanage and Hedwig had touched him for the first time, the magic within the young wizard had somehow connected to her and, in a flash of magic, Hedwig had gone from white as snow to black as night. It was also at that time that Sarah had revealed the presence of loyalty charms and male diversion charms around the cage, which she was all too happy to disable both. Sensing another near attempted manipulation on the part of Albus Dumbledore, Hadrian had smirked before he decided to keep Hedwig's name and train her not only as his pet, but, in due time, his familiar. The flash of magic that had turned her from white to black was the first sign of such a bond forming and, over time, Hadrian knew that other unique traits would show themselves. And so, now looking upon his owl, Hadrian sighed before he stroked her sleeping form as he whispered, "Here we go, beautiful. They think they'll draw me into the light. They have no idea how it will be the exact opposite and the other way around." Lowering his hand, Hadrian fidgeted slightly as he felt the train shudder underneath his body, signaling that the journey to Hogwarts had begun. Settling back into his seat, Hadrian chose to just watch the world go by, though he kept his eyes on the reflection of the door behind him as he did so. He wouldn't be taken for a fool and he most certainly wouldn't allow anyone who thought they could fawn over his so-called infamy or his appearance or make him some sort of lesser to stay here. He wasn't meant to be an underling to anyone. He was focused only on one goal, a goal that Sarah had shared with him and helped him keep the right mindset to achieve. For while the staff and students of Hogwarts would be expecting the Golden Prince of Gryffindor, they would instead be forced to bear witness to the rise of Hadrian James Potter, the new Slytherin king. That was his destiny, and he was willing to do whatever it took to achieve it. About 20 minutes after leaving King's Cross, Hadrian received his first visitor and, though he tried not to show it, this visitor was also a surprise for him as, shortly following the polite knock at his door, Hadrian then heard a male voice from beyond the door, "Come on, Pan. This one's either empty or it's someone who doesn't want to be disturbed." "It doesn't hurt to check, Blaise," a sharp-edged female voice answered and, seconds later, Hadrian rose from his seat after hearing the name. Opening the door, the young wizard looked upon an 11-year-old girl whom could be best described as a cold and darkened beauty to some. To him, however, she looked more like someone who, like him, took no prisoners and let no one think they could steer her away. Almost like a tame-looking beast of some sort that could rip out your heart with the wrong word. Dark brown eyes that looked close to black in coloring looked up at Harry from under a head of sleek, dark brown hair that fell perfectly around a slightly pale face. "Can I help you, miss?" asked Hadrian, looking to the girl's side where, sure enough, the first speaker revealed himself and surprised the young wizard. Dark skin, short black hair and chestnut brown eyes that looked upon him with surprise as Hadrian then asked, "And when were you going to tell me you were probably coming to Hogwarts, Blaise?" "Har, Hadrian?" asked Blaise Zabini in shock, almost looking upon the pale-skinned wizard with a mix of fear and shock. "In the flesh," Hadrian answered, before returning his attention to the girl by his side as he asked, "And who might you be, miss?" "P. Pansy Parkinson," the girl answered, sharing Blaise's apparent fear of the boy in front of her before she added, Sorry for disturbing you, but we were just looking for somewhere quiet to spend the journey to school." "Well," Hadrian mused, sniffing before he returned to his compartment, "you were polite enough to knock at least, and it is a surprise to see my old friend again. So, would you care to join me, Miss Parkinson?" "You too, Blaise?" Thanks," Blaise replied, watching as Hadrian returned to his seat and, when he and Pansy entered the compartment and placed their trunks down near his, the dark-skinned wizard then added, "How long has it been?" 4 years. 3 1/4, Hadrian replied, his tone just as cold and apathetic as Blaise remembered it from their time together. "I'd say I missed you, but, in fact, I should thank you, Blaise." "Thank me?" asked Blaise. "Yes," Hadrian nodded, returning his attention to the window while Blaise closed the door, Pansy just looking upon this young man with a hint of shock to her gaze while Hadrian explained, "After you left, things changed and I finally managed to learn the truth about who I am. How is your mother doing, by the way?" It was a friendly question, but Pansy was shocked to notice how everyday Hadrian seemed to sound with the words. It was like he was asking about the time or the state of the weather. "Married again," Blaise answered, dropping any excitement and shock from his voice as he addressed his old friend, but this time it's a sticker. He's a wealthy and ancient lord from magical Oceania who met Mum 2 years back and, well, the rest is history. I also have a little sister now too, Hadrian. Maria. That's why Mum took me away after, the incident. So she'll be nearly 4 now. Actually, she turned 5 on the summer solstice," Blaise answered, almost smirking as he added, "Her pregnancy was a tough one. Mum was in and out of hospital so much that, well, Miss Sarah was the only friend she could trust with me." "That's nice," Hadrian mused, sharing a glance with the still silent Pansy as he added, "I apologize, Miss Parkinson. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hadrian Potter, heir of House Potter and current first-year student of Hogwarts." "Why, you're Harry Potter?" asked Pansy, unaware of the warning glance from Blaise as she asked, "You? And I'm actually intimidated by you, you mudblood whore's son?" "Pansy," Blaise exclaimed, but the warning came too late. Fixing Pansy with an ice-cold glare, Hadrian's voice was like death himself was among them as he asked, "What did you just say about my mother?" "She's a mudblood," snapped Pansy, her next words silenced when she suddenly felt her heart and ribs press in around her chest. Grabbing her heart, Pansy gasped with fear and pain as she felt like her very life force was being strangled out of her. Over the pain, The Parkinson heiress heard Hadrian's ice-cold voice addressing her. Don't you ever speak ill about my mother like that, Parkinson? As for being the son of a mudblood whore, you are mistaken. Harry Potter is dead. I am what took his place and made it my ambition to silence naysayers like you. Hadrian, gasped Blaise, his hands raised to his friend in a sign of submission. Please, let her go. She doesn't know you like I do. She doesn't know the darkness that made you stronger than what they say. She only thinks of you as the infamous pretender that the ministry tried to take credit for. Please, I'll vouch for her, she can learn. Please. Relaxing his glare, Hadrian returned his glance to the window while, at the same time, Pansy let out a gasp like that of a drowning victim recovering their breath as she looked to Blaise and, through choking coughs, she asked, What was that? Pray you never have to find out, Blaise answered, looking to his friend's icy, emotionless face before he added, I still have nightmares about the last time I felt it, and that was on a muggle. But, he's the boy who, don't finish that name unless you want to feel that pain again, Pan, Blaise insisted, putting a hand over Pansy's mouth as he added, because Hadrian's many things, but the things that we've been told, the things those books say, the rumors we've heard, none of it's true. What do you mean? Asked Pansy. He means, Hadrian answered, his voice still as cold as death as he explained, I forgive your slip of the tongue, Miss Parkinson. This time. But speak ill of either of my parents again or choose to challenge me because of lies and propaganda by one-track-minded light worshippers and you may not see the new dawn. Is that a threat? Asked Pansy, looking to Blaise with a mix of horror and disbelief. No, Blaise answered, remembering the scream of James McCoy when the freak lightning storm had hit him. It's a promise. Trust me on that, Pansy. If you're smart, if you value your existence, if you have any plans for seeing tomorrow, do not think of him as Harry Potter, boy who lived or anything like that. Because he's not that infamous namesake, and he never will be. As Pansy looked back to Hadrian, her heart grew cold in her chest as she seemed to understand her friend's warning. Now she only hoped that the rest of those who were expecting the boy who lived to be at Hogwarts wouldn't make the same mistake. At about 1 o'clock, the fear-edged silence of the train journey was interrupted by a loud rattling from outside and, when Blaise opened the door to check the source of the noise, the trio were greeted by an elderly woman pushing a trolley of treats in front of her. Anything off the trolley, dears? A pack of every flavors and a cauldron cake, please, Blaise replied, Pansy then also paying for 3 pumpkin pasties and a licorice wand before Blaise turned and asked, Hadrian. Want anything? No, thank you, Blaise, Hadrian replied coolly, not even turning his head as the lady explained she would be down the train if they changed their minds. When the two returned to the compartment, Pansy offered one of her pasties to Hadrian. Here, you have to eat something, Potter, we're some time from Hogwarts yet. Even if it's a light bite to keep hunger at bay for now. Fine, Hadrian replied, taking the pasty before he bit into it, gathering the crumbs in the napkin that came with the snack. Once he was done, Hadrian offered the mound of crumbs to Hedwig, who nibbled at them thankfully while Hadrian added, Thank you, Parkinson. I suppose your logic made sense. Doesn't sound thankful, Pansy whispered to Blaise, who shushed her with a look. He is, Blaise explained, looking over to Harry who was now stroking Hedwig's feathers gently as she ate the flakes he dropped for her. Hadrian's not the kind to show his emotions to just anyone, Pan. If he says thanks, then take it and accept it. Back at the old place, I was the only one who ever saw his emotions rear their head except for Miss Sarah. Then again, if you were abandoned by your own family members just one day after losing your parents, you'd probably act cold and closed in too. Great Merlin, gasped Pansy, both of them then aware of the icy stare being given to Blaise by their companion. Anyone else you want to tell my life story to, Blaise? Asked Hadrian, the warning clear to Blaise as he lowered his head with a guilty look on his face. Sorry, Hadrian, Blaise muttered, nodding to Pansy as he added, I just wanted Pansy to understand why you reacted like you did. I mean, she's a good friend of mine and I trust her. Then I hope that trust is not misplaced, Hadrian muttered, folding his arms as he returned his attention to the afternoon scenery outside. The words for your own good didn't need to be said. Just as the group settled themselves back into relative silence, the door to their compartment was suddenly thrown open and, from the other side, a slightly bossy voice asked, Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Blaze answered, aware of the way that Hadrian had suddenly clenched his fists and, though Pansy had a look of, "oh," on her face mixed with the indignation of being disturbed by some bossy first year, Blaze also knew why. Back at the orphanage, no one, not even Blaze or Miss Sarah, interrupted Hadrian's calmness or just barged in. It was clear that nearly 4 years of separation hadn't changed that part of Hadrian either. Trouble was certainly coming. "How about you?" asked the girl, then turning her attention to Hadrian before she noticed Hedwig. With a gasp of shock, she asked, "Oh my God! What is that beautiful creature? It must be a really rare breed, but I don't recognize it and I've read loads about owls. Is it a magical animal? It's not common for a wizard to have a familiar, of course. You must be really powerful." "Oh, sorry, I'm Hermione Granger. Who are you?" "Someone who thinks it would benefit you to leave now," Hadrian replied, his only movement being to stroke Hedwig's feathers to silence her worried or perhaps angry hoots at the girl. "You're quite rude, aren't you?" "Ooh, shouldn't have said that," Blaze muttered, watching as Hadrian lowered his hand and, rising from his seat, he turned to face the newcomer. "I'm the rude one?" he asked with just a hint of disbelief in his voice, "and I suppose in whatever planet or family you were raised by, it was perfectly all right to just barge into a compartment without knocking or announcing yourself and then asking stupid questions that, quite frankly, are none of your business. Then, when your own question was answered, you feel compelled to just stick around like we care who you are or what your opinions may be." "Well, I'm sorry," the girl stammered, her words phased by the intimidation factor provided by Hadrian's ice-cold glare. I was just curious and, I'm the first in our family to have magic so." "And with that statement, you just lost the right to say anything else to me except goodbye," Harry snarled, closing the door in the girl's face before he returned to his seat, his rage only soothed by Hedwig's head rubbing against his knuckles while Blaze looked a little relieved and Pansy, she was impressed. Here was a boy who would have probably killed her for speaking out against his own mother, a muggle-born witch, and yet, clearly, the boy also held some major resentments to the muggle world and their kind. Then, when meeting with an obvious bookworm muggle-born and having to put up with her constant questions, how does he react? Well, irony of ironies, he acts like a Slytherin would have acted, like the filth of this world didn't exist. Perhaps, she couldn't help but think as Hadrian closed his eyes, his deep breathing indicating some sort of meditative state. Perhaps there really is more to Hadrian Potter than I thought. It was getting dark by the time the Hogwarts Express rolled into the station within Hogsmeade Village. On the train, Hadrian, Blaze and Pansy were already moving to leave the train, the dark-haired, pale-skinned wizard still holding an air of tension in his steps as he climbed down off the train. The tension only seemed to increase as the loud voice that Hadrian recognized as Hagrid called out for the first years, but, thankfully, the man's impressions of the boy wizard must have made an impact as he didn't single him out. Instead, the man led them across a narrow pathway and down towards a small fleet of boats where the trio were then joined by a fourth member. And this one was the worst of the worst as Hadrian recognized him as one of the redheads that he'd seen on the platform. Gangly looking and dressed in robes that made a Victorian peasant look noble, the boy seemed to examine Blaze and Pansy before he looked at Hadrian, his eyes shifting just slightly upwards. "Got a staring problem, have we?" asked Blaze, seeing the boy's looks before a gasp escaped the redhead. "Bloody hell, you're Harry Potter!" the boy exclaimed, his words thankfully unheard by the other boat's members as he added, "I've been looking all over for you. My name's Ron Weasley and I'm here to help you keep away from these slimy snakes and follow your parents into Gryffindor." "That's nice," Hadrian mused, looking to the scene in front of them as they ducked under a low-built cliff face. Once they were on the other side, Hadrian sighed before he asked, "Tell me, Mr. Weasley, can you swim?" "Not too well," Ron answered, unaware of the danger he'd just put himself in. "No better time to learn," Hadrian remarked, before he shoved Ron off the boat and into the lake with a loud splash, much to the shock of the other students while, at the head of the group, Hagrid turned to face them. "Wha were that?" he asked in his broken English voice. "He fell in," Hadrian replied, shaking his head as he added, "jumping about like an idiot would do that to him." "Then why not help him?" asked the Granger girl from before, both her and her companion, whom Hadrian assumed to be the Neville boy she'd mentioned, he could drown. "He has a wand, doesn't he?" asked Hadrian, earning a scoff that could be mistaken for a laugh from another boat where a boy with platinum B.-owned hair was watching the scene. "Easy levitation charm and he's all right. Anyway, it's obvious that these boats aren't warded against falls, so what's stopping me going in with him? No thanks, I'd just as soon stay high and dry." With that, the boats continued onwards and, once they were out of earshot, Pansy and Blaze both laughed with a mix of humor and disbelief in their expressions before the cold beauty of a girl then addressed Hadrian. "I know Blaze vouched for me before, Potter, but I'd like to offer my apologies for what I said on the train. I was wrong. You're not what they say you are." "Apology accepted, Parkinson," Hadrian replied, again speaking with that tone of commenting on the weather before their boat shuddered as it reached the opposite shore. Once everyone, including a heavily soaked Weasley, reached the opposite shoreline, Hagrid led the students up the steps towards a set of large oak doors where, with a few knocks, the giant man introduced the students to Professor Minerva McGonagall. Handing them over to her, Hagrid also explained about the incident on the lake, though Hadrian paid little attention to the looks he got from the other students. It was like he was daring any of them to speak out against him. Moving into a small room where they'd wait to be taken into the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall then turned her attention to the students before giving them a clearly well-rehearsed speech about the school. At the end of it, she cleared her throat before she explained, "Now, in light of what happened on the lake, I would suggest that, from now on, you show better inter-house support amongst yourselves and your peers. Cooperation and companionship are vital if you wish to make it here at this school. Therefore, if anyone has anything to say regarding the incident, then step forwards now." I have SSS something to SS say," shivered Ron Weasley, stepping to the front before he jabbed an accusing finger at Hadrian. "That SS snake pushed me into the WW water. He's meant to be a GG Gryffindor and he acts LL like one of those DDD Death Eater wannabes." "Is this true?" asked McGonagall, turning her eyes on the trio before Blaze and Pansy stepped up to their friend and companion, McGonagall's eyes widening when she noticed the scars showing through Hadrian's bangs and his green eyes. "Of course not," Blaze answered, nodding back at Weasley as he added, "Weasley there simply annoyed Hadrian just because he is who he is and then started rocking about wildly when he saw he was in the same boat as Pansy and I. It's not that uncommon that his family hates Slytherin families and, when he saw us, he rocked the boat and fell in. We could have saved him, but the boat had already moved on towards the shore." "That's a lie," snapped Hermione Granger, her voice cutting through Hadrian's last nerve as she explained. "He said he didn't want to get wet and, when we asked why he wasn't doing anything, he just replied by saying he has a wand, doesn't he?" "And did he?" asked McGonagall. "Obviously," Pansy answered, indicating Weasley as she added, "even a Muggleborn would have known to use a simple charm to keep dry or even move out of the lake. Because the boat had moved on, we couldn't even reach Weasley." "What about the Carpe Retractum spell?" asked Hermione, going into bossy mode as she added, "It would have pulled you closer to Weasley without getting any of you wet. It's in the later chapters of the Standard Book of Spells in." "Thank you, Miss Granger," McGonagall remarked, recognizing the girl from her informational packs on each of the first years, and conveniently forgetting that she had visited the girl's family herself, before she returned her attention to Hadrian and the other two as she added, "I understand that you felt there was nothing you could do, Miss Parkinson and Mr. Zabini, but, next time, be sure to warn your companions of possible hazards so this doesn't happen again. And Mr. Weasley, I want to thank you. I don't need the side to know you will be joining my house in Gryffindor. So that's the first 10 points from Gryffindor for flailing about like an idiot and a detention with me to make up for the disruptions." "What about him?" demanded Hermione, pointing a finger at Hadrian as she asked, "Isn't he going to be punished? He was so mean and rude too." "Are you telling me how to do my job, Miss Granger?" asked McGonagall, earning a few sniggers from the group before she turned and added, "Mr. Potter." The mention of the name gathered a few whispers from the group of first years as McGonagall continued, "I shall be speaking to your head of house unless you are sorted into Gryffindor, in which case I shall expect to see you in my office tomorrow morning. No exceptions." "No chance," Hadrian thought to himself before he answered almost obediently, "Of course, Professor." With the distractions, The students were immediately shown into the great hall where the other first years were still whispering amongst themselves as to the revelation that the apparently cold-hearted member of their number was none other than the boy who lived. Once they reached the front of the hall, Professor McGonagall introduced them to the Sorting Hat, who took his own turn in greeting the students with an interesting, if tedious, song about the 4 houses. Then, the sorting began. Given the letters that announced their last names, P for Hadrian and Pansy, while Blaise would probably be last with Z. It was a long wait for the trio, but it also gave Hadrian a chance to assess his competition in a few choice targets. Definitely at the top of that list was the loud-mouthed, "Obey the rules or else," which, Hermione Granger. When she was sorted into Gryffindor, Hadrian's day was only made mildly better when he saw a look of utter defeat and dismay on the face of Ron Weasley. Another who caught Hadrian's eye was Neville Longbottom, the boy who had lost his toad. His sorting seemed to take forever before the old hat put him in Gryffindor as well. If it wasn't for his ineptness, Hadrian thought to himself, watching as the boy was forced to return to give the hat back to Morag McDougal, who went to Ravenclaw, he'd actually have potential, but maybe that can be changed. I dunno, this one will take some thought. The next name that was called really drew Hadrian's attention. Malfoy, Draco. At Hadrian's side, Blaise was slightly stunned to see his companion and friend straighten up, watching as the bee-owned-haired boy who'd laughed at his comment on the lake walked to the hat and, before it barely even touched his head, it yelled, "Slytherin." "Everything okay, Hadrian?" asked Blaise, then noticing a wink being sent from Malfoy to Hadrian, who returned the gesture with a curt nod of his head as the sorting continued. "Just fine," Hadrian replied, paying attention to the sorting. Lizzie Moon went to Hufflepuff. Theodore Nott also joined the Snake Pit, as did Pansy when she was called up. Then a pair of twins, Pottle and Pottle, who went to Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, while Sally Ann Perks joined Gryffindor before, at long last. "Potter, Hadrian. At least they got my name right," thought Hadrian, a part of him wondering if a certain old man, who was watching him from the head table with an expectant air, had something to do with that. Approaching the old hat, Hadrian sat down underneath it and felt the old material settle over his forehead before, to his amusement, the hat seemed to shiver with a hint of intimidation before it whispered in his ear. My, what an interesting mind you have, Master Potter. Not since the days of the Founders have I ever thought I'd see one like you again. Now, the powers that be want you to go to the Lion's Den, but if I did that, something tells me that there wouldn't be a Gryffindor house to see next year in." "Damn right," thought Hadrian, focusing his thoughts on the hat as he added, "and if you tell anyone about me, my brim is sealed, I assure you," the old hat told him, chuckling in his ear as he added, "Of course, despite their fears, there is only one whom will welcome you here. Good luck to you, my king. Slytherin." Silence that any librarian would have killed for filled the hall as Hadrian removed the hat from his head and moved to the Slytherin table, the members of said house giving him a polite, scattered round of applause as he sat down with them. Despite the fears, the sorting continued with Lisa Turpin going to Ravenclaw, Dean Thomas and Ron Weasley both going to Gryffindor before, finally, Blaise was sorted into Slytherin, both him and Pansy taking respected seats either side of Hadrian as the sorting came to an end. And now, Hadrian thought as Dumbledore announced the start of the feast, the fun will begin. After the sorting feast was done and the students left the Great Hall, the staff members of Hogwarts made their way up to the headmaster's office, each of the 4 heads of house showing mixed reactions and looks concerning what had happened in the sorting. Minerva McGonagall looked somewhere between worried and frightened for whatever was to come. Phileas Flitwick seemed to be trying to come up with his own thoughts about the biggest surprise in the sorting. Pomona Sprout seemed to be planning her own students' work while she looked and listened to her colleagues, though she also seemed to be sharing the neutrality of the Ravenclaw head. As for Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House and the one who had shown the greatest reactions when the hat had sorted Hadrian Potter into his house, he was less worried or biased about his thought process. While the man's emotional expressions had shown fear and worry on his face at the feast, now, away from the feast and with a slightly clearer head, he showed nothing more than the usual apathy that he displayed around his students and his colleagues. Inside, however, Severus' fears were still there. It wasn't the fear that Hadrian Potter, son of the bane of his existence, was at Hogwarts and in his house. It was more like the fear of the unknown that would happen if and when the boy learned of Severus' hatred for his father. After the dark mark had finally started to fade again and the inflamed skin had gone down, Severus had made a silent desire not to experience that sort of pain ever again. Once the staff were assembled, Dumbledore took his own personal seat behind his desk, linking his fingers together before he asked, "And so, another year and another sorting. Any reactions, anyone?" "I don't know how you can even ask that, Albus," Minerva exclaimed, summing up what everyone else was thinking with so few words: Harry Potter. Hadrian. All eyes turned to Severus, who was leaning casually against the wall in Dumbledore's office, the shadows of the room keeping his face half hidden in shadow. "What?" asked Minerva. "His name is Hadrian," Severus repeated, his voice as calm and apathetic as ever as he addressed Minerva. "Don't think about him as the golden boy you wanted him to be, Minerva, because he will just as quickly devour your lions for breakfast than let them believe it themselves." "Speaking of my lions," Minerva then added, addressing Severus with her usual firm tone, "I'd like you to have a few choice words with Mr. Potter about his attitude towards other students." "What about it?" "There was an incident before the sorting," Minerva explained, remembering the cold, uncaring looks she'd been given by the new Slytherin, and Potter did not show any regret or care for the safety and health of others while also showing a sense of emotion that he wouldn't have cried if anyone had died. "Sounds like the perfect example of one of my snakes, then," Severus remarked, earning a piercing glare from the lion's head that reminded Severus why it was a common question about her animagus form being a cat. Regaining his composure, Severus added, "I will speak with him as I do each of my snakes over their first few days, but you cannot expect him to be one of your oh-so-noble Gryffindors, otherwise that's exactly where he'd have been sorted." "Nevertheless, Severus," Dumbledore piped up, a note of concern in his voice as he added, "you cannot see him as James Potter's son either. You remember what he was like when we met him at the orphanage." "Orphanage?" asked Minerva. "Wool's orphanage," Severus answered, earning a gasp from Phileas. "But isn't that where, 50 years ago, I met a young Tom Riddle who would one day become the most dangerous wizard in the world," finished Dumbledore, looking again to Severus as he added, "History cannot be allowed to repeat itself, Severus. It seems that, from what I saw at the feast tonight, young Hadrian has advocates in the snake pit. Try to make sure he finds ways to open up to them, would you?" "You're asking me to put myself in the line of fire against him?" asked Severus, still remembering the burning pain of his dark mark. "Albus, that's suicide." "Perhaps," Dumbledore agreed, "but for the greater good of our students and newcomers in the terms to come, we have to make sure we don't give life to a new Lord Voldemort." "And what about his attitudes?" asked Minerva. "He cares nothing for Muggle-borns, seems to have a hatred for anyone who thinks that he has to respect them because they're higher up than he is and, to add fuel to the fire, it also seems that he has a pure loathing for Gryffindor and its students that has not been seen since Salazar and Godric's days. Even Riddle wasn't this cold, Albus." "Like I said," Severus thought to himself, a smirk fighting to stay hidden on his face as he saw Dumbledore cave under Minerva's glare before directing the meeting to new business, the perfect Slytherin, and undoubtedly the next Slytherin king to boot. As talk turned to the protections of the so-called treasure that was hidden on the third-floor corridor, Severus had to fight another smirk showing itself as he shook his head subtly. "Oh Albus, what have you created?" The official first day of the first year's life at Hogwarts was like opening the first page of a new book to read. This was the thought that ran through Hadrian's mind as he opened his eyes and, sitting upright in bed with a feeling like a corpse rising from a coffin in a horror movie, the young Slytherin easily managed to slip out of the dorm and into the adjoining bathrooms where, within 10 minutes, he returned, fully dressed and ready for whatever this apparent finest institution in the world had to offer. The Slytherin dormitories were rather well kept with a hint of regalia to them. 3-4 poster beds were set around the room at points like a triangular-shaped design. The sheets weren't all that grand, unless you counted the warming charms and the added comforter folded under the bed for those colder months. Next to each bed was a chest of drawers in deepest black, a single shelf set over the drawers for books and personal items. Next to one of the beds was a large wardrobe that was divided inside between the 3 students in the dormitory, each one recognized by a plaque bearing their name over their part of the wardrobe. Hadrian would later discover expansion charms on the parts to avoid intrusion into others' personal effects. It was like a walk-in wardrobe without the space beyond for walking in. Because the Slytherin common room also had the luxury of an adjoining study annex, The dorms weren't really set up for private studying, but that didn't mean the large space in the center of the floor couldn't be used. Finally, aside from the door that led out to the corridor that led to the common room, there was also the door that Hadrian had just emerged from, which led to the bathing chambers of the Slytherins. A clock that hung over the main door into and out of the dormitory told Hadrian that it was only 6:45 a.m. He was an early riser and had been for some years, so, with nothing else to do but wait, the young Slytherin moved to his trunk and withdrew one of his books to read and review his knowledge. It was in this state, Hadrian simply sitting at the end of his bed with his back resting against the wood frame, the book open in his lap, that Blaise and their other dorm mate, Theo Knott, found Hadrian sitting in when they woke up themselves 1 hour later. After what they'd seen of the boy at the feast and indeed beforehand, neither Slytherin made a move to disturb Hadrian's studying and instead went off to get ready. When they returned just as the clock chimed 8 a.m., Hadrian made a move by closing his book, storing it in his trunk and, rising from the ground, he gave a curt nod of greeting to both students. "Morning," he remarked, his now usual talking about the weather tone addressing them and letting them know that he was simply speaking on ceremony. "Shall we go?" While Blaise nodded in response, Theo looked over at Hadrian's trunk, which resembled a well-kept and polished olden days treasure chest rather than the flat-packed rectangular form of most trunks. It was jet black in color with several blood-red inscriptions carved into the lid, the defining image being a silver lightning bolt that acted as the lock to the trunk. As if he'd caught the boy looking, Hadrian cleared his throat before he muttered, "Before you decide to indulge in your fetish for wanting to know more about those you don't know anything about, I should warn you. My secrets are to remain secret until the time is chosen for them to be spoken. In other words, touch my trunk and you'll be sorry." If Theo didn't know how cold Hadrian could be, he'd have probably retorted with a remark about showing this half-blood his place. However, as said comment reached his lips, it died when Blaise gave Theo a warning glare before he shook his head. "Don't," he mouthed as Hadrian left the dorm. Lifting his tone slightly, Blaise added, "He doesn't make idle threats, not." The cold tension in the air would have needed a knife as sharp as dragon's teeth to cut through as Blaise then left the dorm, leaving Theo to glance once again to the trunk. "What are your secrets, Potter?" he thought to himself, "and how can I exploit them?" "He's not going to heed my warning, is he?" "Probably not," Blaise answered, hearing a very slight sense of curiosity from his dark-souled friend as he asked about their dorm mate. "Ah well," Hadrian sniffed once before adjusting his robe's collar as he mused, "fools must learn the hard way, I suppose." "Yeah," Blaise agreed, emerging with Hadrian into the common room where, over by the main entrance, the house prefects, Marcus Flint and Ellen Rosier, were waiting for the first years to arrive. They had told the group that they'd show them to the Great Hall for the first 2 days so that they'd know the way. With the prefects, Blaise managed a soft smile as he saw Pansy waiting for the two of them, accompanied by her own dorm mates, Millicent Bulstrode and Flora Caro, the sharp eyes of the other 2 young witches examining Hadrian as he stopped just inches from where the rest of them were waiting. "Who are we waiting for?" asked Blaise, addressing Pansy while Hadrian merely let his eyes wander around the common room. "Malfoy's had to go back and wake Crabbe and Goyle," Pansy explained, keeping her voice low as she asked, "By the way, Blaise, I didn't want to say anything last night given how tense he seemed to be, but, is it my imagination or do you think Hadrian knows Malfoy?" "You saw it too, then?" asked Blaise, referring to the way that Hadrian had straightened up at the feast when Malfoy had been sorted. When Pansy nodded in response, Blaise looked over at Hadrian, who either didn't hear them talking or did and just didn't care as he added, "I don't know, Pansy, and maybe it's better off left that way for now. He's just given a pretty stern warning about intruding where we're not welcome to not, but I don't think he's going to listen." "On his own head be it," Pansy agreed, looking to her friend before she asked, "Do you think we should let him take point in this, then?" "Yes," Blaise answered, looking now to the corridors towards the dormitories where Malfoy then emerged followed by the human Goliaths, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, a rather irate-looking Theo not bringing up the rear as Blaise then added, "It's like he said, Pan. Secrets should remain secret until the time is chosen for them to be spoken. If Hadrian does know Malfoy from somewhere, then we should just accept it and let go of our curiosity. To do otherwise would be, well, pretty devastating." As Pansy nodded in agreement with Blaise's point, the last of the other side of the female student party of Slytherin appeared, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis and Flora's twin sister, Hestia Caro, all three of whom gave Hadrian a searching glance before Flint took the lead of the small group, guiding them out of the dorm and down the corridor towards the Great Hall. At the same time, while Blaze and Pansy remained close to Hadrian, the dark-skinned Slytherin male was more than aware of the cold glare that was being sent in Knott's direction from his dorm mate. It wasn't a warning glance anymore. It was like Knott had done something he shouldn't, and Hadrian knew he'd done it. I pray to Merlin that I'm wrong, Blaze thought, noticing the irate look return to Knott's face as he looked at Hadrian, because Hadrian doesn't forgive an ignored warning too easily. As James McCoy learned that day, he decided to make a mockery of me. Breakfast that morning was just as tense as the wake-up was for the Slytherins. Seated together in close seating arrangements, the first years all seemed to ignore the looks that the rest of their house was giving them, not to mention the glares that were being shot in their directions from the Gryffindors. Over on the Lion's table, a certain redhead and a certain brunette were looking in the direction of the future Slytherin king with two different reactions in their expressions. In the case of the redhead, it was a look of betrayal and disbelief as he saw how calm and focused Hadrian was around the Slytherins, his one-track mind trying to find a way to teach him that he was only good enough for Gryffindor. As for the brunette, it was a look of envy and searching curiosity that, though she didn't know it, was only matched by the curiosity and desire to learn more about the black-haired Slytherin that was felt by Theo Knott. Along the table, however, a few other members of Gryffindor looked like their once-expected hero had just announced that he didn't give a shit whether they lived or died, and, for some of them, there was horror at how easily he seemed to be settling in with the children and future servants of his parents' murderer. As for the other houses, their reactions were just as mixed up and undecided as the Gryffindors themselves. Some were a bit worried and horrified that the savior of the light was a Slytherin, while others saw it and decided it was better not to ask questions. On the Hufflepuff table, a red-haired witch by the name of Susan Bones watched as Hadrian Potter just sat there, sharing food and drink with the people whose fathers and beyond had destroyed her parents. How could he break bread with these monsters? Susan thought to herself, glancing up and down the table where a few of the other Badgers were just as shocked as her. As for the Ravenclaws, they felt like there was a part of the story that was missing. From what they'd heard and been taught, Harry Potter was the hero and someone who would be a mighty warrior and a good friend for them to have. Yet, as they looked to the Slytherin table where said raven-haired first year was now taking a drink from a goblet of cold milk, they also saw a hint of warning, power and, above all else, a darkness to Hadrian that was not like the hero they'd met. Unlike some members of the school, the Eagles, despite being seekers of knowledge and answers, did not want to know the secrets of Hadrian Potter, but rather, they wanted to know what had changed and how the real Hadrian, the boy that now sat amongst their peers, was different from the texts and infamous legends of the boy who lived. As the morning feast came to a close, Hadrian, now sat with his head resting against his hands, his eyes closed in deep thought, felt a cold shadow behind him and, without opening his eyes, he asked, "Can I help you, Professor Snape?" There were a few gasps from the Slytherins at the nonchalant reaction of their surprise member before, from where he stood behind the boy, Severus coughed once before he answered, "Your housemates are going to be exploring Hogwarts this morning, Mr. Potter. As for you, I understand from Professor McGonagall that we need to have a little talk. Be in my office in 10 minutes. 2 doors down from the potions classroom and directly opposite the full-sized portrait of our founder, Salazar Slytherin." When Hadrian didn't react or give any acknowledgement of the news, Severus then proceeded to hand out the timetables to the Slytherins, each of whom were still watching Hadrian as though expecting some sort of remark from their head of house. When neither event happened, the Slytherins checked their timetables while Hadrian, giving another hum of indifference as he examined his timetable, rose from his seat and made for the door of the Great Hall. Watching him leave, Blaze heard Draco Malfoy speak from across the table, his voice edged with worry as he watched the retreating form of the raven-haired snake. First on Uncle Sev's list for meetings and with a summons from McGonagall to boot, and all he does is hum. "There's not much out there that can intimidate Hadrian, Malfoy," Blaze replied, earning a searching glare from the Malfoy heir, before he smirked and nodded. "Trust me, I know. It was pretty easy to find the door in the portrait that Snape had told him about. But, as Hadrian stood outside the office and waited for the man to return to his office, he examined the portrait of their house's founder. The image showed Salazar Slytherin, his proud, noble appearance matching the portrait of the man in their own common room. seated upon what seemed to be a stone-forged throne, a thick-skinned black king cobra coiling around the man's shoulders. The portrait itself seemed to have been painted in a room of grandeur and authority, otherwise why would it show a throne? And, as Hadrian looked to the portrait, he smirked with a smile that would take pureblood's years to master. Checking his surroundings, Hadrian returned his attention to the portrait before he spoke to the portrait, but not in a normal tone of voice. "Greetings to you, Master Salazar, Lord of Serpents and First of the Chosen," Hadrian hissed, his tone sibilant and so icy that it wouldn't have surprised anyone who could hear him if the walls had suddenly frosted over. As for the portrait, his eyes widened with a sense of disbelief and wonder before he smirked and replied in the same hissing language, "My greetings to you in return, my serpentine sire. How interesting it is that you speak my tongue when, from the look of you, you appear to be the infamous Potter boy I've heard talk about." "You haven't seen anything yet, Lord Slytherin," Hadrian replied, his eyes shining with a cold brightness to them as he explained, "I am honored to bear your gift and even more so to learn the secrets of this magic. As a Parselmouth, I am also privileged to be a member of your house and, here and now, I promise you, I will remind these muggle-loving fools of your grandeur and the way things work around here." "And how will you do that, dear child?" "Easy," Hadrian laughed, gesturing to his body as he explained, "I'll first conquer my year mates and then, once I've made Slytherin see the real me, I will take my rightful place as the Slytherin king." There was a hissing gasp from the Slytherin portrait, before the man laughed and, with a curt nod to Hadrian, he spoke in English as he explained, "When that day comes and your peers bow before you, my little king, come back to me and I shall share with you my greatest secrets. This is the word of Slytherin." "And I accept it," Hadrian added, just as the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. With a parting glance, Hadrian returned to the portrait's cold glare before he explained, "Don't worry, Lord Slytherin, I won't tell the unworthy your little secret. That is, if you don't tell anyone mine." "Oh?" asked Slytherin, "what secret might that be, young sovereign?" "Let me show you," Hadrian chuckled, keeping an ear on the approaching footsteps before he added, "but I'll have to be quick, we have company." When Severus Snape heard voices coming from the space between his office and the portrait of his founder, he'd considered stopping to overhear what sort of hints he could gain from the meeting he was about to have. Yet, as soon as the idea crossed his mind, it was shot down when a feeling of overwhelming darkness suddenly passed through the corridor. The torches seemed to flicker into blackness while around the potion's master. There was this sudden pitch-black silence. Not just silence as in, all you could hear was your breath, but a much deeper, much thicker silence that felt like all the sound in the world had been removed. Then, just as quickly as the silence had come, it was gone again and noise returned to the corridor, the flames bursting back into life while, ahead of him, Severus heard the voice of his portrait's namesake, my. I dare say that you will make a truly unique Slytherin, Mr. Potter. I look forwards to our next conversation." "As do I, Slytherin," Hadrian replied, before his face appeared at the end of the corridor and, as he looked at Severus, he raised an eyebrow before he asked, "I believe you were meant to be the one waiting for me, Professor. Did you forget your own instructions? As you should have guessed by now, I don't like to be kept waiting." "I apologize for my lateness, Potter," Severus replied, wanting to smack himself as the words left his lips, "but it seems that a change in touring the school took priority for those dim-witted dunderheads I will have to teach. You are now going to explore the school with your dorm mates this afternoon. So, shall we get on with this?" "Time's a-ticking," Hadrian mused, stepping aside to allow Severus access to his office. Once inside, Hadrian shut the door while Severus took a seat behind an ornate desk that was currently stocked with a few potions vials and a stack of parchments. Behind the desk was a shield bearing the Slytherin crest and, at one side, Hadrian caught sight of several instruments that looked like they were there to monitor the classrooms and the house dormitory. "Won't you sit down?" asked Severus. "No," Hadrian replied coolly, reaching over to one of the vials on Severus' desk and, lifting it, a look of interest crossed his face as he mused, "I can only guess what a potions master like you would need a calming draft for, Professor." Returning the vial to the desk, Hadrian then continued, "However, to save time and face, here's the basics of what you need to know. Any who think I'm going to turn out to be another Lily or James Potter will find themselves conversing with the worms if they persist on this point. Any who even think of watching over me expecting to be friends with the boy who lived will soon need their own personal bed in the hospital wing, and, as for the so-called incident yesterday, I'm not going to apologize and I'm certainly not going to explain my actions. Weasley thought he was better than me. I put him in his place. End of story. As for my attitude towards Granger and McGonagall, my respect is something you earn, not something you're given just because you're high up there. As for Granger, she's a bookworm who probably sleeps with her drool soaking the pages and would rather lick the boots of authority no matter what's going on. That and, in case you haven't guessed by now, I have no love lost for Muggles and their accursed offspring. Motormouths like Granger who'd sooner snap lovely lickle pictures for Mummy and Daddy don't deserve to be a part of our world, and, if I have to do whatever it takes to prove that, then I will. Severus' eyes widened as he realized that everything that Hadrian had just said in his tirade was every answer to every question he'd wanted to ask. It was like he'd somehow read Snape's mind, and yet, as he checked his barriers, Severus found only completed walls. Oh, Hadrian then added, now speaking with the air of warning from before as he explained, and one more thing. Snape. Talk down to me because of my father, belittle me or my work out of some self-deluded desire for revenge, or tell anyone about anything your poor knack for eavesdropping may give you pause to think about, and I won't need to call in my father's debt, because I'll make what happened to your shackles to Riddle seem like a bee sting. Do we understand one another? Still feeling fear and shock pass through him, Severus could only nod as Hadrian asked, anything else, then? No, Severus answered. You may go, Mr. Potter, and welcome to Slytherin. Without a word of response, Hadrian turned on his heel and left with a billow to his robes that seemed to beat even Severus' attempts, leaving the potion's master to rephrase his thoughts from the night before. Oh Albus, you have no idea what you've unleashed. After the meeting with Severus and delivering his warning to the Slytherin head, Hadrian went back to his dorm to rest before it was time for the Slytherin first years to explore the school in depth. Though he wasn't yet sure about the man's true allegiances, after all, there weren't many reformed Death Eaters at Hogwarts answering to Albus Dumbledore. Hadrian knew that he could play a little game with Severus and, in the end, he would see where the man's true loyalties lied and make sure that, when asked, the man answered with one word, yours. Hebanon, muttered the raven-haired snake when he reached the dorm entrance. Stepping inside the common room, an unusual sight greeted Hadrian. In front of him, the first years of the dorm seemed to be divided down the middle. On one side, Hadrian noticed Blaise, Pansy, Daphne Greengrass, Millicent Bulstrode and Draco Malfoy, while on the other, there were Theo Knott, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, as well as the Caro twins. And, just from looking at the expressions on the faces of the two in the center of this West Side Story-like scenario, which, in this case, were Blaise and Knott, Hadrian could wager a guess that they were arguing and another guess that he could wager on what, or make that, whom. You lot are an insult to Slytherin, Knott was saying, none of the group having noticed Hadrian stepping into the room. Zabini, given you seem to like being led astray by the highest bidder, I'll let you slide, but you, Parkinson, Malfoy and you, Greengrass. Your families are all genuine Slytherins, and yet you seem ready and willing to bend your knee to this half-blooded freak. Looks like I was right, Hadrian thought to himself, listening as Blaise picked up the conversation. Hadrian may be a half-blood, Knott, but I'd like to see any of you doing what he's done on the first day alone. There were a few murmurs of agreement before Blaise continued, standing up to Snape, pinning trouble on a mudblood who seems to think that if she reads it in a book, it must be right, and, let's not forget, he's also made a mockery of Gryffindor so well that none of them have said a word against us all day. Face facts, it may have only been one day, but yes, I admit that I am willing to spend the next 7 years bending my knee for that wizard, as our king. Bull crap, Flora Caro argued, her voice as sharp as her icy appearance. We will never accept some half-blood wannabe like that as our king. The mantle of the Slytherin king is destined for one whom shows an exceptionally commanding presence and has supported our house for generations, like you, Malfoy. A scion of the most noble and ancient house of Black like you deserves only to rule as a Black should. Draco seemed hesitant to speak, but, thankfully, having heard enough, Hadrian cleared his throat before he mused, if you lot talked about me any louder, my whole head would probably burn. Oh, Blaise thought as he watched his friend move towards the two-sided factions, Hadrian just made a joke, that's not good. Now Hadrian then asked, standing in front of Blaze with Pansy on his left-hand side before he asked, "If you've got a problem with me and my place here, not, then why not step up and stake your claim? I mean, it's not like how did you put it?" He seemed to adopt an air of curiosity mixed with the questioning glance he gave before he nodded as he continued, "Oh, that's right. A half-blooded freak. Well, since you seem to like grandstanding in such a manner, why not step up?" "Are you challenging me, Potter?" asked Nott, his eyes boring into Hadrian's skull while Hadrian remained as cold and apathetic as a machine, his eyes just glancing past Nott. "You think you can just waltz in here and tell everyone what to do? Don't go digging into my secrets," he says. "Why not? 'Cause I'll tell you, Potter. I will discover your secrets and, when I have them, you'll be begging me for favors to keep my silence." "Begging?" asked Hadrian, a few of Nott's gang aware of a look of fear and trepidation spreading amongst the snakes behind Hadrian, especially Blaze and Pansy. "Is that what I'll be doing?" "Ing," Nott hissed, drawing out each syllable and part of the word as he explained. "You won't even be the Slytherin jester, never mind the Slytherin king. You'll be acting as the real king's footstool." "I see," Hadrian nodded, clicking his tongue with a sound that was almost like a crack of knuckles before he asked, "And, just out of curiosity, who's going to make me this way?" "Well, for starters, me," Nott laughed, before he made a big mistake and, lifting his head, he snorted in heavily before he spat on Harry's face, sputum and snot mixed together in a globule of saliva that stuck to Hadrian's cheek. "'Cause that's all you are, Potter. One to be spat on, one to be licking my boots. Nothing more than a freak." No sooner had the word left Nott's lips than the Slytherins on Hadrian's side of the team began to shiver with a sense of dread that hung over them like death himself walked amongst them. At the same time, the torches that lit up the common room flickered in their sockets before they were doused, leaving nothing but darkness in their wake. In the center of the gathering, Hadrian lifted his hand, wiping his face with the back of his hand before he sniffed and, looking at the slimy trail that he'd wiped away, he coughed before he nodded once. As the Slytherins on Nott's side laughed at the thought of the big bad maybe about to cry, Hadrian sniffed once more before he whispered, "Thank you, I needed that, now I understand." "Very good," Nott laughed, "now kneel before your true masters, Potter. Know your place." "No," Hadrian replied, a sheer cold setting over the room before Hadrian looked into Nott's cold gaze as he explained, "I don't understand that. I understand what must be done now, so thank you, Nott. Now, as for kneeling, I say, you first." A loud crack resonated through the dorm followed by an ear-piercing, blood-curdling scream. Those who were in the common room turned their heads while the eyes of Nott's little gang all widened with horror as they saw their apparent leader fall to his knees. At the same time, blood began to pool around Nott's bent knees, the weedy, cocky-minded boy's eyes screwed tight shut in pain. "My knees!" he screamed, looking up at Hadrian as he snarled, "You filthy half-blooded bastard! How dare you harm your betters, all!" He would have continued screaming, but, as suddenly as the knees had given out from under him, his jaws were suddenly frozen wide open, his tongue hanging out in a look of dumbstruck fear and rage. All this incessant chirping, Hadrian scowled. Very bad for a birdie to squeak when master wants silence. "So, birdie, shut it." With a manner similar to the guillotine cutting through a monarch's head, Nott's tongue went flying from his mouth, leaving blood to pool in his mouth while the foul-minded pureblood sobbed and cried and croaked through his bloody stumps. "Kneel before such a foul-mouthed little robin?" asked Hadrian, shaking his head with a cold glare in his emerald eyes as he hissed. "I bow to nobody, you bow to me, understand?" Nott whimpered and whined, but nodded through his bloody injuries. "And the rest of you?" asked Hadrian, looking to the Slytherins with him. "Are you fodder or are you fighter?" Crabbe and Goyle were rather quick to move to stand next to Daphne and Draco while the Caro sisters had fainted, both of them lying there like corpses with how pale their faces had become. "That's what I thought," Hadrian growled, snapping his fingers and, seconds later, there were gasps from the Slytherin house members as the blood-soaked floor seemed to vanish and Nott's legs seemed to repair themselves. At the same time, the quivering mass of a boy found his voice as he pleaded, "Please, no more, don't hurt me again. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry." "I know you are, Theo," Hadrian remarked, the coldness in his voice just the same as ever as he added, I was perfectly content to put my faith in you and share with you my secrets when you were ready, but you forced my hand and brought out my ugly side, which, I have to admit, annoys me a bit." Lowering his hand to Theo, Hadrian wiped a stream of blood from the boy's lips, the sight confusing some of the Slytherins as Theo looked just as healthy as ever. Lifting his hand back up, Hadrian asked, "And you did this? Why? Because of blood and status? Because you were Slytherin long before me? Tell me, not. How's that helping you now? Blood doesn't matter. Status doesn't matter. Even good and evil don't matter. All that matters is power. Who has it and who doesn't? So tell me, little hatchling. Who has the power?" Why you," stammered Theo. "And who doesn't? Me. Good boy," Hadrian chuckled, tousling Theo's hair like a master rewarding his faithful dog before he patted the boy on the head and asked, "Now, just so there aren't any misunderstandings, not. Where is my place?" Above me," stammered Theo, more frightened than ever of the fact that it looked like the pain he'd felt and the damage that had been done wasn't even real. "And where is your place?" Below you." Lifting his hand with a threatening glare, Hadrian shook his head as he hissed, "That wasn't what you said about me, little doggy. Now, where is your place?" At your feet," Theo gasped, before he literally crawled towards Hadrian and lay there like a dog waiting on his master's orders before he added, "As your footstool and licking your boots." "That's a good boy," Hadrian whispered, lifting his boot to Theo as he added, "Now, why not prove it? The dust of the corridor, Theo. Lick it off." There were a mix of gasps and laughs from the Slytherin as Theo licked his tongue over Hadrian's boots, tasting the thick pungent taste of the dungeon floors mixed with whatever else was out there as well as the mud and filth from the lakeside walk to the boats. When Hadrian lowered his boot, he turned to his loyal supporters before he told them, "Well done. You have made me very proud with your choices. I guarantee that, come the day, you shall reap the rewards of loyalty. Now, all this excitement has tired me out. Anyone got a seat?" The common room cleared the way for him very quickly as Blaise and Pansy stepped with Hadrian and, finding a comfortable-looking seat, the new apex predator of the snakes turned and took his seat, Blaise and Pansy both bowing to him while Theo crawled to let Hadrian rest his feet along his back. "You are the Slytherin king now, Hadrian," Draco remarked, speaking to the dark-haired wizard for the first time since the sorting. "That which you command, we of Slytherin shall obey, just as I promised you the first time we met." "When was that?" asked Blaise, noticing the glare being sent between Hadrian and Draco before the Slytherin king nodded to Draco. Seeing the allowance, Draco answered with the last response that even Blaise had expected. It was on Hadrian's 10th birthday, when he was anointed as the new lord of the Black family. None of the Slytherins knew what to say about that. Thankfully, they had the worries and thoughts of the first week at Hogwarts to distract them. By the time Friday rolled around and the Slytherins were looking forwards to their first lesson with their head of house, it was a pretty common fact amongst the students of the school as to who ruled the snake pit. When they'd walked around the school and explored the ways to their classes, it had been Hadrian that had led them and, if any of them spoke out of turn, it was soon replaced with a look of fear as those cold emerald green eyes met the guilty party's gaze. When they spent time in the common room studying and socializing, it was Hadrian that had his own private area, usually with Nott acting as his personal footrest, while the other students kept an almost two-chair distance between them and their king. Even the higher years seemed to acknowledge the power of the first year as they couldn't explain, no matter how much they tried, they just couldn't explain how or why Nott had lost his mind like he had done. Reviewing memories and even going over the scenario in their heads, the elder years just came to the same outcome. Nott had spat on Potter and then, like a victim to a Dementor, he had been forced to his knees with a crack that had actually been the sound of Crabbe and Goyle cracking their knuckles. Then Nott had screamed about damaging his knees and been frozen in fear before he'd been silenced and left whimpering and cowering. Potter, meanwhile, had done nothing but mocked the boy about being a little birdie and a dog. And yet, no matter how blank their explanations, there wasn't one member of the house that could explain where Nott's shed blood had come from, though some speculated that it had come from Nott cracking one of his teeth when his jaws had slammed together like they'd done. Whatever the reason, it was clear that Hadrian held some sort of sway over the first years and even the second and third years and, with nearly half the house watching him with airs of respect and intimidated feelings in their expressions, It wasn't like many of the 4th through 7th years were in too much of a hurry to act out against that power. Yes, Hadrian Potter, the last person any Slytherin had expected to gain the title, was the one true Slytherin king, and, over the first week of lessons, it was clear to not only the students, but the staff as well that this was likewise. Though he didn't tell any of the Slytherins about such feelings, Hadrian found the lessons to be remarkably interesting, if not surprising. Needless to say that, even after that particular Friday, his favorite lessons would be, in no particular order, defense against the dark arts, potions and, to the surprise of others, history of magic. Transfiguration, on the other hand, wasn't Hadrian's favorite lesson. Interesting, yes, but right from the word go, he knew that he would loathe the lesson as it was with the Gryffindor head and, to add fuel to the fire, it was with the Gryffindors. From the moment that the Slytherins took their seats in the room, each of them sat on one side of the king, but neither behind nor in front of him, giving him a perfect view of the room. Though he was at the front of the room anyway, so it was difficult to sit in front of him. The Gryffindors were trouble. In their very first lesson, when Hadrian and his cohorts had taken their seats, the Gryffindors arrived, some of them giving him glares of death and threat as they looked at him. Only Neville Longbottom, the interesting boy that Hadrian had kept his eye on since the first night, looked upon him and seemed to acknowledge his choice to be a Slytherin as he nodded curtly. Then, just after the bell had rung signaling the start of the lesson, the doors to the room had opened and Ron Weasley had blundered in, accompanied by Lavender Brown, both of them clearly out of breath. Lavender seemed to dote on Ron as she asked him if he was okay, before the Git had responded that he felt better knowing McGonagall didn't know they were late. That was when the brown-furred tabby cat that had been perched on the table had leapt up and, in mid-flight, changed back into Professor McGonagall, who made a sarcastic remark about transfiguring Weasley or Brown into a pocket watch. That way one of them might be on time. Wouldn't work, Hadrian muttered, his lips masked by his linked fingers as he'd caught an interest in McGonagall's transformation. One of them would still be broken. This earned a snigger from Draco, who had seemed to take up a permanent place at Hadrian's right-hand side while Blaise and Pansy were at his left-hand side. Once the trouble had finally sat down, McGonagall gave them their task of changing a matchstick into a needle. Out of the Slytherins, it was Hadrian and Draco that completed the task in full, the Slytherin king not only changing his matchstick, but also changing it into gold, silver, bronze and marking each one with the Slytherin crest. When McGonagall saw the effort, she awarded Slytherin 30 points, 10 for each needle, before she asked Hadrian how he'd known not only how to complete the transfiguration but change the color too. "I'm sorry, Professor," Hadrian had replied, "but in my experience, knowledge is power." "Don't talk to her like that," shrieked Hermione Granger, earning a stone-cold glare from the Slytherins while Hadrian had just turned his head to look at her. "I don't believe we got off to the right start, miss," he mused, his cold green eyes piercing into her soul as he told her, "I'm clearly a gifted, powerful wizard and you're little more than a pathetic bookkeep. Ing Mudblood. If I want your opinion, I'll ask for it." Hermione had been silenced before Ron had snapped, "Don't you dare call her that, traitor. Your mother was Muggle-born. She'd die again if she, ow." The cry of pain came from the fact that every single one of the Slytherin's needles, including Crabbe and Goyle's, which looked more like mini-daggers, had risen up and suddenly given Weasley emergency acupuncture, covering him in red spots while each of Hadrian's needles embedded themselves in front of Weasley in perfect alignment with a certain part of his anatomy. "How did that happen?" asked McGonagall, looking to a nonchalant Hadrian while the Slytherins were sniggering and laughing at the Arlet porcupine. "Like I said," Hadrian merely replied, aware that the biased witch was probably going to deduct points for this. Knowledge is power. Surprisingly, McGonagall didn't deduct points as she couldn't explain what had just happened. Which, later, the Slytherins took to be Gryffindor speak for. "I can guess what happened, but I can't prove it." Another lesson that Hadrian found vaguely interesting was charms, though that was only because it wasn't too big a secret that his mother was a charms prodigy and he'd inherited the gift. To start them off, Professor Flitwick quizzed them on a quick fire session to name as many charms as they could. Some of the Hufflepuffs named simple charms like Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, Alohomora, Expelliarmus and so on, but, when Hadrian was asked, he just sniffed once, looked up at Flitwick and replied with one that no first year should have known about. The Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. His answer and then explanation of the charm had gotten him 10 points for Slytherin, but, at the end of the lesson, when Phileas had asked him how he knew of such a complex charm, Hadrian had replied with what many would soon come to claim as his new creed. Knowledge is power. Afterwards, when it came time for their first defense class, some were confused about what they were learning given that Professor Quirinus Quirrell stammered every second word and never made much sense. However, what Hadrian liked about it was the sense of darkness that hung in the air and, thankfully, Dada was one of the few lessons that were just Slytherin alone, so he didn't have any annoyances or aggravating questions from the other houses. As for history, Hadrian liked this lesson because of how it was taught by a ghost and, even though Professor Bin's droning voice would put Ben Stein to sleep, Hadrian not only stayed awake, but used the lesson as a means to get some private research done under the guise of taking notes for the lesson. Then, afterwards, he would simply take revision notes from Blaise or Draco, both of whom acted as his own personal study aides within the slowly building order of things within the Snake Pit. On Thursday night at midnight, Hadrian was treated to his first astronomy lesson, and it was here that the Slytherins actually caught their first sign of their new king in a state other than cold indifference with an air of threatening danger. While he obviously listened to Professor Sinestra's words, Hadrian would just sit there beneath the giant open sky view of the night sky and stare up at the stars. Then, when the lesson was done, he'd yawn, close his book and return to the Slytherin dormitory without so much as a backwards glance or a second word. In the dorms, Theo had also moved out of the dorm as he realized he was unworthy to share his master's space and, in his place, Draco now joined Blaise and Hadrian and, by the end of the week, things seemed to return to whatever passed for normal in the Snake Pit. Though there were those of them who knew and understood that things would never be the same again. Not with Hadrian Potter as the new Slytherin king, it wouldn't. On the morning of their first potions lesson, which to their disbelief was with those Gryffindor morons, the Slytherin first years gathered in the study annex of the common room where, at the head of their group, Hadrian took his seat within the new throne that he'd been given by the snakes, linking his fingers as he looked at the group assembled before him. As always, Draco, Blaise and Pansy took their own spots next to their king while Theo made a move to his usual place at his master's feet, only to be stopped by a raised hand from Hadrian before he beckoned away, clearly giving the broken-spirited boy a day of freedom for his loyal services. Once Theo fell back into place, Hadrian took a deep breath before he addressed the first years with his usual icy tone. "I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not looking forwards to this morning's lesson as much as the rest of you aren't either. But instead of showing dread and weakness, we're going to show that we're stronger as a house united. Thanks to Draco's information on how Professor Snape runs his lessons, I know that there'll be study partners made for the year ahead. However, while the Gryffindors fall over themselves, I am going to decide ours here and now. Any questions?" "No," chorused the first years as Hadrian lifted one of his hands, pointing first to his three closest allies. "Pansy, as our clearly smarter, better attitude and more worthy version of that mudblood, you will be partnered with me," he explained, earning a wide-eyed look from Pansy before Hadrian continued. "Don't worry, just because I compared you to the buck-toothed freak doesn't mean I expect you to act like some OCD-needing witch. Just make sure you do nothing to endanger my marks in Snape's class and do exactly as we're instructed, and you won't need to hear me call you that again, understand?" "Yes, Hadrian," Pansy replied, still slightly shocked that their king had chosen her to partner up with him when Draco was the better potions aide or Blaise was someone that Hadrian could trust. Ignoring the obvious unspoken question, Hadrian then continued, "Blaise, you will work with Millicent while Draco and Daphne partner up as well. As for the Carrows, you'll be pairing with Crabbe and Goyle." "Why is with them?" asked Flora, her choice of words and sharp-tongued exclamation earning a sideways glance from the Slytherins as they slowly moved away from her. Lowering his hand from where he'd been resting it against the side of his head, Hadrian cocked an eyebrow in an almost perfect pureblood expression of curiosity before he answered simply, "Because I say so, and because you need to learn your lesson from siding with the foolish earlier this week. And, speaking of fools, this just leaves you, Theo. And, as it happens, I have a special assignment for you, my little pet. Do well and you will have not only earned your place as a real member of my circle once again, but you will have also earned my forgiveness." "How may I serve you, my king?" asked Theo, stepping forwards before, in a manner similar to certain wizards before another half-blood lord, he dropped to one knee and waited for his orders. There is a member of Gryffindor whom has caught my eye, Hadrian explained, linking his fingers as he explained. However, I have heard rumors that he is somewhat intimidated by Professor Snape and is considered to be a squib despite his pureblood lineage. It will be your task, Theo, to help cure him of the intimidation against Snape and, once you're sure he's ready, you will bring him before me. Do you understand this assignment? And who is the one you seek, Master? Neville Longbottom, Hadrian answered, then aware of the looks of shock from the Slytherins around him as he explained, you may find yourselves agreeing with the rumors concerning him, but, if my place as your king should prove anything, it's that people can surprise you. This is your task, not. Bring the real wizard out from within the so-called squib and, when you think he's ready, bring him before me. Do this and you will have regained your right to call yourself a real Slytherin. Do you understand my wish? I hear and obey your wishes, my king, Theo replied, bowing lower as he accepted the mission that he had been given by the Slytherin king. Lifting his head with an expression of apparent satisfaction in his eyes, Hadrian then looked to the last member of the snake pit as he explained, and don't think I've conveniently forgotten you, Tracy. I leave your choice of partner to you, under one condition. What condition, Hadrian? That they are worthy of my time and attention, Hadrian replied, noticing Tracy now raise a questioning eyebrow. Flicking a stray bit of dust from his robe, Hadrian continued, by that, I mean that, like I plan with Mr. Longbottom, I want you to choose someone else amongst the first-year Lions whom you think would make a welcome addition to our little circle. Gain their trust over time and convince them of how it's wrong to think of me as their so-called savior. Then, like not to Longbottom, when you believe they are ready, you will bring them before me and introduce us on a more personal level, understand? Yes, Hadrian. As Hadrian rose from his throne, with a look of apparent dismissal in his cold green eyes, he then sniffed once before he added, just one more thing, Tracy. For Salazar's sake, as well as your own, do not choose Brown, Granger or Weasley. I refuse to allow myself to parley with a vain fool like one of them, a blindsided nobody like the other and an insect whom would make trolls look bright. Don't worry, Hadrian, Tracy assured him, counting off the 3 no-nos of Gryffindor as she thought about her target. I will bring you someone worthy, you have my word. In that case, Hadrian remarked, looking to the clock that hung over the entrance to the annex, I believe it's time for breakfast. Let's get going, and remember, no excuses for failing in the lesson of our own head of house, and this includes you too, he added, indicating Crabbe and Goyle before giving a warning glance to the Caro twins. That's why I put the 2 of you as their partners. Any more questions? No, Hadrian, chorused the Caros, both of them sharing the thought of how they'd been wrong to underestimate their new king of Slytherin. Clearly, he thought not only about making himself look good, but the rest of the house as well. No wonder he hadn't seemed to mind about being sorted into their house or been afraid to defend his honor at the same time. Even the Caros were willing to admit that they'd been wrong to challenge this level of authority and cunning. He was a student and a player of the game worthy of Slytherin himself. And that was why he was the Slytherin king. With 5 minutes to go until the start of the potions lesson, Severus Snape took up a hidden position from within the shadows inside his classroom, his eyes watching as the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years made their way into the room. As he'd half expected to see by now, Hadrian took the frontmost row of the class along with Draco, Greengrass and Parkinson. The bee-owned haired witch sat next to Draco while Hadrian was joined by Parkinson. At the same time, Severus noticed how Crabbe, Goyle, the Caro twins, Zabini and Bulstrode also took places in paired formations, each of them waiting on him for the start of the lesson. So Draco must have told Hadrian about the lesson plans, Severus thought, before a shocking sight caught his eye. As the Gryffindors took their seats in no particular order or fashion, Miss Davis and Mr. Nott made moves of their own, the latter sitting next to Mr. Longbottom while Miss Davis seemed to examine the Gryffindors before, with a glance to Hadrian for permission, which he returned with a curt nod. She took her seat next to the half-blood male, Mr. Finnegan. Seems to me that the Slytherin King's authority has shown itself, Severus thought to himself as he noticed the newest Weasley sitting with the Granger girl that seemed to take a pleasure out of challenging Hadrian and the Slytherins. As he saw this, Severus let a smirk creep across his face at the thought of how they'd react when he delivered the news before, hearing the door close as the last students took their seats, he emerged from the shadows. There'll be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect you to understand the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few, he had reached the front of the class by this time and seemed to examine the interested faces of the 4 Slytherins at the front, letting his gaze linger on Hadrian longest of all, who possess the predisposition. A flash of interest seemed to show itself in the usually cold-eyed glare of the Slytherin king as Severus continued his usual first-year welcome lecture. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Moving his gaze to the Gryffindors, Severus thought he saw a look of annoyance cross Weasley's face as, next to him, Granger was frantically scribbling with a need to learn more despite the fact that none of what the man had said was actually what they'd learn here at Hogwarts. To think such things could actually be taught to a bunch of useless dunderheads like these was almost laughable. Ah well. They'd learn the hard way. Then again, Severus mused, aware of Draco and the Greengrass heiress smirking as though they knew where his words were being aimed. Maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention. Weasley nudged Granger, who seemed to look up at her professor with an air of sorrow and guilt that made a few Slytherins smirk, while Hadrian just closed his eyes and flashed his teeth in a cocky sneer before Severus continued. Mr. Weasley, it never ceases to surprise me how our school is cursed with your family's rapidly growing numbers. But let's see if you manage to inherit more than just red hair and the dim-witted expressions. Tell me, what would you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Granger's hand could have knocked Weasley right off his seat with how quickly it was in the air. At the same time, a soft chuckle came from both Draco and Hadrian while Weasley replied, I don't know. Why are you asking me anyway? I suppose I was hoping that our school had gained one more brain-blessed Weasley aside from your brother, Charles. Severus mused, looking to the girl at Weasley's side before he asked, Miss Granger, do you need to use the facilities? There were a few more laughs from the Slytherins while Granger lowered her hand as she answered, No, Professor, but you should know that the answer to your question is. Was I asking you the question, Miss Granger? Asked Severus, ignoring the scoffs and sniggers that spread around the room. No, sir. Then why were you so insistent on feeding your desire to be an insufferable know-it-all if you were not whom I asked? Hermione blushed while Severus moved his attention to the rest of the room as he asked, Can anyone else answer me the question I asked Weasley? Preferably someone not with a lion on their chest. Several hands went up before the potions master asked, Yes, Miss Davis? Powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood is part of the process needed for the draft of living death, Tracy explained, her voice calm and clear as she added, It is a sleeping draught that is so powerful that only very few potioneers have ever created such a perfected mix that doesn't cause comatose states or instant death. 10 points to Slytherin, Severus remarked, watching as Weasley's ears went red before Granger lowered her head as he added, and 5 points from Gryffindor for failing to understand instructions, Granger. And a further 2 points for failing to read through your texts before this lesson began, Weasley. Biased git. A further 10 for insulting a teacher, Severus added, seeing a few of the Gryffindors now glaring at the redhead, including Granger, who seemed to be insulted by the loss of points. If Severus had to guess, he'd say that the girl had earned those points and now Weasley had ruined her hard work. Keeping the smirk off his face, Severus then asked, Now, let's try and see if Gryffindor are all the usual bunch of dunderheads I'm forced to teach. Mr. Longbottom, where would you look if I told you to find me a bazour? Aye, in the stomach of a GG goat, Professor, Neville answered, Severus then aware of Mr. not mouthing his well-done wishes to the boy as though he'd encouraged the answer. Something about the reason for the two being together seemed to direct the potions master's eyes towards the apathetic face of Hadrian as he nodded with a content expression in his green eyes. 5 points to Gryffindor, Severus remarked, looking to Hadrian as he added, for no doubt making sure you knew the bare essentials for this lesson. Now, last question. Mr. Potter, can you tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There isn't really a difference, Professor Snape, Hadrian answered with a bored tone to his voice. They are part of the same potion's herb class and type of the herb aconite, which can be used to poison or repress a state of heightened being in targets, such as the infamous wolfsbane potion. 5 points to Slytherin, Severus replied, more than impressed with the boy's state of knowledge, and another 2 for naming a high-class potion that, if I am honest, I would not expect a first year to possess such knowledge of. Hadrian said nothing as Severus then turned his attention to the class, flicking his wand at the board behind him in the process where a set of instructions appeared. Once the writing was complete, Severus turned back to the class before he explained, as some of you may have heard, despite my better wishes for otherwise, in these lessons, you will work in paired groups. Now, since it seems that some of you are rather comfortable where you are, I have decided to forego the usual chaos of choosing partners and, instead, you shall work with the person closest to you. So, for example, Mr. Potter and Miss Parkinson, Mr. Malfoy and Miss Greengrass, Mr. Knott and Mr. Longbottom and, finally, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. You must be joking. Ron snapped, earning a glare from Severus as he asked, why am I working with her? All she'll do is mow. And about me doing it wrong and then. Then perhaps you'll learn something from this experience, Hadrian mused, earning a death glare from the two lions as he added, Professor Snape has been teaching students for years and in here, his word is law. Don't like it, Weaselby. Then you know where the door is. Who asked you, Potter? Asked Weasley. If you were in our house as you were meant to be, then we could be partners in. And you'd probably spend half the time handing me the wrong ingredients and making sure I fail just to make you look good, Hadrian retorted, earning a snigger from Pansy as he added, either way, I'm certainly glad I'm not in your house. From what I've heard, you have a poor tendency to shut your mouth when sleeping and therefore sound like a pig got into Gryffindor Tower. As laughs echoed from the Slytherins, Severus took charge again as he exclaimed, silence. Mr. Weasley, while I do not condone shouting out in this class, Mr. Potter has a point. I have always assigned partners to the more difficult members of my class and that is not going to change now. However, if I find that you have simply sat back and allowed Miss Granger to do the work for you, you'll both fail each and every lesson. Furthermore, you've just lost Gryffindor another 2 points for disrupting the class. What about that traitor? Demanded Ron, he's shouting out too. Congratulations, Mr. Weasley, Snape hissed, now you've lost the rest of the points that the more studious members of your class have worked to gain and earned yourself detention with me starting tonight and running over the weekend. As for Mr. Potter's shout-out as you called it, he did not argue or fight what has happened and he did not raise his voice at one point. Only because he's too much of a weirdo to even try to shout, Ron insisted, earning death glares from the Slytherins. Weasley, Severus remarked, now stepping between the lines of sight for both Hadrian and Ron, his teeth now bared as he snarled, you and Miss Granger will both move to the very back of the class and, if I hear any more arguments especially against my own house, I will remove each and every point from Gryffindor. Do I make myself clear? Ron went to answer, but thankfully, Hermione clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him to the back of the class. As the task for the class was finally allowed to be put underway, Severus then moved to the front and, as Hadrian passed him to collect the next ingredient for his process, he whispered, 5 points for defending your house honor, Mr. Potter, and another 5 for honoring my authority in here. Hadrian said nothing as he went to sort out his station and continue with his task. At the end of the lesson, when Severus dismissed the class and told the red-headed annoyance to report to his office for detention after dinner, he went about the class, inspecting the potions that they'd made. A few were results that he'd expected, like the near-perfect potion from Draco that was given Severus' first O grade of the term. Even Zabini and Bulstrode had managed a result worthy of an EE grade. However, when Severus looked at the cauldrons where Davis and Finnegan as well as Longbottom and Knott had been working, he found himself impressed when he detected stasis charms on the cauldron and an alert charm to tell the potion crafter when it was time to remove the pot from the fire. This explained why there'd been no resulting explosions from the class. Though he didn't want to do it, Severus also awarded the odd couples of Gryffindor and Slytherin students an EE grade. Finally, as he walked to the front, Severus took a look at Hadrian's cauldron and, when he did so, his eyes widened when he found it worthy not just of a grade, but, even beyond Draco, it was the only one of the class worthy of an O+ grade. There wasn't one thing wrong with it and, in addition to the boiled cure potion that they'd meant to be crafting, Severus also found a vial containing the bubonic plague potion, the counter to the cure potion that would add the boils rather than remove them, and, like the cure, it too was perfect. Interesting indeed, thought the potion's master, before his eyes narrowed as he added, especially since I know of only one person aside from myself who could create such a perfect pair of potions, but how could she have told Potter about this? Even as the thought crossed his mind, Severus felt a familiar heated tingle on his arm from where Potter's magic had cursed him. The warning was enough for Severus to put the dilemma aside and focus on teaching the next class of students, for now, at least. After the success of the potions class, Hadrian spent most of his weekend working on his homework tasks and, throughout the next week, he kept a close eye on the two students from the Lion's Den that his two Slytherin allies were working with. It had surprised Hadrian that Davis had chosen to work with another half-blood aside from himself, but, when he'd asked about the Irish-born student, Draco was the one that explained about the olden Celtic magical line of the Finnegans and their majority of knowledge on the old magic and its uses in the world. As for Neville Longbottom, he was still someone that Hadrian kept a close eye on, mostly because of how the House of Longbottom was, much like the Potter and Black houses, an ancient warrior family that could probably date back as far as the Hogwarts founders themselves. With constant reports from Nott on Longbottom's progress, Hadrian counted down the days to the moment where the boy would come before him and, by then, he would be ready to pledge his loyalty to the Slytherin king. In the meantime, in the third week of term, another approaching dilemma had Hadrian's attention distracted. Flying lessons would be starting on Thursday and both Gryffindor and Slytherin would be working together. While a few of the first years seemed to share thoughts of proving themselves worthy for the Slytherin Quidditch team, Hadrian was more focused on the idea of another lesson where he'd not only be able to watch his two possible protégés, but also really stick it to those in that house that still saw him as the boy who lived. On the day of the flying lesson, the Slytherins moved together like a well-oiled machine as they walked down to the flying pitch, though it was another 30 minutes before the Gryffindors turned up, much to the ire of their instructor, Madame Hooch. When everyone was in place, Hadrian just sneered at the state of the broom that lay at his feet, but said nothing as their lesson began. "Stick your right hand over the broom and say up," Madame Hooch instructed, each of the students echoing her commands with different results. Hadrian's broom seemed to actually fly up into his hand where he held it firmly. A few of the other Slytherins also had their brooms in hand while, across the field, the Gryffindors weren't having as much luck. Granger's hadn't moved. Finnegan's and Weasley's brooms seemed to just loll around and Brown's had gone up all right. Up her robe and covered her face in bristles. "Not," Hadrian muttered, a warning tone in his voice as he caught sight of the nervous-looking Neville Longbottom, whose broom just turned around and did nothing else. Understanding the Slytherin King's warning, Nott looked across at Neville before he moved to stand by the young Gryffindor as he helped him out. "Don't show fear to the broom," Theo instructed, looking at Neville as he explained, "Be confident and strong with your declaration." Oh, okay," Neville replied, before he looked down and, taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Up." Much like Hadrian's broom, Neville's actually seemed to fly into his hand while, down the line, Weasley's had given up with the idiot's command and, when he next commanded up, it shot its pointed end up, almost spearing his male reproductive organs in the process. "I felt that," Draco chuckled, earning a few laughs from the Slytherins and, to Hadrian's surprise, even Longbottom smirked before Madame Hooch wandered down the line and, gathering Weasley up, she faced the group. "Everyone is to remain here while I take Mr. Weasley to the hospital wing." She used one of her arms to steady the moaning little brat as she added, "If I see a single broom in the air, the one riding it will be out of Hogwarts faster than you can say Quidditch." When they were gone, Hadrian turned to Theo and a shocked-looking Neville before he told the round-faced boy, "Let's talk." With a few sharp glares from the Gryffindors, Neville felt a slight compulsion to obey Hadrian's words as he followed the Slytherin King to a private corner of the flying pitch. Once he was sure that they were out of earshot, Hadrian turned to face Neville before he explained, "I know you may be surprised to receive help from one of my snakes, Longbottom, but, the fact of the matter is, you interest me." "Me?" asked Neville, earning a nod from Hadrian. "Why?" "You and me," Hadrian answered, standing with his back to the other students while he looked at Neville, "we're not so different. You have the potential to be a great and powerful warrior, but only if you allow yourself to believe in that power as well as know it just because others say it. For instance, here," he grabbed Neville's wand before he held it up in his hands, "something tells me that this wand isn't yours, am I right?" "It was my dad's," Neville answered, watching with shock as Hadrian began throwing the wand in the air like he was juggling a baton. And that means you have to have it, does it? He asked, turning to face Neville while juggling the wand in his hand. Does it mean you have to do what others want you to do? Or does it mean that you're just their little totem pole to watch and admire simply because of something your father did? That's easy for you to say, Neville argued, actually snatching his wand from Hadrian as he explained. You haven't got anyone who expects much from you, but me? I spent my life thinking I wasn't a wizard until my great-uncle decided it would be funny to drop me out of the 5th-floor window and watch me bounce all the way down to the road. Even then, all I got was my stupid toad and nothing else. It's like they choose not to see me or something. Sounds like that angers you, Hadrian reasoned. It does. Sounds like you want to show them who you really are. It does. Whatever the cost? Yes. Hadrian smirked. Perhaps this would be easier than he'd thought. Turning to face the dark-haired lion, he adopted a look of interest before he asked, so, if it is your ambition to become more than they want you to become, why do you let yourself hide behind this facade of a squib? You're Neville Longbottom, the last son of a brave and noble warrior bloodline. You're a Gryffindor who has the opportunity to bare your fangs and roar like no one else ever could. Why hide behind this mask of weakness that, if I'm being honest, I'm actually jealous of? You are? Yes, Hadrian admitted, actually looking as sincere as he sounded as he addressed Neville. I mean, just imagine if it had been me who'd gotten into Gryffindor. Imagine the chaos they'd have put me through just because I'm the son of an Auror who may as well have run to his death and a brave, but foolhardy Muggle-born witch who did everything she could to protect her only son. Imagine the image they'd want me to hold onto just because they want a figurehead. I'd never be able to do what you do, Neville, so, yes, I'm jealous of your gift. Oh, sorry, I guess. Don't be sorry, Hadrian reasoned. You see, I'm jealous, but I'm also inspired. You're just showing your true self to me now because I don't want you to be something you're not. Then, what do you want? Asked Neville. Why have not helped someone like me if you know what I'm really like? Because, Hadrian answered, placing a hand on Neville's shoulder as he looked deep into the boy's eyes. I want you to help me, Neville. Come with me into the places they'd rather not let us touch and you won't have to hide who you really are. You're a great wizard, Longbottom. Otherwise, why else would you be in the House of the Warrior? No one should doubt that level of power. It's just a matter of releasing it and, if you join me, if you come into that place where we shouldn't be, I promise you, you will know power. But, how? Asked Neville. I mean, what if people laugh or think me a traitor because we're together? Let them, Hadrian replied, releasing his hand from Neville's shoulder as he explained. I don't much care for what they think of me. It's my heart that pumps blood around my body and my magic that obeys my will. Any who don't like it aren't making a point. They're turning themselves into target practice. Neville seemed to find himself drawn to what Hadrian Potter was saying. He knew that he shouldn't feel these things, and yet, the more that the green-eyed boy talked, the more Neville found himself liking what he was hearing. When he'd been on the train, people had laughed because of how he'd been sad when he'd lost his toad, but now, with what he'd said to Hadrian about the gift being stupid, Neville realized just how weak and feeble he'd appeared to be. Plus, as crazy as it sounded, Neville had to admit that he felt like he'd found a kindred spirit in Hadrian. The guy never insulted him or put him down because he was different, and none of the Slytherins did the same either. There was even a Slytherin working with him on overcoming his fears in potions and helping improve his grades, and, when Neville had asked not what he'd got out of this, the weedy-appearing boy had almost paled before he'd answered, I have my orders and I shall answer them. Neville had heard rumors of how Hadrian seemed to have taken the mantle of the Slytherin king, the most powerful, most destructive, highest-ranked Slytherin in the house. And, considering that people would rather throw a destiny and a likeness to his parents that Hadrian had chosen to ignore, it was like throwing an irresistible force against an immovable object. And here and now, Neville was looking at the end result. So, Neville? Asked Hadrian, sensing the whirlwind of emotions within the Gryffindor. What do you say? Are you just going to hide like the weakened, starved cub you are, or will you take your rightful place as the alpha male of the pride and the proud warrior at my side? Neville had an epiphany in that one moment. It didn't matter what voice tried to convince him otherwise, it was time to stop being the mewling quim of a weakling. Time to stop being the squib, and become what he was born to be. And if that meant selling his soul out to the devil himself, even if that devil was Hadrian James Potter, then so be it. Looking past Hadrian's shoulder, Neville smirked before he asked, "May I make a suggestion to show you my answer, Hadrian?" "Of course." Neville leaned in close and whispered his plan to Hadrian, who just smiled and nodded as he led the boy back to the Gryffindors where, as they approached, Hermione Granger ran to him and took his arm, but Neville pulled it away. "Don't you dare lay your hand on me, Granger," Neville growled. "People like you aren't worthy to stand with me." "Neville!" Hermione exclaimed, looking to Hadrian with a cold glare as she hissed, "What have you done to him?" "Opened my eyes," Neville answered, "before, to the amusement of the Slytherins and their sovereign." The Longbottom heir dropped to one knee and bowed his head before Hadrian, his voice calm as he explained, "Thank you for setting me free from myself. I, Neville Franklin Longbottom, pledge myself to your service and your teachings, my king." "You won't regret this, Neville," Hadrian remarked, showing a smile for the first time since the Slytherins had known him, but it did little to alleviate their sense of loyalty to him. As the smile that Hadrian showed was like the smile of a shark smelling the blood of its prey in the waters, like the smile of a wolf cornering a wounded rabbit. In short, it was the smile of the Slytherin king celebrating his victory over his enemies. "Neville!" Hermione exclaimed, looking to Hadrian with a cold glare as she hissed, "What have you done to him?" "Opened my eyes," Neville answered, "before, to the amusement of the Slytherins and their sovereign." The Longbottom heir dropped to one knee and bowed his head before Hadrian, his voice calm as he explained, "Thank you for setting me free from myself. I, Neville Franklin Longbottom, pledge myself to your service and your teachings, my king." Chapter 6. Cracks in the armor. It was a confident Hadrian Potter that returned to the Slytherin common room following their flying lesson, some of the snakes with him still laughing at the look on Granger's face when their king's new warrior had revealed his true self to them. There were also some that whispered in silent tones about the scare they'd received when Hadrian had actually smiled for the first time since they'd known him. Once the entrance to the dorm closed behind them, Hadrian stopped dead in his tracks, the other first years stopping with him before he turned and, looking to each and every one of them, he took a deep breath before he spoke, "Not, come here." The weedy boy who had spent the past 3 weeks as his king's pet and servant stepped forwards with a hint of fear to his expression, stopping in front of Draco and looking down at Hadrian's feet. As he considered himself unworthy to look his master in the eye, the boy gulped and clenched his fists to stop their shakes. "Kneel." Theo obeyed instantly, dropping to his knees and bowing his head as he waited for Hadrian's commands or words. 3 weeks ago, Hadrian exclaimed to the assembled Slytherins, "This boy, Theodore Adrian Nott, challenged your king's authority and chose to think himself as my superior and consider me as his pet and avenue for this. He was punished by magic and by me and spent his days as my pet. Now, Theo, tell me, do you still consider me your lesser?" "No, master," Theo replied, his voice steady despite the way that his heart pounded in his chest. "Have you seen that I truly am worthy of the crown and my place as your dormmate?" "Yes, master." "When you look at me, do you see a half-blood?" "No, master." "What do you see? I look at me." Theo's eyes looked up, meeting the cold, unforgiving glare of the Slytherin king before he spoke. "I see a warrior, a sorcerer and a sovereign. One who is worthy, no, more than worthy of being one of the children of Salazar. I see the future of our house who, beyond good and evil, would even give the reign of the former Slytherin king a run for his money." "And tell me," Hadrian asked, his voice hardening with a hint of rage as he asked, "do you know who that last king was?" The Dark Lord," Nott answered, the other Slytherin first years seeing their king's eyes harden just as his voice had done. "Yes," Hadrian hissed, the word almost turning the blood in the veins of the snakes to ice, "Lord Voldemort." As expected, there were a few flinches from the Slytherins at the mention of the accursed name before Hadrian continued, "He who must not be named. You know who. All names of pathetic weaklings who fear their own shadows rather than fear the true evil out there. After all, for a big bad Dark Lord, he didn't seem to fare too well against the true Slytherin king, and I was but a baby too. Does this tell you that I am equal to Voldemort in any way?" "No, master," Theo replied, his own voice almost hardening with a cold indifference as he explained, "You're worse." "Good answer," Hadrian smirked, the look on his face making the half-blood look like a real pureblood before he continued, "Now that we have that down to a T, I have news for you, Nott. Later in that same week that you foolishly challenged my power, I gave you a mission. Do you remember it? Your orders were to bring the Gryffindor squibbling out of his shell and over to your side, Theo answered, a part of him feeling like he was being bathed in dark light as he took a guess at what was coming. And in 3 weeks, Hadrian continued, looking up at the other Slytherins as he explained, the squibbling did indeed come out of his shell thanks to my loyal servant's assistances. Then, this very afternoon, he proved the strength of his resolve to me when his magical command to the broom at his feet matched the level of my own power. And so, I took him aside and discovered a truly dark soul within the outcast of Gryffindor. I discovered a soul that desired the power to show those who opposed him about the real lion that dwelled inside him. With a little Slytherin cunning and a small piece of deception in making him believe I was jealous of him, I released that dark soul, and now, like the flowers of the night, the soul will bloom in the darkness. Salazar himself couldn't have done a better job, Hadrian, Blaise muttered, earning a few nods from the others while Hadrian smirked again. True, Blaise, Hadrian agreed, then returning his attention to Theo as he added, and now, because of that darkness, Neville Longbottom is one of us, figuratively speaking. And so, with your answers being both sincere and well-spoken, I know that you have learned your lesson at last, not you kneel a servant, but now, as the Slytherin king, I command you. Rise a Slytherin once more and return to your peers. There was a round of applause from the first years as a stunned Theo rose from his knees and, with a wide-eyed glance to Hadrian, he stepped back into the fold of Slytherin, though not without a last warning from the Slytherin king. Don't make the mistake again, not, because next time, you won't be my pet, you'll be target practice. He's done what? Ron Weasley, returned from the hospital wing, looked over at the Dark Lion of Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom, as Dean and Seamus finished explaining the situation to him. While the 2 other Gryffindor first-year boys weren't too worried about the reactions from this, both of them had to admit that they'd seen a change in their dorm mate ever since he'd publicly announced his siding with Hadrian Potter. Why would you do that? Asked Weasley, addressing Neville, who was leafing through one of his textbooks rather than listening to the boy's whining voice. With Potter betraying us, you're the last hope for a real Gryffindor golden boy. Why would you betray everything your family stands for and side with that Death Eater? Because I choose to, Neville answered, his voice devoid of any signs of stammer or nervousness and instead speaking with a note of true strength to him. And as for betraying everything my family stands for, Weasley, I don't see how I'm doing that since almost each and every member of my family was either a member of either Hufflepuff and even Slytherin. I'm the first Longbottom in a long time to join Godric Gryffindor's ranks, and, if you think I'm turning against that legacy, then you're wrong. I'm simply embracing what some of my ancestors worked with back when they were members of this school. But, we were getting on well, Ron argued, unaware of the roll of the eyes from Neville. I would have given you a chance, Longbottom. You could have formed the new Golden Trio or something. And who would have been our 3rd member? Asked Neville, peering over the top of his book as he asked, the Bibliophilic? You can't even stand to work with her for longer than necessary, so why would I even bother? When she's not shrieking like some malignant harpy about authority and showing respect, she's quoting some obscure text like we're meant to give a damn. If it's a choice between that and standing alone while siding with my true allies, then I'm sorry, Weasley, but I choose option 2. Then why are you still here? Asked Ron hotly, pointing to the door to the dorm as he demanded, get out. We don't allow traitors in here. Correction, Neville replied, closing his book before he rose from the bed and, crossing the room, he prodded Ron in the chest, the single motion making the red-headed troll brain fall to the ground as Neville added, you don't allow traitors in here, but since this house is called Gryffindor and not Weasley, I don't need to care about what you think. And neither should you, he added, turning to Dean and Seamus before he explained, cause it doesn't matter what they may say, I'm not going to stop working with the Slytherins or being a friend and ally to Hadrian Potter. I mean, for Godric's sake, Finnegan, he even has one of his Slytherins working with you, and do you have a problem with it? Not really, Seamus answered, looking down at Ron, who was now left feeling like the spare wheel as he added, truth be told, Nev. The only real problem that I have with the Slytherins is that, well, most of them became his supporters. Maybe, Neville agreed. Yeah, Ron snapped, going with this information as he added, like Malfoy's father, or how about the one who made you into the squib you are, Longbottom? What was her name? Don't go there, Dean whispered, but Ron didn't listen. Oh yes, I remember now. Bellatrix Lestrange, Neville snapped. Twisting around, he swung his foot out and let it collide with Ron's head, knocking the idiot into unconsciousness while Neville snarled. Don't you ever think you can use my parents against me as you would have done him, Weasley? You're just as pathetic as I've always heard. You don't understand anything about me and you never will. And if you ever use my parents' torment against me again, I will break you in half. Do I make myself clear? Well? He's kind of unconscious right now, Nev, Seamus explained, both him and Dean seeing a whole new side to the so-called Gryffindor squib as he held a look of utmost rage and fury. And, unlike the unconscious Git, they weren't all too quick to get on the wrong side of this new lion. I see, that's quite an interesting bit of information, Tracy. Finnegan told me during our last potions lesson about it, Tracy explained as she described the events told to her by her study partner to the Slytherin King. It was a week after Neville's conversion and his reaction to Weasley's jibes, and the Slytherin King was quietly studying from one of the non-Hogwarts syllabus books in the study annex as Tracy explained the situation. Apparently, Weasley went to a place that seems to be a sore spot for Neville and, long story short, he paid the price. When his prefect prat of a brother tried to make something of it, Neville threatened to give the same to anyone who thought he was here to be a carbon copy of his parents. It cost Gryffindor 30 points and Neville has a detention tonight with Professor Snape, but, well, I thought you'd want to know about it. So the Dark Lion is starting to show his fangs earlier than I thought, Hadrian mused, the mention of the name associated with the outburst bringing an air of concern to the young Slytherin as he linked his fingers over the open pages of his book. What would you like us to do about it? Nothing, Hadrian answered, narrowing his eyes as he explained, but, take Theo and bring Neville to me for a little chat. Yes, I do mean here into the dorm, he added as Tracy's eyes widened with shock. All who join our court will be welcomed amongst the Slytherins, and anyone who has a problem with that can take it up with me. Tracy didn't need to make any sort of remark in retort to the unspoken threat. She simply acknowledged the commands of the Slytherin King and, turning on her heel, she left the dorm, pausing only once to stop and collect naught for their retrieval. Hadrian, meanwhile, made a note of where he'd left the book before he closed it and, rising from his seat, he moved to the dorm where Blaise and Draco were also studying on some homework pieces. Seeing the Slytherin King walk into the room, both boys rose with an air of respected salute before Hadrian told them, "Don't worry, guys. This isn't official. In fact." He paused as he closed the door before, drawing his wand, he cast a low-level privacy ward around the door and locked it to ensure that nobody could walk into the room and disturb them. Once Hadrian was done, he turned back before he asked, "Blaise, when we were younger, your mother was a good friend of my guardian, Miss Sarah, you remember?" "I do," Blaise answered. "Did you ever ask her why?" "No," Blaise admitted, looking to Draco, who seemed to be worrying about whatever it was that was about to be said. Returning his attention to Hadrian, he asked, "Why? Do you know about it?" "I do," Hadrian answered, drawing his wand on his first and only real friend as he added, "but if you're to learn the truth, then I want you to swear a wizard's oath to me that you will tell no one else about this until I'm ready to reveal the information to them." Blaise, sensing the hint of command in the words used by his friend, looked again to Draco before he asked, has this anything to do with how our numbers are growing?" In a manner of speaking, Hadrian answered, before nodding once as he added, "Yes, Blaise. Draco already knows what I'm about to tell you, but only when you swear your silence to me. I've always known your loyalty to me was never in question. Will you change that now?" "No," Blaise answered, looking back to Hadrian as he explained, "You were my only friend at that place and I know that I've only ever been yours in return. I would never abandon that loyalty, especially not after how you used the darkness in you to protect me from the other kids." "I didn't protect you," Hadrian argued, "they were just in our way. That's all. Insects deserve to be crushed and that's all that needs to be said." Not for the first time did Blaise shudder at the icy tone that escaped Hadrian's lips as he knew that his friend and Slytherin King wasn't easy to read, which meant it was very hard to tell if he was actually covering for something with those words. Drawing his own wand, Blaise asked, "What do you need me to say?" "Only that you will never reveal what I'm about to tell you without my express permission," Hadrian explained, "and that, if you do, You are prepared to accept whatever consequences my magic deems necessary for you to learn your lesson. Draco's eyes widened now as he heard Blaise swear the oath. For some reason, the Malfoy heir knew that Blaise wouldn't lose his magic if he betrayed this oath like a normal wizard's oath would ask in payment. But, at the same time, from what he'd seen from the Slytherin King and his power, Draco could wager that Hadrian's punishment would make Blaise wish he had lost his magic. When the flash of magic lit up the dormitory, Hadrian lowered his wand before he looked to Draco and, with a curt nod, he explained, "It's all right, Draco. We can trust him now." "If you say so," Draco reasoned, watching as Blaise also sheathed his own wand before Hadrian gave the revelation. "The woman you know as Miss Sarah is just a well-hidden glamour disguise. Her real name is Bellatrix Lestrange." When Neville was escorted by Tracy and Theo into the Slytherin common room, there were a few stares from the higher years before Tracy silenced their questions as she explained, "He is here at the request and order of the Slytherin King." Though they didn't like it, the higher year students returned to their work without another word while Tracy led Neville over to the study annex where Hadrian was seated in one of the few lounge areas. A few glasses of fresh soda in front of him on a table while Blaise, Draco and Pansy were with him. "Neville, welcome," Hadrian remarked, straightening himself up in his seat before he explained, "Take a seat. Tracy, Theo, you can join us too if you wish." "No thank you, Hadrian," Theo replied, giving the Slytherin King a curt bow before he turned and left the area, Tracy repeating the dismissal moments later while Neville took his seat, a part of him then aware of Blaise's almost nervous glance in his direction. Is everything all right, Zabini?" asked Neville, noticing Hadrian's warning glare being sent towards the boy, who just coughed before he regained his posture. "Just fine, Neville, and it's Blaise," he added, smirking with a nod of his head as he explained. "All members of the court are on a first-name basis with each other." "Never mind that for now," Hadrian remarked, picking up one of the glasses in his hand before he explained, "I called you here, Neville, with regards to what I heard happened in the Gryffindor dormitory last night. Anything to say before I address why I felt it was essential that you were to be brought here personally?" "No, Hadrian," Neville answered, taking his own glass before he took a soft drink, a part of him suddenly feeling pretty light-headed as he added, "I did what I had to do to protect my family's honor and teach my enemy a lesson he wouldn't forget. I offer no excuses." "I see," Hadrian reasoned, watching as Neville blinked a few times before he shook his head. Hiding the smile that tugged at his lips, Hadrian then asked, "Neville, given that I am who I am, I understand all too well the rage you feel for anyone who insults your family. However, if you are to become stronger and remain as the first Dark Lion of our court, you will need to be a bit more cunning in future. Gryffindors think with their actions, but we of Slytherin, we think with our minds and instincts." "I understand," Neville replied, the light-headed feeling passing over him as he added, "I'll be more careful in the future with my enemies and their punishments, Hadrian. I also understand why you feel a need to let your anger show its face whenever the cause of your abandonment is mentioned," Hadrian continued, taking a drink of his own as he asked, "However, I must know, Neville, what is it about the name of the one who destroyed your family that angers you so? Did you not say to me that you wished to be something more than just someone who's seen and admired for your parents?" "I did," Neville answered, his voice steadily calm once again as he explained, "but please understand, Hadrian. I cannot forgive or forget just how my life was destroyed by that psycho witch Lestrange. After my parents died, my grandmother watched me like a hawk and actually allowed my great-uncle to torment me in the hopes of showing some major levels of magic. Even after that, she drilled me in the knowledge of the craft for hours on end without rest and, when I couldn't prove I was eligible to be recognized as someone of power, she gave up and let that man humiliate me with the toad and my father's wand. It was like all I was to her was a pawn to exact revenge on behalf of some misguided notions of familial honor. Sometimes, I couldn't help but wonder if she wanted my parents to survive and for me to be lost to the ether in their place." His voice actually seemed to become steadily harder with rage as he let out his frustrations, his eyes almost glowing with raw magic as he hissed, "She wanted me to destroy myself before I became too powerful. She knew that, given the chance, I could forge my own destiny and make myself something greater than her pathetic Hufflepuff son ever could have been. So what did she want? A martyr, an avenger, a damned pawn in her game against the dark, and that is why I will never let anyone target me." So if it is your gran that you feel the rage against, Hadrian asked, choosing his words carefully as he asked, why do you feel such hatred towards the one who took your parents? It may seem like a rather pointless question, I get that, but it seems to me that your hatred should be more directed at the ones who tormented you. After all, from what you say, it sounds to me that this Lestrange helped ignite your fires long before you could understand what they could mean. Neville, eyes wide with disbelief, actually felt his rage ebb away as he muttered, I never thought about it like that. So, Hadrian continued, why aim to hate the one that gave this dark lion its life before I unlocked it for you when, instead of hating it, you should seek this person out and, I don't know, have her help you to release more of that rage, the darkness in you that, through my own prison and dark past, also burned in me. Hadrian seemed to pause and take another drink before he explained, now, I don't know about this Lestrange woman per se, but look at who I have as my allies. The son of the most faithful Death Eater that still walks this earth. Do I hate Draco for that? No. Do I hate his father because of the half-blood pretender that he served? No. Do I hate, I dunno, Crabbe, Goyle, the Carrows or even Pansy because their parents were also suspected Death Eaters? No. Draco and Pansy both felt shock enter their hearts as they listened to Hadrian's words, both of them then realizing just why Hadrian's ambition had been to become the Slytherin king. It wasn't to just take over what you know who started. It was more than that. It was about revenge by using the one thing that Half-Blood relied on most of all, his followers. Now that's Slytherin thinking, Draco thought as he listened to Hadrian continue with his explanation. The only one I hate, and I mean really hate is, apparently, dead. If we were ever to meet, I wouldn't hesitate to slay him and send him straight to hell where he belongs, but not before making him realize that, like a certain doctor of fictional infamy, his actions gave life to a real monster. But I can't do that with her, Neville argued. Why not? Once again, the newly christened Dark Lion felt surprise as Hadrian looked at him from over the top of his glass. Taking a drink from his own glass, Neville coughed once as he asked, I'm sorry? Why can't you do that? Asked Hadrian, setting down his now empty glass as he asked, after all, was it this Lestrange woman that actually hunted your family down? Why exactly were they targeted if not just for the fun of it? And why so soon after my parents were murdered and taken from me by Frank and Mort? Have you never wondered why they weren't protected? I guess I never thought of that either, Neville agreed, looking up at Hadrian as he asked, but from what you say, it's like you're expecting me to just forget about it and actually look for Lestrange. Or you could take that revenge, Hadrian reasoned, looking to Blaise with an air of reminiscence as he explained, take all those feelings of hatred. For your parents, your gran, your great-uncle, hell, even take it for whoever it was that decided such a proud family like yours would be safe without protections. Take it all, Neville, and then, when you have it burning inside you like Vesuvius about to burst forth and flood the land below in fire and destruction, when you feel that you have reached that point where you're ready to show them the monster they created just like Voldemort created me, then you can really say whether or not you still feel like you have a bloodlust for the one that hurt your family. Hadrian seemed to ease up with his hardness in his tone as he asked, after all, who is it that's actually trying to be more worthy of revenge? Your gran wanting you to get it for your parents, or you, Neville Longbottom, wanting to get it for everything your gran and great-uncle did to you? Everything those Gryffindors did to you in thinking you a squib and mocking you because of it. Who really deserves to feel your revenge? Someone you've never met, but only heard of through painstaking magic lessons, or the one that really tore you up inside and made you believe you were only ever worthy to hold hand-me-downs and joke pets? Setting down his own glass, Neville linked his fingers before he asked, but, how can I do that? Technically, Hadrian mused, you're already doing it, right? By joining me and coming over to the Slytherin court, you're already on your way to making that decision for yourself. No one's influencing you. All I'm doing is showing you the doors and giving you one key, but which door do you choose? Neville closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, he saw the doors that Hadrian had described and, beyond them both, he could hear voices and feel great magic pushing out from both sides. The one on his left was his gran and his great-uncle and, as he listened, he heard them. Their mocking tones, her disapproving voice whenever he got a question wrong or failed a practical, his taunts about how Neville's magic would stop the torments and then how he was only worthy to hold the toad. Toad for a toad, great-uncle Algy had laughed. Neville felt rage build inside him as he heard that remark. The mocking laugh, the insistence that he'd never be good for anything but being stepped on. No. That wasn't the way forwards. The second door. That was the way. Taking his subconsciously crafted key, Neville put it in the second door, unaware of the aura that surrounded his physical body thanks to a few little aids from Hadrian hidden in the glass and the drink. Turning the lock, Neville found only white light and green flashes of energy striking him in the chest. He felt a great power burning inside him, a power like he'd never felt before. It was like a dam being burst and flooding him with all the magic he'd ever been meaning to feel. In this mindset, he saw his uncle's torments and used his magic to deal with them. The locked door in the dark closets? He blasted it off its hinges. The holding under the water to trigger some sort of magic. Neville turned his uncle's water to ice and covered his tormentor in it. The holding of him outside the window. A quick switching spell had Neville dangling Great Uncle Algy out of the window now, his eyes boring into the man's skull as he glared at him before asking a simple, dark-edged question. Who's the Toad now? Then, he dropped him, and opened his eyes, feeling the rushes of power still flowing through him, ready to obey his commands and work with him instead of against him. And there, seated proudly upon his throne, was his new lord, his sovereign, his dark savior and his mentor. Hadrian Potter, the Slytherin King. Yes, Neville knew once and for all who he was and where he stood. I've never felt so much power. Neville laughed, lifting his hands and clenching his fists as though he could see the aura that had burned around his body. And you shall have even more, Hadrian told him, linking his fingers before he gave that shark-tooth smile of his as he explained, but first, you must prove your loyalty to me. I'm listening, Neville hissed, his dark brown eyes shining with raw magic that now powered him on to his own destiny. As September disappeared and October began, there was a sense of foreboding in the air for the students of Hogwarts. Within Gryffindor Tower, there were mixed reactions to the fact that one of their own had now aligned himself with the Serpentine camp, but aside from the neutral-mindedness of Dean and Seamus, Neville's only challenge, if he could call it that, came from Ron, who seemed to lack the ability to take Neville's warning to heart. As October began, the red-haired idiot could have broken the record for hospital wing visits as he practically spent every day reminding people of the countdown to Halloween and then comparing it to a day of disrespect because their so-called hero was a snake and their only other hope was a lowly traitor. As for the Slytherin dormitory, they were surprised to set new heights and take notice of the fact that they were way ahead in the points running for the House Cup. Thanks to Hadrian's self-induced transformation of the first years, none of them actually lost points in any of their lessons, not even Crabbe and Goyle. And, as an added point, the Gryffindors lost points because of Weasley and Granger's constant complaints, while some of those points were restored by the Dark Lion, who had undergone a whole new form of transformation when he became the new rank number 1 in the Lion's Den. Needless to say that it was just a matter of time before a certain somebody decided to make a move on this. However, the day that they picked was the worst choice they could have made. Whether it was the storm that seemed to have rolled in overnight or the air of danger that their king presented from the moment he opened his eyes, they didn't know, but something told the Slytherin house members that this day, Halloween, All Hallows, Samhain, October 31st, today would bring danger and destruction. Because of the storm, the day's flying lesson was cancelled and, as a special treat in Charms that day, Professor Flitwick announced that they'd be starting on levitation lessons. Because of the rainstorm outside, the 4 houses were all together in this class and, on their own side, the Slytherins listened intently as did the Ravenclaws, though the Gryffindors seemed more intent on watching both Hadrian and Neville for any signs of weakness regarding the day. At the head of the class, Professor Flitwick began his explanations to the class. One of a wizard's most rudimentary skills is levitation or the ability to make objects fly. Now, being as young as you are, levitation is limited to light-weighted objects such as the feathers in front of you, but, with time and training, you will be able to lift great weights with little effort. Now, remember to enunciate your wording for the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. Off you go then. One by one, the class members seemed to try and levitate the feather in front of them, some of them confusing the pronunciation while others managed to wave their wands like they had no idea what they were doing. Over on the Slytherin side, however, the green-clad witches and wizards all glanced to Hadrian with knowing smirks before the Slytherin king nodded once. As one, almost like a well-practiced drill team, the Slytherins drew their wands, swished them once and flicked like discarding a bit of dust from the tip of their wands, their voices chorusing as one. Wingardium Leviosa. As one flock, the feathers in front of the Slytherin students rose and seemed to move through the air like a synchronized flying team, each of them moving in a perfect circle before they landed back on the desks. "Oh Merlin!" gasped Professor Flitwick, applauding the display as he explained, "I've been teaching classes for quite some time and, in my years, I have never seen an entire house manage the spells on their first time and in such perfect timed balance. 50 points to Slytherin for that display." "How did you do that?" asked Hermione Granger, earning a bored, but curious glance from Hadrian while the Slytherins pulled their books out to read up on the next task. "We weren't even starting this charm until today. And you pronounced it wrong. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Tell me your secrets." No," Hadrian remarked, before he nodded once at Neville who, taking the hint, drew his own wand, a new wand that he'd acquired after being cemented as a Slytherin-honored guest courtesy of an anonymous benefactor, before he swished it once, flicking it in the same manner as he mimicked Granger's advice. "Wingardium Leviosa." Putting emphasis on the O as she had done, Neville watched with amusement as his feather did indeed fly through the air, right before it burst into flames and turned to ashes. "Oh my goodness," Phileas gasped, looking over to the Slytherins who, to his surprise, weren't laughing at the boy's misfortune. Putting emphasis on any part of a spell's incantation can either enhance or destabilize its power, Hadrian explained, anticipating the stout professor's question. "Yes, Granger, we could have put emphasis on our incantations like some sort of mewling quim of a first year, but practice and reading beforehand can surprise you in many ways. Say, for example, we were practicing the flame spell, Incendio. Putting emphasis on any part of that spell would have disastrous consequences. We could have burned the class down. In similar fashion, emphasizing the levitation charm requires wand-based focus rather than the simple will and intent of a spell and, to be honest, that's stuff we learn when we're still learning to write our names." 10 points to Slytherin for a remarkable explanation of wand focusing technique, Professor Flitwick remarked, though Hadrian didn't even look concerned as he added, "Mr. Longbottom, next time, perhaps you should take Mr. Potter's warning to heart." "Yes, Professor," Neville replied, earning a pureblood smirk from Hadrian as the lesson came to an end. As they left the class, Hadrian stopped once before he turned and, addressing the Slytherins, he told them, "I'm going to be avoiding the feast tonight. Keep a close eye on our ally and make sure nothing disrupts this hallowed event." "Yes, Hadrian," chorused the first years, before a louder voice cut them off from hearing anything more. "How dare you? Excuse me?" asked Hadrian, turning to face Hermione Granger, flanked by Weasley, who just glared at Hadrian with his usual hatred. "Reading ahead is cheating," Hermione snarled. "You may think you have what it takes to match my intelligence, Potter, but you're nothing but a lowly traitor who doesn't even deserve the name you have. Your parents would." "I wouldn't finish that statement if you have any desire to see tomorrow," Neville put in, appearing from the classroom as he inclined his head to Hadrian, who smirked in return before he added, "Because, for someone as smart as you, Granger, you seem to have a poor knack for being pathetically stupid. What do you think you'd gain from insulting Hadrian and his family? Especially on today of all days in the year." "Like you can talk," sneered Ron, looking to Neville with real hatred in his eyes. "It's a Gryffindor's duty to hate Slytherins with a passion and instead you'd rather share tea and cakes with them. You're no Gryffindor, Longbottom. You're just as pathetic as your weakling vegetable parents." "You little..." Neville. Neville had gone for his wand, but at Hadrian's warning tone, he stopped and, lowering his hand, the Dark Lion sniffed before he asked, "Yes, Hadrian?" "Who the hell calls himself Hadrian?" asked Ron, now looking back at the Slytherin king as he added, "Your name is Harry Potter and you're meant to be a Gryffindor and our best mate. After all, we need someone to be the middleman between me and this nightmare." "She's thick and you're thicker if you ever believed I'd be your friend," Hadrian retorted, looking to Hermione before he asked, "And why exactly are you still here, Granger? What, exactly, do you hope to achieve by challenging me on a field of intelligence?" "Because, at the end of the day, I'm a 10th generation wizard of one of the most noble and ancient lines in the world and you? You're just a pathetic excuse for a first-generation mudblood who'd rather let her OCD nature for books be so dangerous that I'd bet spilling ink on the page is a deadly sin to you. Get it through your head, Miss Beaver, though that's an insult to beavers. There are people out there smarter than you and, no matter what you read or what you think may be right, we'll always be smarter than you. Hermione was now as white as a sheet as Hadrian just smirked coldly. Oh, what's wrong, baby? Going to go crying to your muggle parents? They try anything against the best of the best and all they'll get is an obliviate spell while you get your magic bound or maybe even thrown in prison. Cause, you see, Granger, it's called the Statute of Secrecy for a reason. Why? You're wrong, Hermione gasped, earning a cold chuckle from Hadrian that could have iced the area around them with how cold his magic seemed to have become to emphasize the point. I'm not, Hadrian laughed, before he folded his arms and added, why not go and check ministry laws and edicts? It's quite a fascinating read, but then again, it only matters to you if you actually have leverage and influence to use and, given you pal around with blood traitors and vain vixens, it's clear to me that you don't. Face facts, Granger. You're a nightmare, and you'll never have any real power or friends. Hermione turned on her heel and fled in floods of tears, leaving Ron alone. Like the idiot he was, Ron went for his wand, but Slytherin got there first as did Neville. Hadrian meanwhile shook his head as he muttered, "You don't want to do that, Weasley. Trust me." For once, Ron must have used his head as he turned and left the group alone, the Slytherins returning their wands to their pockets while Hadrian approached and, looking in the direction where Hermione had gone, the Slytherin king suddenly went from cold and callous to curious as he whispered, "Neville, while I'm on personal business tonight, I have a little job for you. Succeed and you'll be rewarded with more power than you can imagine and a freedom from the shackles that bound you once and for all." "I am at your command, Hadrian," Neville replied, looking to Hadrian's searching glances as he asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Something that's going to really test my patience and your loyalty more than you may think," Hadrian replied, before he leaned in closer to Neville and began to explain the Dark Lion's mission. That night, while the rest of the school were down in the Great Hall enjoying a bountiful feast, Hadrian waited for the coast to be as clear as it was ever going to be before he left the Slytherin dormitory and, using cunning and a sense of alertness that had come from years of terrorizing the children at Wool's, he soon found himself standing outside the third-floor corridor. "Now," he muttered, taking a deep breath as he faced the door, "I may not wish to die a painful death, but any place that Forbidden has to give just cause to have something either really valuable or really dangerous inside. So, while I'd love to wait and see what the manipulative old bastard has in store for us with that warning, I'd sooner face the danger head-on." And so drawing his wand, he smiled coldly as he whispered, "Open sesame." Magic flourished in leaps and bounds around Hadrian's body as he opened the door without another word, stepping into the forbidden corridor and, as soon as he was in, a hum of interest escaped the Slytherin king as he saw what lay beyond the door. "Well, that's interesting." At the same time that Hadrian stepped into the forbidden corridor, the Halloween feast in the Great Hall was disturbed by the appearance of Professor Quirrell running into the hall, his eyes wide with terror as he screamed, "Troll! In the dungeons! Troll in the dungeons!" As the Great Hall fell silent, the staff members of the school rose from their seats, a few members of the students looking worried while others seemed interested. As for the screaming professor, whom only a select few noticed that he hadn't stammered once with his scream, but as for him, he took several gasping breaths before he added, "Thought you ought to know." Then he fell to the floor in an almost perfect faint and, following the faint, chaos reigned in the Great Hall that was only silenced by Professor Dumbledore's booming command for silence. As he explained what people were going to do, over on the Gryffindor table, the deep brown eyes of the Dark Lion met the eyes of the Slytherins that were here without their king present and, at a confirmed nod from Draco, Neville rose with the other Gryffindors. Time to go to work. Out of everything that he'd expected to see in Hogwarts, Hadrian had to confess that the one thing he didn't expect to see was a freaking Cerberus. The giant-sized, three-headed dog seemed to inspect the newcomer while Hadrian took in the size and girth of the creature, a slow smile forming on the face of the Slytherin king as he whispered, "Oh, look at you. Oh, you say. Why, beast. What's a gorgeous creature like you doing in a slum like this? I wonder. Perhaps the hidden item is more valuable than I first believed." As the Cerberus lowered its central head, Hadrian reached out without even bothering to show fear or intimidation and, as though the beast was simply a giant Rottweiler or Doberman, he petted its head fondly before he asked, "But what are you doing here, boy? That's my question." "We're sorry, master," A deep voice resonated within Hadrian's mind as the dog closed each of its 6 eyes in enjoyment of the affection shown by the boy. "We were traded here to prevent the pretender from coming. But you may pass freely." "Traded?" asked Hadrian, as though hearing a deep voice in his mind was normal for him. "By who, father?" "An emissary of the Grand Masters." A second voice, this one slightly lighter toned than the first. Like the voice of a child. "We do not know why exactly, but we do recognize you even now. We also sense the royal line in you. Have you become what you sought to be?" "I have," Hadrian replied, "but my task is only half done. Once my time comes, I have to be prepared for the throes of power that will be bestowed on me. In the meantime, the seal is still in effect, but it pushes my dark nature out every so often. Now, should the pretender come here, I want you free to eat him and make it hurt. If anyone else, particularly an elder, come here, then I want you to let them by. I think it's time I test the loyalty of the elders once and for all." "Yes, master," a third voice, this one almost aged, but youthful in tone, spoke to him. "And what about the pretender? Do you not desire to meet him if you wish to prove yourself worthy?" "Do you know what?" asked Hadrian, smirking with delight as he added, "That's not a bad idea." Patting the Cerberus on his middle brow once more, Hadrian watched as the giant beast stepped aside, revealing a trapdoor beneath one of his giant paws. Gathering his magic once again, Hadrian used the same effect to open the trapdoor and, moving over to it, he peered down before he sighed. "Must be a plant of some sort, ah well." Lifting his wand, Hadrian's eyes seemed to darken to a fully blackened iris look before he commanded, "Bolton Bernai." A black tendril seemed to wrap around his wand before it launched a ball of blood-red flames into the pit. Sure enough, seconds later, a loud, piercing shriek filled the air, followed by the smell of burning foliage. When the smell vanished, Hadrian looked up before he told the dog, "Change of plans. Let the pretender through, but keep anyone else away. Bite them if you must, but do not eat them. Save that for the form that's being used for the pretender after I'm done with him." "Yes, master," chorused the trio of voices as Hadrian descended into the darkness below. Because Professor Quirrell's report said that the troll was in the dungeons, the Slytherins had chosen to wait until the coast was clear before returning to their own dormitories. Professor Snape had gone to help the teachers search for and locate the troll, so that just left Flint and Rosier alone with the rest of their students. "Draco," Pansy spoke up, keeping her voice low in the near-empty hall, I'm a bit worried about Hadrian. What if the troll finds him?" "Pray it doesn't, Pan," Blaise replied while Draco just nodded with silent agreement. "Hadrian will be fine," Draco added, smirking as he looked over at his friends. "He's stronger than you think, Pansy. Besides, we've seen what happens when he gets mad. So what do you think he'll do to a great oaf of a creature that threatens a sacred day like today?" The thought made the Slytherins shudder. So the plant was Sprout, the keys were Flitwick, the chess set was McGonagall, and the troll was Quirrell. But I wonder where it was, cause that was the easiest of the trials if you ask me. So this one, it must be Snape. This was Hadrian's comment as he stepped into the last room before whatever trial or treasure was located on the other side of the final door. However, no sooner had he stepped into the room before both doors, the one leading on and the one leading back, found themselves engulfed in flames. Seeing the flames, Hadrian also took notice of a row of potions bottles along one wall, an inscription written on a parchment next to the row. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead, another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine, 3 of us are killers, waiting bidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Trust Snape to come up with a logic puzzle, thought Hadrian, examining the bottles before he shrugged. You'd need to be quite the patient observer to solve something like this, but I'm neither patient nor an observer. Looks like it's time for me to use it again. Stepping back from the shelf, Hadrian closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, the magic within him rippling around him like a supped-up aura once again. Higher and higher the power within him built up until, when he thought he couldn't hold it in any longer, Hadrian let out a snarl that turned into a full-bodied roar as Hadrian began to transform. His arms and legs became longer and thicker in strength, his body and robes being replaced by jet-black fur that seemed to glow and shimmer in the low light of the chamber. His face jutted outwards and, as a roar escaped Hadrian once again, he doubled over, his arms becoming 2 forepaws that shifted his fingernails into 10 black claws, the fur on his paws becoming blood-red in color. Within Hadrian's jaws, his teeth extended and sharpened until they formed 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs that glistened with a bloodthirsty, predatory longing for flesh and blood. As a last result of his transformation, the creature that he had become revealed a long, bushy tail that extended from its rear end, the tail striking at the air around him while Hadrian's normally green eyes had turned blood-red. His change complete, Hadrian lifted his head and, opening his jaws, seemed to draw in a great breath. At the same time, the violet flames and the black flames both flickered before they became drawn in by the vacuum-like breath of the creature. Hadrian continued devouring the flames until both doors were clear, his body becoming human within seconds of completing his task, though he had to pause as he hiccuped and laughed. That's a spicy meatball for sure. Now, where do you go from here? Clearing his throat, the Slytherin king passed through the door to the final chamber along the line, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of what looked like a platform set in the center of a great dome-shaped depression with no path leading to the platform. Eyeing the dome, Hadrian then noticed what seemed to be a blood-red stone set upon the platform, the magic radiating off the stone making Hadrian's blood rush with excitement and power. A treasure, and a beautiful one at that, Hadrian whispered, looking down at the dome-like depression before he asked, but how to cross? The final challenge, it must be Dumbledore, so what's his secret? As he moved towards the dome, Hadrian looked down into the pit again. There wasn't anything dangerous looking at the base, but the walls of the pit seemed to be smoothed down and rather steep. There was also an air of magic around the pit that made Hadrian smirk as he mused. No one can apparate in or out of Hogwarts, and it seems the same can be said for this pit. Which means there's only one way across, here goes. Lifting his foot, Hadrian took a deep breath, gulped once and, lowering his foot, felt solid stone beneath him, though the stone couldn't be seen. Clever Dumbledore, Hadrian smirked, but a Slytherin goes with his instincts and, clearly, you had to have put a way across. An amateur would go around while the way forwards was in not so plain sight. Well, it was about courage and instinct. Following the path across, Hadrian picked up the stone in his hand, turning it a few times before he shook his head as he whispered, "This just happens to be brought here on the same time where I come to the school. Senile old fool probably thought I'd play the hero." A breeze suddenly brushed the fringe of Hadrian's black hair and, pocketing the stone, a smirk escaped him before he remarked, "Good evening, Professor. I've been waiting for you." "I know you have," the calm, non-stuttering voice of Professor Quirrell replied, Hadrian now turning on the platform to face the turban-wearing man. "And it seems you have quite the power behind you, Mr. Potter. I confess myself impressed. Now, if you'd be so kind, I'll be taking that stone you have in your pocket." "Oh, I don't think so," Hadrian smirked, drawing his wand before he asked, "How does that infamous expression go?" "Oh, that's right. Over my dead body." "But Hadrian," Quirrell replied, speaking with a sibilant hiss to his tone as he asked, "Why should we be enemies? You who have claimed the mantle of the Slytherin king long before Tom Riddle ever could have done. Think about what power like that can do when combined with what I can offer you." "There's no need to hide," Hadrian retorted, facing Quirrell with an almost stern glare as he explained, "It didn't take as long as you may have hoped to figure out you'd come here for this treasure, Voldemort." Quirrell's posture seemed to change with that one word. His body became tall and strong while his eyes turned blood red and his lips turned up in a smile, his voice now speaking with a more defined hiss to it. "Hello, Hadrian Potter. We meet again." At the risk of sounding like a bad cartoon villain, Voldemort, Hadrian retorted, his magic flowing freely around him again as he hissed, "Trust me. It's for the last time." "Come now, Hadrian," Voldemort remarked, speaking with an almost amused tone as he asked, "What can a mere child do to one who has years on him?" "Oh, but you know it as well as I do," Hadrian retorted, his magic now becoming visible in the air around him, making it look like the Slytherin King was surrounded by flames of magic. I'm no mere child, Voldemort. But, in a way, I should thank you. And why is that? Everything you did made me stronger, Hadrian replied, his eyes now glowing with what seemed to be blood-red magic of his own, swirls of black appearing to spin within the irises as he explained, it made me the wizard, the weapon I am today. It's the truth. I've known it all along. You are my creator. Well, isn't that nice? Asked Voldemort, extending his hand to Hadrian as he asked, then why not come to me, Hadrian? May I ask you something? Why are you on their side? Why fight for a doomed side who will hunt us down as soon as they realize their reign is coming to an end? I'm sorry for what happened to your parents, I truly am. Hadrian just shook his head. Was Voldemort actually trying to excuse what he'd done? What he'd taken from the Slytherin King? Well, it wasn't going to work. Clutching the stone in his pocket, Hadrian continued to gather his power as Voldemort continued, but everything I did for you. To unlock your power. To make you embrace it. You've come a long way from deflecting magic. I'm so proud of you, and you're just starting to scratch the surface. Think of how much further we could go, together. I don't want to hurt you, Hadrian, I never did. I want to help you. This is our time, our age. We are the future of the magical race. You and me, son, this world could be ours. I have to agree with you there, Hadrian remarked. I agree with every word you said. We are the future. But, unfortunately, you killed my mother. So this is what we're going to do. He seemed to lift his hand out of his pocket and, to Voldemort's horror, he was now holding what looked like a black jagged dagger, the blade of the weapon glowing with the same red and black magical aura that burned in Hadrian's colored eyes. I'm going to count to 3, Hadrian explained, laying the dagger flat in his palm as he added, and if you haven't kneeled before me by 3, I'm going to take your soul and rip it from your body with my lovely little gift here. 1. Hadrian, think about this, Voldemort laughed, I could kill you before you even move. Yes, Hadrian agreed, because it worked so well last time, too. Think what we could do together, Voldemort argued, you have some real power now, but you need to learn to control it. I already know how to control it, Hadrian mused, before he added, 3. Avada Voldemort began. But as soon as the first word finished, the dagger had moved, through a veil of black flames. The dagger had been transported from Hadrian's palm right into Voldemort's heart, the hilt of the dagger now glowing with black magic while the Dark Lord screamed in pain. Say goodbye, Riddle, Hadrian hissed, turning to face the platform to finish his plan, and this time, mean it. As Voldemort looked up, his eyes widened in terror with what he now saw on Hadrian's back. In his magical buildup, the Slytherin King had shredded his clothes and now his back was revealed. As darkness consumed the so-called Dark Lord, he saw the last image of power from the true Slytherin King. A tattoo. Thick, black inked and seemingly rippling against Hadrian's skin with several mysterious runes surrounding the image. The tattoo itself ran from the nape of Hadrian's neck down to his waistline, several black branches like a spider's web spreading out from the main branch of the tattoo. But that's the mark of, whatever Voldemort would have said next was taken from him as his body burned in black flames, the dagger now returning to Hadrian's hand where it vanished in a similar veil of flames, the Slytherin King turning only once to stare at the corpse that lay on the floor. Come back again, Riddle, and you'll beg for death. Then, without another word, he left the chamber, stopping only once to feed the corpse of the ex-defense professor to the Cerberus. It was after midnight when the all-clear was given to the Slytherins and, as they returned to the dorm, Blaise and Draco both stopped dead when they, along with the rest of the Slytherins, felt a great sense of dread well up inside them. Following the corridors down, Blaise stopped outside their dorm with Draco and Pansy either side of him, all 3 of them looking to the door handle. I don't like this, Blaise admitted, looking to Draco and Pansy as he asked, Do you think he's hurt? Only one way to find out, Pansy replied, taking the door handle while the 2 boys stepped back, prying open the door. A horrifying, unbelievable sight greeted Pansy as she saw inside. Hadrian was sat with his back to them, dressed in his nightclothes and resting his hands on his lap. However, what horrified Pansy and she found hard to believe was that Hadrian's body was trembling and, from what she could hear, it sounded like he was crying. Pansy's heart seemed to break with the sight of her Slytherin king in such pain. With gentle care to her moves, she closed the door and turned to leave the corridor, pausing only once to glance at a curious-looking Blaise and Draco, the lesser of the two, asking her, "What?" "Trust me," Pansy replied, "you don't want to sleep in there tonight. Go stay with Nott and the boys." "How come?" asked Draco, but Pansy was already gone. Thankfully, they took her warning to heart, which was why they didn't see the tears being shed by Hadrian as he clenched his fists, the stone in his lap and his eyes focused on a photo from the very bottom of his trunk. A photo of his parents. "You are avenged," he whispered, his voice broken by loss and pain he hadn't been able to feel for 10 years, "and now, I can let you go." Neville felt like he'd actually achieved something with the actions he'd done tonight. Just as Hadrian had commanded, he'd gone after Granger to warn her of the troll. When she'd asked why, he'd told her that he was here because he understood what it was like to paint an image of something you're not. Naturally, she didn't believe him, but that didn't matter. Gryffindors stuck together and, though he was an ally of Hadrian's, Neville was determined to let Hermione show others that she was more than a Muggle-born bookworm. When she'd asked why he cared so much, Neville had gone to answer, but his words had been drowned out by the appearance of the troll. Because everyone else was running around like headless chickens, Neville relied on what he'd learned from Hadrian and Co. to defeat the thing. One use of the levitation charm later, they'd knocked the beast out with its own club, but not before the colliding crashes of the pipes and taps had struck at Hermione, knocking her out. Now, waiting with her in the hospital wing, Neville felt success rise up in him as he looked at the closed curtains of the bed containing the Granger girl. However, that success soon turned to worry when the doors to the hospital wing opened and Hadrian himself walked through the doors, his eyes as cold as death and his face as expressionless as stone. Standing to attention, Neville looked at Hadrian before he told him, "Mission accomplished, but it's still early days." "It doesn't matter," Hadrian replied, nodding to the door as he added, "Leave." Neville obeyed without question. Once he was gone, Hadrian pushed the bed curtains aside and, stepping into the space close to the bed, he bent down before he whispered, "Hermione Granger, open your eyes." She did so. When she saw the Slytherin king, a smile touched her lips before she asked him, "How'd I do?" "The perfect distraction," Hadrian replied, looking around before he asked, "But are you sure of this? I won't tolerate disrespect or failure. Is this what you want?" "Yes," Hermione replied, "help me, make me more than what they see me as, and I will serve your court, Slytherin king." "In that case," Hadrian remarked, a smile crossing his face just like the one he'd shown when turning Neville, "let me ask you a question, Hermione." "What?" Looking deep into her eyes, Hadrian asked with an almost commanding voice, "What do you know about another dark witch, named Bellatrix Lestrange?" Winter had come to Hogwarts and with it, a feeling of relinquished fate hung over the Slytherins. Though none of them could understand the how or why of their decisions, the higher year students all began to notice how Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini and Draco Malfoy remained closer to the Slytherin king more than any other members of the man's self-styled court. As for Hadrian, he just seemed to spend his time studying or wandering and, when he wasn't doing either of those things, he was just sat there, observing his new kingdom and watching for any signs of trouble. Every now and again, the Snake Pit found themselves joined by their king's dark protege, Neville Longbottom, who'd spend his own time working with one of the court on tasks or studying on books that the snakes felt it was better not to ask about in the hands of the Slytherin king. In due time, it became a close battle, though not that close thanks to the ineptness of Weasley and his cohorts. In the points ranking between Slytherin and Gryffindor and, over time, the Snakes also noticed that Neville shared the same couldn't-care-less attitude as Hadrian whenever he was complimented for his work or ideas. However, though there seemed to be peace and a sense of calm in the Snake Pit, the home truths of each member of the select parties couldn't be any further from that. Pansy felt like she'd betrayed Hadrian's trust and, what made it worse was that, if he knew about it, he'd done nothing to punish her for her disloyalty. Knowing of the closeness of the Zabini and Malfoy heirs to the king, she'd asked them both for their own oaths of silence before she'd revealed what she'd seen on Halloween night and, as she'd expected, there'd been looks of horror and disbelief from Blaise and Draco at the prospect of Hadrian shedding any tears. The horror was then shared with Pansy when Blaise explained that he'd never seen Hadrian cry at the children's home and, as far as he'd known, neither had anyone else, not even his guardian. So, while she wanted to know more about what could have shattered Hadrian's black diamond hard resolve so badly that it brought him to tears, Pansy opted for the second choice to what she could do. She would remain at Hadrian's side, watching over him and, aside from the boys, being his most loyal advocate and ally. She would also wait until she was old enough, and then, no matter what her pathetic pretender's South Avenue of a father would say, Pansy would offer Hadrian her services and the fealty of her place as heiress of the Parkinson family. Even if others worked to try and knock the king from his throne, Hadrian Potter would always, now and forever, have the alliance of Pansy Kristen Parkinson. Though he had been surprised with Parkinson's revelation, Draco was more concerned about how Hadrian was yet to share his deepest secret with anyone else. Being a black heir by birth through his mother, Draco had been truly surprised when, at his 10th birthday party, his mother had taken him aside and revealed that his aunt Bellatrix was not only out of Azkaban, but watching over the boy who lived with a mix of interest and protection. She'd also been rather hesitant to even suggest that she had dropped herself from Voldemort's services, revealing a shockingly bare forearm as proof of that, but, when his mother had asked why, Draco had felt only confusion with his aunt's response. He is the one. Ever since that day, and afterwards when Hadrian had been brought to Malfoy Manor on the day of his own 10th birthday. Draco had always wondered what his aunt had meant by the one, but, when he'd looked into those ice-cold emerald green eyes and seen not a single glimmer of Gryffindor heritage or light-hearted carefree feelings, Draco's dilemma had crashed down around him as his mother and aunt had called on their rights as daughters of Black to anoint Hadrian as the new lord. Though he wouldn't actually be the lord until he turned 13. Afterwards, when Hadrian had been exploring the Malfoy family library with a scholar's eye, Draco had approached him and told him that, while he was the son of a black daughter, he didn't mind that Hadrian had become their lord. Anyone that could tame his aunt's maniacal side enough for her to become an ex-Death Eater was someone that deserved the right to be head of one of Salazar Slytherin's only living descendant families and, as such, Draco himself then swore his own allegiance to Hadrian with a promise that, if the boy joined them in Slytherin, Draco would do anything and everything he could to ensure that Hadrian became the Slytherin king. But now though, even after witnessing the mysteries and the shocks of Hadrian's power and seeing how his authority spread like a magical virus through the bloodlines of others, Draco had never ever imagined that Hadrian would ever shed tears for anyone. Especially not when, after Hadrian had gained the allegiance of the Malfoy heir, he had simply waved it off and moved on to some of the more forbidden books in the library. Forbidden being Draco's term for those his father had told him he'd have privileges revoked if he caught him looking at them, where he picked out one book that caught Draco's eye immediately. For it was a book on the dark elements. The powers beyond light and darkness in an area where the Ministry promised a lovely little trip through the Veil of Death. When Draco pointed this out, his blood had turned colder than his father's glare at Hadrian's response to how Draco had said that the Ministry would kill him. They will try. Needless to say, Draco had discovered a truly dark, malicious and merciless nature in Hadrian that day. And yet he was yet to show that side of him to anyone, though whatever it was that he'd done to not on their first week probably came pretty close. But, if Slytherin ever witnessed that side of Hadrian, the side beyond his dark nature, it chilled Draco's blood to the same point as that day in his library to think about it. For now, he could only stand by Hadrian and be there for him as kin and friend and ally, as was his duty as a son of the most noble and ancient house of Black. How could someone so cold be so inviting towards me? This was the thought that ran through Neville's mind as he lay in his bed on the first night of the Christmas holidays. The rest of the dorm, even Foghorn Weasley, had all gone home for Christmas, so Neville was left alone with his thoughts. And, right now, his thoughts were focused on the troubling dilemmas of how and why Hadrian Potter, the Slytherin king, had worked so well with him and seemed to treat him as a master would treat his apprentice. Giving Neville assignments. Letting him read from his collection of books that, if the Ministry got wind of them, would probably find Hadrian in Azkaban or worse. Unlocking his true potential through whatever magic had shown Neville the lies of his past and, perhaps the biggest of all, getting the Slytherins to accept him despite the fact that one Bellatrix Lestrange had destroyed Neville's childhood. No, thought Neville, resting one leg over his curled knee as he stared at the ceiling, she didn't destroy it. She just offered me the key to my real destiny. It was my gran that destroyed it. Letting Algernon hurt me while she made Auror drill sergeants look like pushovers. All Lestrange did was set me free from a life I couldn't have survived. Moving one hand from behind his head, Neville clenched his hand into a fist as he remembered the strong rushes of power that Hadrian had passed on to him when he'd realized the truth. Though he knew it was wrong for a Gryffindor to think of such things, Neville couldn't deny it. He wanted that power to be his to command. So, if Hadrian wanted an apprentice, then Neville would be that apprentice. All the same, though, Neville thought to himself as he settled down for the night, why do I feel that there's something he's not telling me? That one big thing that will really test my loyalty to him and his kingdom? Turning onto his side, Neville let his eyes droop and finally close as he surrendered to the arms of Morpheus, his thoughts adding one last question that even his mental state couldn't answer. What would he do when he learned this testing secret of his king, lord and master? What do you know about another dark witch named Bellatrix Lestrange? This had been the question that Hadrian had asked Hermione Granger when she pledged her loyalty to the cause of the Slytherin king and, in response, Hermione had basically repeated the words she'd read about the named witch. She knew that Lestrange had been sent to Azkaban for the torture of the Longbottom family, amongst others, and being hailed as one of the worst of Lord Voldemort's followers. She also knew that Bellatrix Lestrange also had a husband and a brother-in-law in Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, and she knew that, had she not gone dark and destroyed so many lives, Lestrange could have been one of the brightest witches of her generation, just as Hermione had believed she was now. Or so she had believed until just after her confrontation with Hadrian and his court when, as she'd been weeping alone in an abandoned bathroom, she'd found herself in the company of the Slytherin king himself. It had both unnerved and surprised her as she'd wondered how he was going to shoot more barbs at her because she was a book-loving muggle-born. However, instead of shooting any barbs, Hadrian had cornered her in a cubicle, locked the door, chased away the resident ghost Ning Myrtle and, facing Hermione, he'd looked at her with a glare so deep that he may as well have been looking into her soul and, with his usual icy tone, he asked her, "So tell me, are you sick of it yet?" She hadn't understood what he'd meant, so Hadrian explained. Witches like her weren't as common as she thought since the world only looked upon purebloods and some half-bloods as recognized owners of the mantle of brightest of their age. Yet, ever since she had discovered that she was a witch, Hermione had read book after book and practiced spell after spell, and yet all she had to show for it was seething hatred from the unworthy and mocking jibes from those above her. She'd wanted to say that he was one of those who had insulted her, but something about the way he was talking seemed to mesmerize Hermione and, as she listened, she found herself coming to a conclusion. She had underestimated Hadrian Potter, and now she saw that he was more than ever before, more than any book could say and more than any legend would convince her of. With tears still falling from her embarrassment at his hands, Hermione had fallen to her knees and told him, "You're right, please, help me. I'll do anything. Please, I want them to see it, and respect it. Or perhaps, fear it," he had asked her, and, as soon as he'd said it, Hermione felt something stirring in her chest. Something she hadn't felt since the day she discovered that she was a witch. It was a strong, all-consuming liking for the thought of people fearing her knowledge. After all, as Hadrian had spent the first week telling others, wasn't it true that knowledge is power? "But how can I do that?" Hermione had asked, but instead of an answer, Hadrian had unlocked the cubicle and gone to leave the bathroom before he'd turned to her. "You'll find a way," he told her, his voice edged by a hint of appreciation rather than hatred or dislike, "but for now, all you have to do is help me. Do this one thing, my dear, and you will have earned my attention. Then, if it is still what you want, I have something that will help you see it for yourself before others see it." "I'll do anything," Hermione had told him, and that was how she had wound up in the bathroom where Neville had come to her, the wild-haired lion playing her role perfectly as she'd asked him why he was here. Though, of course, she knew why. Hadrian had sent him in a test for the loyalty of Gryffindor, and, when Neville had gone to answer why he cared only to be stopped by the troll, Hermione had understood his reason. Like she was determined to do, Neville belonged to Hadrian. He was one of the future prospects for the shadows that enveloped the Slytherin king. And so, when Hadrian had appeared in the hospital wing and asked her once again, Hermione knew what she'd have to do. She chose to belong to Hadrian as well, to become part of his Brotherhood of Shadows and act as one of his rogue agents whom people would never suspect to ally themselves with the Muggle-born hating wizard Hadrian Potter. Then, in due time, she would find others and send word to her king about who she believed could belong to Hadrian and serve his brotherhood well. All the same, Hermione had been curious about Hadrian's question and, When she'd asked him, his answer confused her even more. Perhaps it should be those who've turned you into such a laughing stock that you ask her about. And so, just as her thoughts, flashbacks and dilemmas distracted her while she unpacked for the Christmas holidays, Hermione looked once to the Gryffindor badge on her robe before she understood what she had to do. Those who've turned you into such a laughing stock. It was easy to guess who he was referring to. Her parents, John and Michaela Granger. Moving down the stairs, Hermione stopped only once when she heard a soft hoot from her room and, returning rather quickly, she was surprised to find a black snowy owl drop off a small parcel before it took off into the night once more. Lifting the parcel, Hermione was surprised when she found a note tied to it in his writing. When you hear it, you'll know what to do. Choose to stay in my shadow and do what must be done. Return to the light and you will live to regret it. One of them or one of us. Choose well, my dear. Putting the parcel on her bedside table for now, Hermione moved down to where her parents were watching some late-night drama on the television, both of them looking up in shock as they saw their daughter walk into the room. Can't sleep, Hermione? Asked John, his voice edged by curiosity and shock as he saw his daughter there. No, Hermione answered, closing the door to the living room before she asked, Have I ever given you a reason to lie to me, Daddy? Not as far as I recall, John answered, glancing to his wife, who shared his confused expression as he asked, Why do you want to know? I have something. I need you to tell me, Hermione answered, now looking to her mother before she added, and I don't want lies. I want the truth. About what? Asked Michaela, then noticing her husband's expression change from curiosity to a sense of acceptance. What's she talking about, John? I think I know, answered the taller man, his eyes on his daughter as he added, Go on, Hermione. Ask whatever's bothering you. All right, Hermione took a deep breath before she asked, Do either of you know a woman named Bellatrix Lestrange? There was a sigh of defeat from John while Michaela shook her head. However, before Hermione could get her answers, John rose and, walking to the stone fireplace that adorned their living room wall, he removed a loose brick and withdrew, to Hermione's surprise, a wand. Stupefy, John commanded, the red spell hitting not Hermione, but Michaela, who still looked shocked while Hermione looked confused. Daddy? Asked Hermione. No, John answered, turning to her as he added, I never was, my lady. I was an agent who was assigned to protect you. By whom? Asked Hermione, and what does this have to do with Bellatrix? John's answer that cut her off changed Hermione's life forever. She's your mother, your real mother, Miss Lestrange. It was starting to snow when the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station on the first day of the new term and, in the shadows of the station, Hadrian Potter watched as several students dismounted before one he sought more personally also stepped down, her eyes filled with a new hint of life. For a moment, the girl looked around before she walked over to the shadows and, waiting for the others to leave her alone, she turned to the shadows before she asked, How did you know? Emerging from the shadows, Hadrian looked to where the last of the students were heading up to Hogwarts before he looked back to the girl who was once known as Hermione Granger. Your eyes. I only noticed it when you yelled at me and said I was wrong. You spoke with such conviction, almost as though you knew it yourself. So tell me, my dear, did you do it? Yes, Hermione answered, remembering the contents of the parcel that he'd sent her. A friend said it was the draft of Living Death made to lethal perfection. It wasn't easy, but it's done. The muggles that made me into a joke are now dead. And asked Hadrian, seeing Hermione's body tremble with fear about what she'd done, how does it feel to taste the darkness and know it was your own choice? For a moment, Hermione's tremble ceased as she looked up at his eyes before she answered him, Fantastic. I didn't hesitate and I didn't give them a chance to lie their way out of it. Though I was surprised when my friend revealed himself as one of us and not a muggle father, Hadrian finished, allowing a smirk to pass over his lips as he added, Then you've done it, my dear. You've earned the darkness. But tell me, is your name really Hermione? Yes, Hermione answered, smiling with a slightly maddened look to her as she added, but not Granger. My real name is Hermione Jezebel Lestrange, daughter of Bellatrix Persephone Lestrange née Black and Rodolphus Augustus Lestrange, and now I know this thanks to you, Hadrian James Potter. So, Hadrian sneered, looking upon the daughter of his guardian as he asked, "Now that you've done it, now you've earned the darkness, do you hate yourself or do you want to go where your parents have been for so long?" "You mean as Death Eaters?" asked Hermione. "No," Hadrian laughed, the sound giving Hermione an image of ice and shadows around them, "as one of my forces. What say you, Hermione Lestrange? Will you walk willingly into the dark, especially if it means seeing your parents again?" How can you?" "Well," Hadrian replied, his green eyes shining with raw malice as he answered, "I confess that this is something known only to a few, but to a dark lioness like you, I'll tell you, if you come into the shadows with me." I will," Hermione answered, her eyes wide as she heard a hint of purest sincerity in Hadrian's tone. No malice, no hatred and no disgust. He truly wanted her as one of his, just as she'd thought about being before the truth had come out. "Then I'll tell you," Hadrian remarked, leaning in close to Hermione's ear before he whispered, "for the past 10 years, I have been raised, trained and protected by someone called Miss Sarah, but her real name, under the glamour that hides her, is Bellatrix Lestrange. Your mother, dearest half-sister of mine." "Sister?" asked Hermione. "Well," Hadrian retorted, shrugging ruefully as he added, "she raised me and made me the next Lord Black and sees me as a sort of adoptive son, so what else would you be, my dear?" Hermione Lestrange was speechless as she looked upon the proud and confident form of Hadrian Potter standing in front of her, the feel of the magic around them telling Hermione one thing. When she'd chosen to do away with her past, though the wizard known only as John Smith had done so willingly, by killing her parents with the draft of living death, it hadn't just been the point of no return. It had also been the right choice, and the greatest one she would ever make. The end of term was something that Hadrian couldn't confess to looking forwards to. After acquiring the stone and playing his role all too well with the rest of the school in reacting to Professor Quirrell's death, the Slytherin King had thought it to be quite the easy ride for the rest of the year. The Slytherins worked with him in such perfect sync with his wishes and words that it was like they feared actually making him mad, which was pretty reasonable. Because Hadrian knew that the residents of the Snake Pit had seen him upset, they were far from seeing him mad, and may Mordred help them if they ever got to see him pissed off. The only exceptions to the easy ride that Hadrian found himself on coming up to the end of the year involved a suspicious parcel whose sender had said belonged to his father. Opening it, Hadrian had found what looked like an invisibility cloak, but, undermining the value of the item and the rarity of what he held in his hands, Hadrian had also found a few loyalty compulsion spells and a tracking charm so powerful that it could have had him seen from space. A quick word with Severus and a bit of advice from Draco and Hadrian had shifted both sets of spells to something a little less usable, like a dying plant in the greenhouses. If there was mass panic when the plant actually died and people thought him dead, well, it was more fun for him. The other exception to the easy ride was courtesy of the troll brain of Gryffindor, Ronald Weasley. After the Christmas holidays, the guy made it his mission to annoy Neville and Hermione, both of whom managed to ignore him until Hermione was dragged into helping Weasley smuggle a dragon out of the school. How had he done it? He'd heard that Hermione was sneaking around the restricted section at certain times in her study periods and, if she didn't want to be expelled, she'd do as he said and help him. Of course, Hermione was more concerned for when her honorary brother heard about the late night and study period trips. He'd asked her what she was thinking, to which she'd replied that she'd been researching ways to make herself stronger and rid herself of her obscene appearance. In response to his newest advocate's honesty, Hadrian had warned her about the dangers of getting caught and, instead of obliging Weasley of his request, Hadrian used a little slyness, combined with his supernatural prowess, to get Weasley caught in the act, which would put a strain on the family themselves, but, personally speaking, Hadrian didn't care. They were Gryffindors who were considered lower than low when it came to the hierarchy. The only ones he actually had his eyes on for observation purposes were the so-called demons of Gryffindor, Fred and George Weasley. And now, as the year had progressed, defense lessons now being taught by a man who'd introduced himself as Professor Mercius, a silver-haired, mercury-color-eyed man who had more than enough experience in the field, Hadrian had gone from pent-up and cautious to calm and content. His studies were at their zenith and continuing to grow. Slytherin bowed before him and obeyed his every wish. He had allies in one other house that would add to his network as and when he formed it. So what did he have to worry about? Simple answer: nothing. And so, as weird as it was to see, the Slytherin King found himself remarkably calm and merely looking forward to a summer of growing stronger, learning more about the dark from Bella and, of course, keeping an ear to the ground for his network. 1 year down, Hadrian thought as the Hogwarts Express rolled on towards King's Cross Station, 6 to go. 5 minutes from King's Cross, Hadrian met the rest of his closest court members in his compartment, the eyes of Blaise, Pansy, Draco, Theo, Daphne, Tracy, Hermione and Neville all looking at him with interest as he took charge of the situations ahead. "Before we reach home," remarked the Slytherin King with his usual coldness, "I just want to make sure of a few last-minute decisions before we go our separate ways. All members of Slytherin and Gryffindor standing here right now can consider themselves as my most loyal members of the court, my inner circle, if you wish." "Why me, Hadrian?" asked Daphne, looking to the other members as she added, "I mean, the others are on task for you or learning their craft, and Blaise and Pansy are like your right-hand boy and girl in the house, but why me? I've not really done much for you." "It doesn't matter," Hadrian replied, looking to each member of the group in turn before he added, "because, with the exception of Neville and Hermione, each of you here have actually given 110% to the cause of keeping Slytherin as the main house that we are. With the exceptions of Bulstrode, Finnegan and you, Hermione, you've all managed to keep your partnerships well formed in Slytherin and, as for you, Greengrass, you're actually here because I trust you, otherwise why would I put you and Draco together as partners?" Daphne lowered her head as she understood Hadrian's inner meaning. She was here because her decisions to act neutral and simply work with Draco Malfoy on Hadrian's command without asking questions or approaching Hadrian himself had earned her place amongst them. That being said, Hadrian then added, looking now to Draco, Blaise and Pansy as he explained, "Rumors have reached my ears that there are certain members of Slytherin's higher classes who think they can ascend to greatness above my rank as the Slytherin King. Some even say, according to the sources I've used to discover these deserters, but some even say that, when next year comes, they plan on welcoming me back by knocking me from my throne. Which would be very bad for them," Theo remarked, Hadrian nodding in agreement as he knew that the boy still suffered nightmares about the punishment he'd received at the king's hands. "Yes, it would, Theo," Hadrian agreed, linking his fingers as he continued, "therefore, as, say, east as it is going to sound, I've decided to reward your loyalties to me as my inner circle by forming my own network. With this network, you will be my eyes, ears, swords and shields against those who will wish to knock me from my throne and challenge my authority. When the time is right, I will expect you to swear your loyalty to me completely, a point I know only one of you has already made, that's you, Draco." Draco nodded with unspoken understanding. Secretly, he wondered when exactly the Slytherin King would take his command over the Snake Pit to the next level. "Why is it say? East?" asked Daphne suddenly, counting up the members amongst them as she added, "There are 4 boys and 4 girls amongst us so far, so why?" "Because of the name I have chosen," Hadrian cut her off, indicating Hermione as he added, "It was our newest member who suggested the term to me and, though I don't usually admit to such feelings, I like the ring that it has. But understand this, each and every one of you. As members of this elite class of witches and wizards within the Snake Pit, you have no obligations to anyone or anything else. While at Hogwarts, you are warriors and emissaries of the Slytherin King. Outside school, you are merely the eyes and ears, shadows and spies, if you will. Any information that you find appropriate for our future, you will report to me without question or, as most of you have already guessed, you will report it to me via Blaise or Pansy. They were my first real friends and allies and the first, aside from Draco, to support my place as the king. Therefore, they are my generals and seconds in command of their respected genders over you." "Generals of what?" asked Draco. With a cold smile that they were pretty used to by now, Hadrian answered his friend and ally. "The Brotherhood of Shadows." It was a mixed crowd of Slytherins that left the train when it reached King's Cross for their respected parental guardians, though each member of the newly named Brotherhood walked with a sense of dilemma in their steps as they left the train and made their way to their parents. The only exceptions to these mixed emotions on the faces of the Brotherhood were Hadrian and Hermione, who passed rather easily through the barrier between the magical and Muggle worlds and, once they were on the other side, Hadrian turned to face Hermione. "Now before we go, I need to hear it from you one more time, Hermione. Are you sure that you are prepared for this? Because once today is done, there's no going back." I'm sure, Hadrian, Hermione replied, watching as the young king walked through the station and, reaching the far end, he moved with Hermione without a word in response into the shadows next door to the station. Then take my hand and hold on tight, Hadrian commanded, Hermione not even bothering to argue as she took his hand in hers and, with a whisper of a word that she couldn't hear, there came a sudden pull against Hermione's navel that, when it faded, dropped them off in front of the stone-gray building of Wool's orphanage. Passing through the gate, Hadrian reached the front door with the same apathetic mask in place as he spoke to the empty main hall. I'm home. Hadrian, gasped Sarah Walker, appearing from the kitchen nearby as she saw him. You got away all right, then? Yes, Hadrian replied coolly, looking to Hermione, who had now pulled a hood over her face as he had told her to do before setting off from Hogsmeade Station, before he added, this is an acquaintance of mine from school. She'll be staying for the summer, but first, I think you'd like to meet her. I would? Asked Sarah, earning a single nod from Hadrian before he indicated the stairway and led both Sarah and Hermione up to the corridor where his room was located. Stopping outside his door, Hadrian turned once before he addressed his guardian. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. With a curt nod of acceptance, Sarah closed her eyes for a moment and, within seconds, Hermione gasped as the skin paled slightly, the hair became wild and bushy, the eyes became cold, hard and edged by a dark glare, and the body became slightly taller and more prominent in the appearance. Without a word, Hadrian then stepped into his room followed by Hermione and the now revealed Bellatrix Lestrange, who looked to her ward's hooded accomplice before she asked, Hadrian, why was it necessary for me to reveal myself? So my accomplice here would know I wasn't lying when I told her that I knew you, Hadrian replied calmly, nodding to Hermione, who took the sign as a permission to lower her hood. As soon as she did, Bellatrix let out a gasp before she put a hand to her mouth, the other one placed over her heart as she tried not to show weakness in front of her charge, but she couldn't help it. Thankfully, or coincidentally, Hadrian had turned away and begun to unpack his things while remaining by the window, which meant it was all right for Bellatrix to lower herself down and, cupping the cheek of the young witch in front of her, she asked, Is it you? It is, Hermione answered, keeping her voice as steady as she could as she didn't want to let Hadrian hear her own weakening. Not after everything he had done for her. Hello, mother. Hermione? Asked Bellatrix, forsaking her dark demeanor as she threw her arms around her daughter's shoulders, both girls now failing to hide their emotions as they both shed tears of longing and reunion. My baby girl, you're still alive? And now I know who I am, Hermione answered, stepping back before she wiped her eyes as she added, thanks to him. My Slytherin king helped set me free and now I am his faithful warrior and sister. I just gave you the key, Hadrian muttered, his voice as cold and emotionless as ever as he told her, it was you who opened the floodgates and brought forth the fires of change. Hadrian, sighed Bellatrix, wiping her eyes before she added, thank you, my son. Only honorary, Hadrian replied, his voice edged by a sharpness as he added, I am only son to one. Father. Father? Asked Hermione. Not now, Bellatrix advised her daughter, placing a finger over her lips as she added, he'll tell all when he's ready. For now, stay true to him and to his ways. Though I don't really approve of my daughter being a Gryffindor. Her place doesn't matter, Hadrian remarked, his voice now edged by warning as he explained, along with one other whom you will meet soon, she is perfectly placed to walk in the shadows and show them all that not every darkness sprouts from the snake pit. Other? Asked Bellatrix, but Hadrian said nothing more. Looking to her daughter, Bellatrix noticed Hermione's eyes darken with a hint of worry before she explained, one you've hurt more than anyone else, mother, and who may be the toughest to lie with the dark that Hadrian has ever acquired. She then leaned in close to her mother's ear before she whispered, Neville Longbottom. Bellatrix's eyes widened in shock before she glanced to Hadrian as she asked, so, now that you're back, what do you plan on doing, Hadrian? Training, Hadrian answered, the response mildly obvious to Bellatrix as he added, but first, I think it's time we got ready to move house. For what reason? With a cold glare at the two generations of Lestrange witches, Hadrian showed his malicious side as he smirked before he answered with a cold hiss. Because it seems that we're about to have a problem with the gas mains in here, wouldn't you say, Miss Sarah? 2 months later it was a rather gray and overcast day when the students of Hogwarts returned on September 1st, The familiar sight of the Hogwarts Express giving some closure to a few students while others were awed as they set eyes on it for the first time. Amongst these students and the parents saying farewell, the members of Slytherin's Brotherhood of Shadows were sharing mixed reactions to the first day back, the majority of those reactions concerning the safety of the Slytherin king after they'd heard a report of how, on July 31st, Wool's orphanage had gone up in flames and the only survivor was Hadrian Potter. The only one who knew that Hadrian was actually all right in returning to Hogwarts with a new agenda of domination and retaining his throne was Draco Malfoy. After the explosion, Hadrian, his Aunt Bella and, to his surprise, Hermione had all appeared at the gates to Malfoy Manor where they were welcomed by Lucius and Narcissa. It was also then that Bellatrix revealed the wholesome truth that Hermione was, in fact, her daughter and, needless to say, Draco had been both surprised and a bit awed as he wondered how he'd never seen it before now. When his parents had learned of the fact, Lucius had offered Hermione sanctuary in their home for as long as she wanted and, as an added extra, he also offered her the right to take her real name, which she accepted immediately. Hadrian, meanwhile, seemed to disappear back into the endless stacks of the Malfoy family library and, whenever Draco saw him, it was at meals or odd moments around the estate. Now, however, on the first day back, Draco only had to guess that Hadrian had gone on ahead to wait for the others, which was all right in the books of him and Hermione, both of them knowing that he still had an example to make of anyone who challenged him as the Slytherin king. In fact, when Lucius had learned that Hadrian was the Slytherin king and only in his first year, he'd been both surprised and a little edgy, especially when Hadrian had outed him as a Death Eater and told him that, if he valued his life, he wouldn't speak a word of this to any of his old acquaintances. Voldemort was history. Now, there was only him, Hadrian Potter. Draco had never thought he would ever see his father sweat in front of anyone other than the Dark Lord, but Hadrian had the man's hands trembling and his pupils dilated with fright. For what reason, Draco didn't know. Maybe it has something to do with whatever Aunt Bella means by him being the one, Draco thought to himself as he stepped onto the train and, after bidding his mother goodbye, he moved down the train to find the king's compartment, since Hadrian had flat out told the Brotherhood that they traveled together on the train from now on. As he moved down the train, Draco was then surprised to find a rather odd-looking girl walking towards him from the other end of the train. She was already dressed in her Hogwarts robes, though they looked like she'd been in a fight with the Four Winds. Her hair, which was almost as bright as Draco's, was slightly matted and rather wet-looking while her eyes, which were a cool, hypnotic shade of blue, were looking at Draco with interest and a sense of success. Are you all right, miss?" asked Draco, playing the chivalry card as he was more surprised at the girl's appearance than the fact she was just smiling warmly at him. "I'm just fine, Sir Dragon," the girl replied, her voice tinged with a musical tone to it as she explained, "just some unworthies deciding they'd give me a first-day hazing. Tell me, am I going in the right direction to find him?" Find who?" asked Draco. "The basilisk, of course," the girl laughed, looking to Draco with a mix of interest and amusement as she added, "the one who lets his poison spread to lions and badgers and snakes, oh my." "Basilisk?" wondered Draco, thinking about what the girl had said before he realized, wait, does she mean Hadrian? Who is this girl? Does she know him? "I do not," the girl answered, still smiling at Draco, though now the smile looked almost as creepy as her voice sounded, "and my name is Luna Lovegood, Sir Dragon. I am but a meek first year as they would say I am, but I wish to offer my services and magic to his cause." Can you come with me?" asked Draco, leading the mysterious Lovegood girl down the train until, at long last, the Malfoy heir caught sight of Neville, Blaise and Pansy vanishing into a compartment. Following their examples, Draco moved to the compartment before he turned and, holding a hand up to Luna, he told her, "Stay here, just until I introduce you." "Very well," Luna answered, smiling before she added, "I'll give you 30 seconds. With a look of confusion, Draco opened the door before he stepped in and, giving a curt nod to Hadrian, who was sat at the furthest end of the compartment, Neville, Theo, Blaise, Pansy and Hermione also with him. With his eyes on the door, Draco addressed him, "Hadrian, my apologies for being so forward, but there's a girl outside who says she's looking for you." "I see," Hadrian replied with his usual apathetic remark, looking past Draco as he asked, "And are you just going to shut out a potential ally, Draco, or will you actually let me make my own decision?" Of course I will, Draco gulped, the danger clear to him as he stepped aside and, opening the door, he added, come on in, Miss Lovegood. Lovegood? Asked Neville, looking up from the text he was reading to see the girl at the door. As he looked, his eyes widened before he asked, are you Miranda's daughter? I am, Luna answered, before she gave a curtsy of respect to Hadrian as she added, my humble greetings to you, my king. Here and now, I do not ask a boon or favor, but I merely wish to serve and obey the wishes of the Slytherin king. To that end, I give you my fealty and my alliance. Hold on, Theo snapped, but a snap from Hadrian's fingers had him sitting back down with a look of fear in his eyes. I'm sorry, Hadrian. I spoke out of turn. Yes, you did, Hadrian replied, folding his arms as he explained, which is why you will be explaining to the new Slytherins how things work. It may have seemed like such a small thing, but Theo knew that it was more. After all, he had to honor the new creed of Slytherin and inform them of the do's and don'ts where the Slytherin king was concerned. Furthermore, if he spoke out of turn in the explanation or failed to enforce the sense of respect and dominance that Hadrian had told them was expected of the Brotherhood, then he was in trouble. Now, Hadrian continued, looking to Luna while the rest of the compartment looked both sorry for Theo while they were relieved that he hadn't singled them out for that duty. Before I decide whether or not you're worthy of being one of us, Miss Lovegood, just answer me one question. Ask whatever you wish, my king, Luna replied, keeping her eyes low as she waited for him to speak. Do you have any gifts that can be of use to us? Asked Hadrian, before he put a finger to his lips as he asked, and where do you stand on house loyalties? Accept me, Luna answered, and my only loyalty will be to the son of Salazar. As for gifts, I have a mild premonition power that is at your command, my liege lord. I may be just a first year, but I can learn like the best of them. Prove you have the sight, Hadrian then added, linking his fingers before he asked, tell me, who will be our new defense professor? One who will not last beyond the dark night, Luna answered, smiling before she added, his persistence will bring the king's wrath down on him and he shall never sleep without lights on again. And after that, one who will be yours when the time is right, Luna replied, looking to Neville before she added, you should be wary of the choices ahead of you, Sir Badger. The wrong word will result in the worst of nightmares looking as intimidating as fluffy bunnies. Sir Badger? Asked Neville, earning a shrug from Draco. She called me Sir Dragon. I don't know, it makes no difference, Hadrian mused, smirking as he added, I believe her words to be truth, but we will wait to see what fate holds for you, Miss Lovegood. Your gift seems genuine and, if it is, then it will be one of my greatest assets and you will have earned your place as one of the Brotherhood. Now, for a final question, tell me, is there anything you think I should be wary of in the days ahead? Yes, my king, Luna answered, her eyes on Hadrian as she told him, one who seeks the king for purposes ill. She will test both your patience and resolve for what she seeks. And what is that? You, my king, Luna replied. And Hadrian looked to the other Brotherhood members before he asked, what is the name of this fangirl? Ginevra, Luna answered, though she prefers to be called Ginny Weasley. You must be joking, groaned Neville, much to Hadrian's amusement as he asked, another one? Yes, Luna answered, and quite possibly the worst of them all. Though he would never openly confess to such feelings, Hadrian felt a warm sensation creep into his body as he passed through the large oak doors and into the school, the warmth of the school helping to banish the cold outside. As always, the Slytherins fell into place nicely when Hadrian entered the great hall and, seated with their usual formal sense of quiet patience, the emerald-clad students also felt a hint of foreboding in the air that was centered around their king. Over on the Gryffindor table, Hadrian also saw Neville sitting alongside Seamus Finnegan, both of them watching and waiting for the sorting to begin while, down the table, Hadrian's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of Ron Weasley watching him with a cocky, confident grin. He must think I don't know about the terror that's coming, Hadrian thought to himself before he then noticed something that was wrong with the picture. Although she had accompanied them into the school, Hadrian couldn't see Hermione seated amongst the lions and, when he looked up and down the Slytherin table, using his eyes to scan each and every seat, he also saw that she wasn't sat with them either. Glancing back to the Gryffindors, Hadrian caught Neville's searching gaze and, without moving his head, he mouthed to Neville, where is she? Neville's response was to incline his head towards the door, his lips moving in silent response that Hadrian could read from his seat, with them. McGonagall's orders. Why? Neville shrugged, before he joined the others in watching as the doors opened and, from the entrance hall, the first years walked in with silent, but curious and oftentimes worried expressions. Amongst them, Hadrian could pick out Luna as she was the only one walking tall and proudly, not even concerned with the hundreds upon hundreds of eyes watching her. He also saw what looked to be a blonde-haired boy wielding what appeared to be an everyday Muggle camera, the sight of it making Hadrian's blood boil as he sensed someone who wasn't just Muggle-born, but clearly an idiot as well. Then, close to the back of the group, Hadrian saw her. Dark red hair and deep blue eyes with the same disheveled hand-me-down robes and blank expression that Hadrian had come to expect of their kind. She was also looking around with a searching glance before, as she met his glare, her eyes widened before she blushed and shied her face away. Shame she's not cowering in fear, Hadrian thought to himself, his gaze returning to the front of the group where he then saw Hermione standing with Luna and another light blonde-haired girl with ice-blue eyes. For a moment, this other girl also looked familiar to Hadrian before he blinked once and, looking down the table, saw why. She was similar to Daphne Greengrass. Her sister? He wondered silently, watching as McGonagall placed the old hat on the stool where, as it opened its rim to sing its new song, the mind of the Slytherin king was on the worry that he felt, and hated feeling, about Hermione being with the new first years. From what he could see of his Gryffindor ally and honorary sister, she actually seemed to be as worried as he felt, though there was also a hint of dread to her expression that had Hadrian worried even more. Could someone have talked about her true name? I thought Bellatrix told Lucius that she was to remain a Granger at Hogwarts? When the hat finished, Professor McGonagall went through the list of students. The Muggle-born idiot that Harry had seen was called Colin Creevey and he went to Gryffindor, which made Hadrian feel a mix of amusement and acceptance with the choice. The Greengrass sister, who was named Astoria, joined her sister in Slytherin before, a few names later, it was Luna's turn. With care in her steps, the Lovegood heiress approached the hat and, as she sat down, the hat seemed to repeat the sorting of Hadrian's most faithful ally as it had barely touched her head before it declared, Ravenclaw. There were a few rounds of applause for her, including Hadrian, who watched Luna with a practiced eye as she joined the Eagles, though she sat some ways from where they were gathered. When the female Weasley was called up, Hadrian watched as she looked over to the Gryffindor table, clearly knowing the tradition of where they were to go. However, when the hat touched her head, it gave a declaration that shook the foundations of Hogwarts forever, Slytherin. Interesting, thought Hadrian, though his train of thought wasn't shared by some of the snakes, who looked as though hell had frozen over, and, over on the Gryffindor table, the twins looked like they'd been hit by petrifying spells while Ronald was, actually, he was smiling. Seeing the look made Hadrian feel slightly uneasy, though he remembered Luna's words of this one being someone who seeks the king for purposes ill. She will test your patience and resolve for what she seeks. The worst of them all, Hadrian thought, watching as Ginevra took her seat with the other first-year Slytherins. With the end of the list, Professor McGonagall then cleared her throat before she addressed the school. Also, before I hand you over to Professor Dumbledore, it seems we have a case of mistaken identity in the sorting. A student has been sorted under a false name has been revealed to our faculty by an anonymous benefactor. Therefore, she is now to be resorted under her real name. Lestrange, Hermione. Hadrian heard the reactions as well as saw the look of horror in his apprentice's eyes as Hermione, unaffected by the revelation, approached the hat, felt it lower itself over her eyes and, seconds later, it announced to the hall, Gryffindor. This should test Neville's devotion, Hadrian thought, watching as Hermione moved to the Gryffindor table where, to his amusement, a few of the lions moved away from her. Only Seamus Finnegan as well as the twins, much to Hadrian's surprise, seemed to let themselves remain close to the daughter of a Lestrange. As for Neville, he too had moved, but, when he glanced to Hadrian, his eyes had been filled with fear as he'd mouthed, "Why didn't you tell me?" Hadrian's response was an ice-cold glare that made a few of the Slytherins tremble with fear at the darkness in his eyes. How much of a coincidence do you think it is that our defense professor also happened to write our texts for the year? As much coincidence as a storm blowing in whenever Hadrian's not feeling himself, Pansy replied to Blaze's question, though thankfully their voices were low so that Hadrian didn't hear them as they walked down to the Slytherin dormitory. When said professor, a puffed-up peacock of a twit named Gilderoy Lockhart, had been announced by Professor Dumbledore, Hadrian's eyes had become as cold and hard as the emeralds that they so normally represented before he'd basically ignored anything else said by the headmaster. When the feast had ended, Hadrian had surprised the other second years when, instead of taking his place at the head of the group, he'd simply fallen into line and walked with them to the dorms. However, though she'd only known him for a matter of months, now a year, Pansy had a feeling she could wager what the emotional turmoil of the Slytherin king concerned Hermione Lestrange and her return to Gryffindor where, subsequently, she was apparently abandoned by Hadrian's apparent apprentice. If Neville wasn't about to learn a lesson about disrespecting the Slytherin king's authority and desires, she'd eat her hat. When the password for the dorm, Sanguinum, was explained to the first years, the other students watched as Hadrian entered the common room and, making for his usual seat, he only stopped once to whisper something to Nott, who nodded with unspoken agreement and understanding. As Hadrian took his seat, Blaise, Draco and Pansy moving to stand by his side, the higher years glanced warily to the Slytherin king before Draco gave their prefects the command to continue. After the welcome speech and explanation of Slytherin's guidelines, the first years went to leave for their dorms before they were stopped at a sharp command from Theo, who watched with a mix of worry and darkened determination as he saw them return to the main room. Seeing the second-year student stand in front of the group of students was almost amusing for Hadrian, but if it wasn't for the dilemmas that he had whirling around in his mind, he would have smiled. With a glance to Hadrian, who nodded in silent response, Theo heaved a deep sigh before he addressed the small group of younger years. As Rosier and Flint told you, welcome to Slytherin. My name is Theodore Nott and, as you will soon learn, I am one member of Slytherin's elite members. The Inner Circle, proudly known as the Brotherhood of Shadows, is a specially selected group of students chosen by the true head of Slytherin's authority, the Slytherin King. A few students turned their heads as Theo gestured in Hadrian's direction, the sight of the Serpentine monarch flanked by his brotherhood making a few of the first years tremble while others watched with expectant airs as Theo continued. This is Hadrian Potter, our Slytherin King and the one that really decides what goes on within these walls. For those of you thinking of him as that ministry poster boy Harry, let me tell you that it would be a mistake to consider him as such. Harry Potter, no matter what you may have been told by your parents or your ministry plagiarists, is dead. There is only him, now. Hadrian is the authority in Slytherin. He is the power that unites our house and retains our place as the greatest house in Hogwarts history and, if you have any desires of being somebody around here, you would do well not to fuel his fire. His eyes settled on the red-haired Ginny Weasley for a single moment as he continued, forget about loyalties and obligations. Out there, you are united under Slytherin's banner and you represent our credo. But in here, he is whom you show your loyalty to. To that end, I feel that it is necessary to inform you of a few select rules that we of the Brotherhood will enforce. First and foremost, while we encourage the use of blood supremacy upon others, it would be beneficial to all of you to not send such slanderous words and remarks to anyone that the king has his sights on. That goes for our surprise member as well, he added, once again looking to Ginny as a few of them looked at her with disdain and spite. Second, no matter what you think may be important to you, it is not something you bring to Hadrian's attention without first consulting one of the Brotherhood. As those who may be familiar with the term may know, the Slytherin King is both the guiding light of our house and the single most powerful force amongst our numbers. His time is better spent honing his powers and abilities, not dealing with silly childhood squabbles or acts of random annoyance. If we find it is important, then we bring it to his attention. Otherwise, if you value sleeping at night, you do not address Hadrian directly. Finally, Theo added, taking a moment to let the information sink in for the new students, despite your hearing that Slytherin is the Dark House, it is more the house of the sly, cunning and ambitious. Therefore, if you are about to cause trouble for the house or, Salazar forbid, for the king himself, then, a word of advice, don't. Or, if you must, then don't get caught. Have an ironclad alibi in place with someone you can trust and, no matter what, if questioned about why you did it, then come up with a believable lie that doesn't discredit the Brotherhood. We survive by blending with the shadows and making trouble for the other houses, but always remember the first rule when deciding to make said trouble. Here, he looked to Hadrian with a hint of fear in his glance as he added, Anyone on the king's radar is off limits to prejudice and discrimination with blood supremacy and, though he is one of us, do not, I implore you, do not insult the honor of his family either. Believe me when I tell you that Hadrian will make you remember the punishment to your crimes." Hadrian, watching Theo with an expectant air, lifted his head once before he nodded once, Theo heaving a deep sigh as he sensed he'd done well before he asked, "So, any questions?" "I've got one," answered one of the first-year boys. "Why do we even have to fear this half-blood? He's nothing more than you said, not a poster boy who should have died when the Dark Lord." The boy was then driven into silence when a gasp spread amongst the first years as Hadrian rose from his chair, the Brotherhood falling back as they sensed the danger in the air. At the same time, the rest of the first years stepped back shakily as they watched Hadrian move towards the first year that had spoken out. "Name?" asked Hadrian. "Rosier," the boy answered, sneering at Hadrian with a look like a vulture circling carrion. "Stephen Rosier. And it's a name you should remember, Potter, because I'll be the one bringing you to the Dark Lord when he returns." "Really?" asked Hadrian, mock interest in his voice as he turned to Theo, who was trembling with fear as he knew what was coming. "Did you hear that, Theo? The great Stephen Rosier is going to be the one bringing me to Voldemort when he returns. Well, I think we should be honored that such a great warrior of Voldemort is amongst us. Let's throw flowers where he walks and part the streets like the Red Sea." "Yeah," Stephen laughed, "you do that." "Oh, I will," Hadrian replied, before he dropped his sarcastic side as he turned and glared at Stephen Rosier with a glint of hatred in his eyes as he added, "When you defeat me." "Don't do it," Theo whispered, but the words fell on deaf ears. "Very well, I accept. In that case," Hadrian mused, closing his eyes once before he whispered, "Let's see who is more than he seems, Rosier. Me, a half-blood who's nothing more than not said, or you, the great warrior of Voldemort?" Drawing his wand, Stephen sneered at Hadrian as he added, "Go ahead, Potter. This will be quick." "Yes," agreed Hadrian, before he snapped his eyes open, the magic now rolling off him in waves that made the room darken while several of the first years trembled with fear and intimidation at the levels of power that came off the Slytherin king. "It will." Stephen's hand was trembling as the waves of magic passed around the room. However, as he looked at his hand and clenched it, trying to calm his nerves, the first year's deep violet eyes widened with horror when his wand suddenly rose of its own accord, the head of the wand turning into a snake's head that began to move up his arm, encircling him like a boa constrictor wrapping up its prey. "No!" Stephen cried, shaking his arm as he tried to remove the snake from his body. "My wand. It's alive. Please, someone, help me, please." "Come on, Stephen," Hadrian growled, his magic only increasing as he forced his will on the boy. "You said you were going to bring me before Voldemort. Surely you can overpower a half-blood's magic?" "No," cried Stephen, his eyes now flooded with tears as his snake reached his neck, its fangs glistening with venom. At the sight of the venom, the first year suddenly let out a gasp of fear followed by a cry of disgust that came from the other first years as they saw his trousers darken, his face becoming pale and sweaty. Don't let it bite me, please. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, please, I beg of you." "Sire," Ellen Rosier then exclaimed, appearing from her own dorm where she saw and felt Hadrian's power rolling off him in dangerous levels of magic, "please, I beg of you. Let him go. He didn't mean to say whatever he did. Please, let me deal with him. I can show him our ways. He's just a boy, please." With a glare in her direction, Hadrian sniffed once before he pulled his magic in completely, ending the sight that Stephen Rosier had seen. His snake became his wand once more while, giving in to fear, the boy fell to his knees, the other members of the Slytherin first years now looking at the Slytherin king with fear as they understood Theo's warning. As he returned to his seat, Hadrian turned before he addressed Ellen, his cold emerald green eyes meeting her fearful hazel ones as he warned her, "Make sure he knows his place. Rosier. Prefect you may be, but that was before I became what I am. Next time he steps out of line, you will be the one who suffers. It will now be your task to turn him into a warrior worthy of me. Otherwise, he will never set foot in this dorm again." "Why yes, Hadrian," Ellen bowed, moving to grab her brother's arm before she dragged him off, leaving Theo to clear his throat before he turned back to the students. "So, anyone else have anything to say?" After the first years had finally gone off to bed, Hadrian rubbed the bridge of his nose before he looked to Draco and Pansy, both of whom were watching him with a mix of fear and concern in their glares. Without speaking, Hadrian rose from his seat and moved off towards the second-year dormitory, where, like before, he was paired with Blaise and Draco. And, without a word, he changed for bed and fell asleep within moments. Blaise and Draco, however, felt only raw fear enter their hearts as they too changed before. Just as he went to his own bed, Blaise turned back to Draco before he asked, What did he do this summer, Drake?" "He grew stronger," Draco answered, realizing at that moment how wrong it had been for him to question Hadrian's choice to be alone in the manor. "And listen, Blaise. I get that some of you are thinking of asking him or challenging him about his power, but like Not said, if you have plans to actually be someone in this house, don't. I can't say too much without betraying my blood oath to honor my family's secrets, but let's just say that you'd better be sure of your loyalties by this year's end, because next year, Hadrian won't give any warnings. He'll just tear anyone who stands in his way to pieces." With that, Draco climbed into bed and fell asleep, leaving Blaise to glance to his friend and ally and leader before he shivered once and fell into bed himself, his last words being whispers that echoed in the night as he succumbed to sleep. "There was never any doubt where my loyalties lie." As most of the Slytherins fell asleep with a reminder about crossing the Slytherin king printed on the backs of their eyelids, over in Gryffindor House, things weren't so peaceful. Though most of the house had gone off to bed, the same couldn't be said for Neville and Hermione, both of whom were hidden behind an anti-eavesdropping ward and silencing ward around a false bookcase, alcove in the common room. With their faces lit only by Lumos charms from the tips of their wands, Neville lifted his wand to Hermione before he asked, "All right, before I go after Hadrian about this, tell me, Hermione, why should I still consider you my friend? I mean, I trusted you, I worked with you, I helped you, and yet, now, I don't even know what to say." "There's nothing to say," Hermione replied, her voice tinged with a hint of the same darkness that her mother was famous for. "Hadrian knew you'd react like this, but, at the end of the day, you should remember where your loyalties lie, Neville. He gave you power, he made you stronger, and he brought the lion from within the badger. But, just like he gave all those things to you, he can take them away just as quickly. Besides, if you're questioning why I didn't tell you, then why don't you tell me why you didn't even bother to tell me about you and Hadrian before I joined his side?" "What do you mean? I'm not the only Dark Lion," Hermione answered, prodding Neville with her wand tip as she explained. "You were turned to his side long before I was, and longer still before I discovered who I really was. Do you think I don't know about what you and him talked about when he turned you? About how you'd rather thank my mother for giving you the seed of darkness that Hadrian has nourished into this black lion's mane I see before me? Or how about that she was just the Igor to the doctor that gave life to the monster your gran helped create?" Neville's eyes lowered as he remembered Hadrian using similar words to help unlock Neville's true potential, and, as he looked up at Hermione, Neville then wondered just when exactly Hadrian had realized what the rest of them had discovered just this evening. Obviously it was after Halloween, which meant it was after Neville had saved Hermione, but then, why? "Even the greatest players keep some cards close to their chests," Hermione whispered, smirking as she added, "I don't need to use legilimency to know what you're thinking, Neville. Hadrian didn't tell you for the same reason that he didn't tell others. He wanted to see what you'd do when you learned the truth. And, if a monster of Frankenstein's is what you're becoming, then let me help you, Neville. You know you can't really hate my mum anymore. And you and I are friends, aren't we?" Why yes," Neville stammered, his hand now shaking as he looked up at her. "And besides," Hermione then added, "you're not actually considering betraying Hadrian's trust and gifts of you just because you learn I'm a Lestrange? Especially not after the both of us are also members of the Brotherhood, are you?" "No," Neville answered, his hand still shaking, but he felt remarkably calmer. "Then don't question what is," Hermione told him, taking his free hand as she added, "because I need you, Neville. Here in Gryffindor, where they loathe and detest Death Eaters, they'd eat me for dinner. If I walk alone in here, then I'm as good as dead. I'm still the same Hermione inside. All that's really changed is my name." She lifted her wand so that both of their eyes could be seen in the light, Neville then seeing a look of fear and pleading in hers as she added, "Please Neville, I can't be alone. I need you, my friend, just as Hadrian needs you, his friend, his lion, his apprentice." "Apprentice?" asked Neville. "Yes," Hermione nodded. Well, you were the first outsider he brought in, weren't you? I guess, Neville answered, though his mind was more on what Luna had said to him. You should be wary of the choices ahead of you, Sir Badger. The wrong word will result in the worst of nightmares looking as intimidating as fluffy bunnies. This is that choice, Neville thought, looking up to Hermione's pleading eyes before he sighed and, nodding his head, he told her, Don't worry, Hermione, I just lost myself for a minute there. I'll stay with him, as I will you, I promise. Thank you, Hermione replied, putting her arms around Neville while their wands were extinguished, leaving the two Gryffindors to be swallowed up by the darkness once and for all. The first week of his second-year status at Hogwarts was like déjà vu from his first year for Hadrian. The biggest reason for this sensation was that, by the end of it, Hadrian had found something else that annoyed him more than interfering old men and people thinking him a hero and savior of the masses, and its name was Gilderoy Lockhart. Every morning, right from that first morning's feast, the man seemed fixated on Hadrian with a stare of longing and hope that, if he was being honest, made the Slytherin king feel a little uneasy. Thankfully, he was safe in the knowledge that the guy couldn't really do much without aggravating some of his incredible power or the rage and fury of one of his Brotherhood members. Besides that, Hadrian found himself remembering Luna's words when he'd asked her about something that would annoy him to no end. Lockhart would be gone by the dark night, which, for Hadrian, was the darkest night of his life. Halloween. And even then, the Slytherin king added in thought when he considered these revelations, that's if I let Lockhart live that long. And, speaking of Luna, despite her placement in Ravenclaw, the bee-owned-haired enigma soon started spending her breakfasts and other feasts amongst the Slytherins, which prompted Hadrian to inform the other snakes that she was an honorary member just like Hermione and Neville. Knowing what it meant for their king to consider someone as an honorary Slytherin, there weren't many of the emerald-clad students that argued against his point. Another annoyance for Hadrian was a Gryffindor first year named Colin Creevey who, right from the word go, seemed intent on bothering him and his brotherhood to no end. During their first lesson of the week with the Gryffindors, which was herbology, Neville told his leader of how the boy had flashed his camera at every little piece of magic and boasted about sending them home to his dad. When Hadrian gave Neville a command to deal with him, the Dark Apprentice took it to heart and destroyed all of the pictures with a quick spell, but that didn't stop the little idiot from bothering Hadrian. From an anonymous source that Hermione and Neville had a feeling they knew the identity of, Creevey then learned that the Dark Duo were close friends with Hadrian and, after learning this, the two were badgered with questions and requests about meeting the boy who lived. Secretly, Hermione shared a madness that Hadrian compared to her mother at the thought of Creevey meeting Hadrian, but the madness only really came from how she considered just how long the boy would sleep after calling Hadrian by that accursed title. While Neville did his best to keep the brat from Hadrian, he couldn't stop the almost hero-worshipping glances that Creevey sent Hadrian when he saw him in the corridors or whenever he saw how the Slytherin king commanded his followers and his friends. Like Hermione, Neville also held a secret sense of amusement at the thought of the boy meeting Hadrian, only to have his hero worship turned into his worst nightmares. If it wasn't for the fact that both Gryffindors knew how much Hadrian would really make them remember their mistake in letting the little idiot get close to him, they probably would have acted on those thoughts as well. The final annoyance of Hadrian's week came from the fact that, ever since his sister was sorted into Slytherin, Ronald Weasley had made it his life's mission to blame Hadrian for this fact by proclaiming loudly whenever the boy was in earshot of how his sister had dreamed of marrying the boy who lived. While Hadrian felt a similar mild disgust that he compared to the way he'd felt about Lockhart's fawning stares, his fears were grounded when Draco turned on Weasley's boasts and warned him, "You should be careful then, Weasley. If Hadrian gets close to your sister, imagine the chaos she could cause for you." "And that's a big if," Hadrian muttered in response while Draco went on to brag about Weasley's sister showing her good taste by breaking from the warren that her family had forged and knowing where to show true loyalties. However, it was the day of the backlash from this remark that had Hadrian really showing his ire. It all happened on the exact same day that Hadrian and the Slytherin second years would have their first lesson with Gilderoy Lockhart, and Hadrian used the term lesson very lightly as he'd been told by some fourth years of how Lockhart wasted their lessons with extracts from his books and had them either answering pop quizzes about the books or worse, acting out the scenarios. "If he tries that with me," Hadrian had growled to his brotherhood on their way to breakfast, "I reserve the right to snap his spine in two." Not one member laughed in jest of this. They all knew how serious Hadrian's threats were. Sitting down at breakfast with the rest of the house gathered around him, Hadrian was then surprised to find a note set down on his plate. Picking up the note, the Slytherin King's eyes searched the table before he opened it and, at the exact same time, he dropped it with a growl. "What's wrong?" asked Neville, both he and Hermione having followed Hadrian and the Slytherins to their table. "Dumbledore wants to meet with me," Hadrian answered, linking his fingers as he added, "Suddenly I've lost my appetite, or maybe that's because Weasley's table manners haven't improved much." "Why do you think we stay over here?" asked Hermione, earning a shrug from her honorary brother before she began to eat her own breakfast as the post arrived. While a few of the owls just swooped down with letters and packages, Hedwig flew down to her master where Hadrian allowed himself a small smile as he stroked her feathers and let her feed from his plate. However, at the same time that Hadrian's smile vanished from his face, a lopsided owl suddenly crashed right into Hedwig, knocking her from Hadrian's side while the lopsided owl landed in front of Ginny. "Can't you even get your hands on a decent owl?" demanded Hadrian, picking up Hedwig gently before he glared at Ginny. "You're one of us now, Weaslette. Shape up or ship out." With that, Hadrian set himself back down while Ginny, fingers trembling at the rage in her idol's eyes, reached for the owl, Errol's, legs where a blood-red envelope was tied. "Oh," Neville whispered, drawing his wand rather quickly before he cast a silencing ward around them. "Weaslette's been sent a howler." "I wonder why," drawled Hadrian as he watched a recovered Hedwig fly off through the window. As Ginny struggled with the clasp on the letter, a magnified female voice suddenly roared from within. "Ginevra Weasley. How dare you join Slytherin House? We are absolutely disgusted. You are a failure as a daughter as well as a woman, it seems. Therefore, you are no daughter of mine. I will not have some Death Eater prodigy as one of my house. You are hereby disowned. Enjoy your life and look forwards to Azkaban, because that's where you're heading." Then, with a flurry of action like the letter was trying to eat itself, the envelope and the papers within were shredded, leaving Ginny to tremble even more furiously. At the same time, Hadrian looked across the table to where, for once, Ron Weasley wasn't eating Hogwarts out of house and home. Instead, he was looking at the Slytherins and smiling as though he'd achieved some sort of victory over the Snake Pit and his now ex-sister. "You bastard," hissed Hadrian, a few members of the group looking nervously in his direction as they felt his magic spiking. Rather than calm himself, Hadrian then addressed Ginny. "Don't you dare show tears, Ginevra. We do not let our enemies see our weakness. Stand up, take your things and follow me." With a look from Ginny that seemed to ask if he was being serious, Hadrian rose from his seat and left the Great Hall, flanked as always by his brotherhood as well as Ginny, each of them making their way down into the dungeons where Hadrian stopped before he turned to face the redhead. "Now you can cry," he told her, earning a whimpering nod from the girl as he added, "Don't expect to hear me say this too often, but it would seem I owe you an apology for my outburst before. Rest assured that the real guilty party will not get away with this. I can promise you that. As for what you do now, you hold your head high and keep up with the rest of us. Slytherin is your home and we are your family. It will take time to arrange, but I believe I can come up with a reasonable solution that will benefit all of us. In the meantime, Blaise, you will help Ginny survive her sadness and, as a favor to me, you can provide her with new equipment so she does not have to suffer the indignity of being an outsider." "Yes," Hadrian, Blaise nodded, removing his outdoor cloak before he put it around Ginny's shoulders. "Contact your mother for me," Hadrian then commanded, leading the others into the dormitory while he spoke to Blaise. "Explain the situation to her and inform her that I will personally reimburse her for this if it is what she wants. Otherwise, if not, tell her that I appreciate her help and let her know that this thanks comes from the Slytherin King himself." "Of course." Sitting Ginny down, Hadrian then stepped around the redhead before he asked, "Now, before I go and endure hell on earth, I think we should have a little talk about hero worship, don't you, Ginny?" Why yes, Hadrian," Ginny stammered, before she sniffed once and looked up at him. Thank you. I lost my family," Hadrian told her, his voice still as cold as ever as he explained, "unless I personally create the misery that leads to it. I won't allow anyone else to suffer the same fate. Don't believe me?" asked Hermione. Ginny looked to Hermione, who just nodded with unspoken agreement before the redhead ex-Weasley listened as Hadrian began to talk with her. On that day, Ginny Weasley died. What took her place was a Slytherin sorceress that no one would forget. I never thought I'd see kindness from you, Hadrian. It wasn't about kindness, Hadrian explained to Draco as they walked towards their first lesson with Lockhart. It was a matter of honor. A cry-baby amongst our ranks is not the image of Slytherin I'll allow us to represent. Whatever, Draco remarked, but said nothing more as he received an icy glare of warning from Hadrian. The meaning behind the glare as clear as day as Hadrian just scoffed before he walked towards the door that led into their defense classroom. As soon as he walked through the door, however, Hadrian felt a sickness rise inside him that not even having to put up with hero worship could match. The defense classroom's walls were covered in portraits of their professor, each one smiling and waving fondly as though they expected some sort of positive response. There were framed certificates and trophies along one wall that looked like they'd been personally forged, while, at the top of the steps that led to the teacher's office, the real Lockhart looked just as nauseating. Dressed in robes of forget-me-not blue and holding a smile that Hadrian wanted to eviscerate from his face, the man spread his arms dramatically before he addressed the class. Let me introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Me, Gilderoy Lockhart. Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but let's not digress. I didn't get rid of the abandoned Banshee by smiling at her. There were a few titters from the Gryffindors while Hadrian and the Slytherins all had looks like they were going to blow chunks. Thankfully, Lockhart continued rather quickly as he explained, now, be warned, it is my job to help you defend yourselves against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. For all you know, you may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room, but do not be afraid. Know that no harm will come to you while I am here. Except for the mental traumas, muttered Hadrian, earning a few sniggers from the Slytherins as Lockhart held a cloth over a large object. I must ask you, then, not to scream. It might provoke them. With a dramatic flourish, Hadrian saw Lockhart remove the cloth to reveal a cage filled with blue-skinned creatures that had tiny wings and small, beady eyes. They gnashed their fangs and seemed to chatter and squeak excitedly while a few members of the class laughed, Seamus Finnegan summing it up as he asked, Cornish pixies? Freshly caught Cornish pixies, Lockhart answered, earning a few more laughs while his hand went to the door of the cage. Oh no, Hadrian whispered, even this Ponce isn't that stupid. Laugh if you will, Mr. Finnegan, Lockhart advised him, but pixies can be tricky little blighters. Let's see what you make of them. Then, just as Hadrian had feared, the man pulled the lock off the door and let the creatures loose. There was pandemonium in the class with that one action as the pixies began throwing books, bags and stools all over the place, a few of the students ducking out of sight while, like he was caught in the center of the storm, Hadrian just stood there, the Brotherhood keeping the pixies away from him. At the same time, Lockhart insisted, come on now, round them up. They're only pixies. Don't tempt me, Hadrian whispered, watching as Lockhart drew his wand. Pesky pixie pesternami. You are thicker than baloney, muttered Hadrian as nothing happened. Instead, the pixies grabbed Lockhart's wand and began causing even more mayhem with it. Lockhart, meanwhile, ducked out of the way and, seeing a few students making for the doors, he seemed to laugh as he explained, yes, good plan. I'll leave you lot to just round them up, eh? When he was gone, Hadrian sighed before he told the others, if you want something done right, you do it yourself. What are you going to began Hermione, but stopped when the air around them seemed to compress with a thickness that pressed in around each of the hearts of the Brotherhood. To each member, it was like they were looking at a truly murderous individual about to launch a killing spree. The bloodlust in the air was ripe with hatred and redness that could only be described as hunger. Nobody move, Draco whispered, looking to Hadrian who, with a lift of his head, snapped his eyes open, his magic releasing itself out across the room. When the magic met the pixies, the little creatures seemed to cower and prostrate themselves before the dark force that dwelled in their midst. Put this room back, snarled Hadrian, his words getting frantic, fearful nods from the pixies as they repaired the damages they'd caused almost as quickly as they'd destroyed the place. Now, back into your cages and don't come out again until I give you permission to do so. The pixies moved so fast that one of them even shut the cage door behind him while Hadrian, turning his own chair upright, turned to his friends before he told them, early leave, I suppose. Come on, we can get started on Snape's homework. As they followed behind him, Hermione grabbed Draco's arm before she asked him, What in Mordred's name was that, Draco? The darkness. The bloodlust. I actually felt like you wanted to take your own life, Draco replied, nodding in agreement as he explained, That's Hadrian's power for you, Hermione. It's something you might need to protect yourself against should a certain someone you know side with his enemy. Mum would never do that, Hermione argued, earning a shrug from Draco. She loves him like a son. She'd never betray Hadrian. For her sake, Draco whispered, I pray that you're right. Though he felt a bit better after managing to show Lockhart a thing or two about power and who had it, Hadrian's ire only returned after dinner when he was reminded about his impending meeting with Dumbledore. As a precaution, the Brotherhood members suggested that they could escort him there, but Hadrian shook his head as he told them that everything was going to be all right. When he approached the gargoyle that blocked access to Dumbledore's office, Hadrian just folded his arms and, leaning casually against the wall near the gargoyle, he smirked knowingly before he asked, So, any clue as to your password or am I just wasting my time? When the gargoyle didn't reply, Hadrian shrugged before he added, That's what I thought, bye then. With that, he turned on his heel and left, smirking all the way as he returned to the common room. Up in his office, Albus Dumbledore watched as his monitoring charms revealed Hadrian approaching his office and, instead of going through 1,001 guesses for the password, he simply stood there, looked right at the spot where the charm revealed to Dumbledore who was outside and then left. Harry, Dumbledore whispered, seeing the couldn't-care-less attitude of his prime weapon against the dark, why won't you just listen to reason? His only sign of an answer was a knowing chuckle from the Sorting Hat, but, when Dumbledore turned, the old hat just made a negative sound as he explained, You know you can't milk my secrets from me, Albus, so don't even try. All you need to know for now is that you're so far past the point of no return, you forgot what it looked like when you passed it. Dumbledore felt both a sense of hopelessness and rage rise in him at the insinuation of the hat's mocking tone. Hadrian. Looking up from the text that he was reading through, Hadrian was half surprised to find Ginny No Name standing in front of him, her hands holding a wrapped parcel as she waited for his approval or retort. Something wrong, Miss Ginny? B. Blaze's mum has offered me a place with her until you sort out, Ginny explained, her shyness only amplified by the worry she felt about being in the Slytherin King's presence. But, I wanted to say thank you for standing up for me and, I don't know why, but she then held out the package in her hand as she explained, I think that this is better off with you. It was given to me by someone I don't know back in the alleys and, I only wrote in it once, but, when you helped me, it was like I couldn't do it anymore. I see, Hadrian replied, taking the package from Ginny before he asked, Is that it? Yes. Thank you, Hadrian remarked, his speaking about the weather tone making Ginny feel worse than she already did as he added, and for the record, if my plans succeed, you'll have the necessary help by Halloween. When you have it, you can then consider yourself a true Slytherin, but don't forget what we talked about. I won't, Ginny replied, giving him a curt bow as she told him, You're not him, I know that now, but all the same, maybe I could prove myself worthy of being in your circle? We'll see, Hadrian answered, dismissing Ginny with his words. Once she was gone, Hadrian pulled the paper off the parcel that she'd given him and, with a raised eyebrow, looked upon a leather-bound black book. There was nothing special about the book, though when Hadrian turned it over, his eyes narrowed as he found a small inscription on the back. T.M. Riddle. T.M.? Asked Hadrian, looking up to the Slytherin common room before he added, There's only ever been one riddle I can think of. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Looking back down at the book, Hadrian drew his wand before he carved 3 words into the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I knew it was inevitable, he whispered, waving his wand once before the letters rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort. So Hadrian then added, looking back down at the book in his hand, You're back, but the question is, why? Taking a quill from the table next to him, Hadrian opened the diary to its first page and, dipping the quill into the inkwell, he wrote on the page, Hello again, Voldemort. Who is this? The writing responded, the sentence structure and style of writing so similar to Hadrian's that it was scary. How do you know my real name? Oh, I know more than that, Hadrian replied, smirking knowingly as he asked, So you've come back again, didn't you learn your lesson last time? Last time? Asked the book's owner. Who are you? What do you mean? Oh, it seems we're playing games then, sniggered Hadrian, almost carving the words into the pages as he wrote. I am Hadrian Potter, Slytherin King and the one who will do what you could not. Silence the light and send it to hell. Interesting, the book replied, Hadrian almost imagining a snigger coming from the owner as he wrote, and you say you are the Slytherin King? Congratulations. Thank you, Hadrian replied. Now, here's my next question and it'll decide whether I let you stick around or whether I use your precious diary for kindling. I'm listening. Give me one good reason I should let you live, and you will, Hadrian replied. Otherwise, let the fires burn. There was silence from the book before the sniggering sensation came to Hadrian's mind as the writer responded. You truly are the king, Hadrian Potter. Very well, I'll give you a reason, and a means to have some fun as well. Interested? Very. Then tell me, asked the spirit of Tom Riddle, what do you know of the Chamber of Secrets? Halloween, just like the year before, was a turning point for the Slytherin King in his plans for power. The key change that he had discovered was his plan for a certain disowned red-haired Slytherin as, at breakfast that morning, Hadrian handed Ginny a letter that he'd received a week before. The letter was from one Lord Xenophilius Lovegood, who wrote that he was willing to take Ginny as his daughter because of her friendship with Lord Lovegood's daughter. A quick word with Luna had Hadrian confirming the proposal and, when Ginny thanked him, she told Hadrian that she was forever in his debt. Just don't come chasing after me like some crazed psycho fangirl and we'll be even, Hadrian had advised her, before returning to his breakfast. Afterwards, however, in the run-up to the Halloween feast, Hadrian discovered a bump in the road to what he had hoped was going to be a quiet Halloween night. A bump by the name of Gilderoy Lockhart. Excitement and tensions were mounted within the Slytherin dormitory as the Halloween feast's beginning drew near. For the Brotherhood, who'd opted to spend time away from the feast and hold a private memorial with their king, they were both alarmed and concerned when Hadrian told them that he was planning on going to the feast anyway. As he prepared for the night's festivities and the sense of honor that it held for him, Hadrian was surprised when, as he emerged from the shower area of the boys' dorm, he found Blaise, Draco and a blushing Pansy waiting for him, the latter averting her gaze as she saw his pale, topless frame. Each member of his Brotherhood's innermost commanders, with the other being his honorary sister, Hermione Lestrange, looked almost solemn and a little unnerved by the sight of their king looking so calm, but, at the same time, Hadrian saw Blaise's eyes shift to Pansy before he looked back to Hadrian. So, Hadrian mused, going to the wardrobe where he removed a silk robe decorated with Slytherin colors as well as a finely crafted blood-red shirt and tie for the occasion. Anyone going to tell me why you look like you've killed someone I care about, or do I have to make you tell me? Hadrian? Asked Pansy, swallowing as she regretted asking the boys to let her speak with the king, but this had to be discussed. While Hadrian changed into his clothes, she continued, I heard you were going to the feast this year, huh? Like any normal Hogwarts student, Hadrian answered, buttoning his shirt before he tied his tie around his neck. Why do you ask, Pansy? Well, there's something I need to talk with you about, Pansy explained, suddenly aware of Draco and Blaise moving to step away from her and instead help Hadrian finish his dressing. It's not an insult or something challenging, but there's something I need to tell you. Then tell me, Hadrian replied, spreading his arms so that the boys could slip his robe onto him. As a member of the Brotherhood, I'm willing to hear you out. Just remember about what I can do to those I don't like. Oh, okay. Pansy gulped hard before she continued. Do you remember last year? When that troll attacked Hogwarts? It was all people talked about for a while, Hadrian answered, fastening his robe around himself before he asked, but as you know, I wasn't there, so what are you trying to say? Well, Pansy answered, looking to Blaise, who nodded solemnly, but gave her a look that said she should be careful. Last year, after we received the all clear, we came back here and we felt something. It was sort of like what we felt when you silenced the pixies in Lockfraud's class, but it was worse. What did you do? The boys and I came to the dorm, Pansy explained, seeing Hadrian's back to her as though he was afraid of what she was about to say, which Pansy knew to be impossible as Hadrian Potter had never shown fear. Keeping her heart as calm as she could, Pansy added, we thought you were hurt and, since you and Draco are related while you and Blaise are closely trusted allies, I knew it fell to me to see if you were okay. So, I sort of opened the door. I see, Hadrian muttered, Before, to the horror of the trio, the door to the Slytherin dorm slammed shut. The magic in the air as thick and menacing as it usually was whenever Hadrian lost his temper. "Hadrian, we didn't mean to pry," Blaise explained, nodding to Pansy to move before she got hurt, "but, even though we're like warriors to you, you're like a friend to me and the true ruler of this house. We just wanted to." "Blaise," Hadrian replied, his voice as cold as ever as he turned to look to the three of them, his gaze like ice as he told Blaise, "Stop talking. As for you, Pansy, answer me a question." "Oh, okay," Pansy stammered. She couldn't stop the fear rising in her as she looked to those cold emerald green eyes. "What CC can I do for you, Hadrian?" "The fact that Blaise and Draco are as terrified as you," Hadrian replied, looking to the other two before he asked, "Am I right in guessing from this that you didn't tell anyone except them about what you saw?" "Yes," Draco exclaimed, now stepping between Hadrian and the two Slytherins as he explained, "We didn't tell anyone else, Hadrian. I wouldn't anyway because I know what it means for you to hold onto this mask of yours. But when Pansy told us about what she saw, I was worried for you. We're family, Hadrian, and I don't just say that because of your guardian," he added, knowing that Pansy still hadn't been told about Hadrian's guardian while Hermione, Blaise and, at a length, Longbottom had all learned the truth. "You kept to your sense of loyalty to me, is that right?" asked Hadrian, earning a nod from Pansy. "We're all loyal to you," Blaise argued, "but, no offense, Hadrian, but you've never shown that side of you, not even back at that place. So, I guess Pansy's talking about it now because we know that there are trials you'll face in the feast tonight." "I don't know what could have forced you to shed tears like you did," Pansy explained, earning a cold glare from Hadrian before she moved close to him and, taking his hand in hers, she added, "And if you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask, Hadrian. What I do want, however, is for you to know that if you ever need to shed your skin and show the boy you are inside, then you can trust us, Blaise, Draco and I. We'll never say anything to anyone because we know about the levels of trust that you show to us. That's a promise, my king." She then dropped to her knees before him, Blaise and Draco following suit before she continued, "And as proof of my promise, I, Pansy Kristen Parkinson, pledge to you, Hadrian James Potter, my fealty as a witch and heiress of House Parkinson. I can be a friend to you if it is your will, or I can be nothing more than a tool to be used as you wish and then disposed of when I become useless to you. Your secrets are mine to keep and hold close, and my skills and knowledge are yours to use as you so wish. This is my oath." Then, as Hadrian looked down at her, Pansy took a potions knife from her pocket and, before he could even begin to guess what she was going to do, the girl plunged the knife straight through the palm of her hand, spilling blood onto the floor before she grunted, "And this is to make sure I never forget it." Hadrian, Draco and Blaise were silent as Pansy lifted herself up from the ground, her hand still bleeding while she had removed the knife from her palm. Extending his own hand to her, Hadrian scoffed as he told her, "Your steadfast loyalty to me is impressive, Pansy. Very well, I accept your fealty, but be warned. Some of my secrets are only for my most trusted. Betray them even once and I will make you beg for death. Do I make myself clear?" "Why, yes, my Lord Potter," whispered Pansy, watching as Hadrian then took her hand and, after a quick moment that felt like a magical tingle against her skin, Pansy's eyes widened when she saw her wound closed, the scar on her palm now shaped like a thorny rose that, through Hadrian's magic, moved to her wrist, the barbs of the thorns appearing to vanish into her skin. "Now," Hadrian then continued, lifting his hand from hers before he asked, "Don't we have a feast to be getting to?" When the Slytherins reached the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, Hadrian led the way as he always did, but, as he stepped inside the hall, his calm demeanor reared its head in the form of rage and fury as he saw a very different Great Hall. Instead of floating pumpkins, glowing candles and the silhouettes of the house ghosts, there was instead a scene that would make any normal person as sick as a dog. The pumpkins around the room had been replaced by cheesy jack-o'-lanterns and, instead of candles, there were now Chinese paper lanterns and candelabra that held streamers between them, the banners on the streamers spelling out the words "Happy Halloween." Up above, live bats were joined by what appeared to be model skeletons and cartoon images of witches, vampires, werewolves and other such demons, though to Hadrian, they were real enough as they made him feel afraid. Afraid of what he was going to do when he discovered who was responsible for destroying the honor of this hallowed night. "Welcome, one and all. Well, I guess that answers that question, thought Hadrian, looking to the head of the hall where Gilderoy Lockhart was dressed in something that could have passed for a noble vampire's outfit, if it wasn't for the obvious fact that it had come from a Muggle costume shop. "What the bloody hell have you done?" snarled Hadrian, earning a few turns of the head from several students. On the high table, the teachers also glanced in his direction, though Severus hid a smirk as he knew that Lockhart was in for it now. "I have celebrated with your fellow students and staff, dear Harry," Lockhart exclaimed cheerfully, his eyes locked onto Hadrian as he explained. "Muggles use this as a means for parties, apple bobbing and candy giving, so, with permission from the headmaster, I decided to bring the fun of the Halloween spirit to this school." "You senile, demented, fraudulent bastard," snapped Hadrian, now glaring at Dumbledore as he hissed, "we do not party like pathetic Muggle spawn, old man. All Hallows is a night of honor and magic where we pay respect to those whom were lost and celebrate the wonders of magic. Not to buy cheap costumes and stuff our faces with candy." "Don't be such a sourpuss, Potter," Ron Weasley argued, Hadrian's stomach now churning with sickness as the Slytherin king saw him tucking into candy corn that dripped from his mouth like vomit. "Just because you're a dark wizard who thinks we should honor Mummy and Daddy, doesn't mean the rest of us do." 10 points from Gryffindor for that derogatory remark, Mr. Weasley, Severus growled, before he added, "and a further 5 for eating with manners that make monkeys look civilized." "Rest assured, Lockhart," Hadrian scowled, turning to the cheerful man as he hissed, "you shall not live to see November." "Choose your words carefully, Harry," Lockhart retorted, but Hadrian shook his head. "What are you going to do, Gilderoy?" he asked with iciness in his voice. "Your only talent was with memory charms. Funny, huh?" A few heads now turned to Lockhart while Hadrian turned and, addressing his brotherhood, he told them straight, "Back to the dorms. Now." Not one Slytherin argued. Even Neville, Luna and Hermione followed them out of the hall, leaving a stunned and confused Great Hall while Lockhart felt like the devil himself had just walked out of the room. "How did Harry know my secret? Are you sure this is the right way?" "Indeed, sire. Just through the bathroom and towards the circular sink." "Thank you, Tom," Hadrian wrote back as he walked into what seemed to be an abandoned girl's bathroom, an icy coldness following him as he stepped up towards a rusty iron faucet and mirrored circle of sinks. "Lockhart will pay for making a mockery of this night," Hadrian thought, taking a deep breath before he poured every ounce of his darkness into the command that echoed from his lips, "Open." From the center of the circle, the sinks parted until one of them fell into the floor. Glancing down, Hadrian gathered his dark magic before he descended into an open tunnel, his eyes now looking dead ahead as he hissed, "Speak to me, Salazar Slytherin. Greatest of the Hogwarts Four." From the far end of the tunnel, a second grating sound revealed what seemed to be a giant, almost 60 feet long, serpentine figure, which hissed dangerously as it stared at Hadrian. However, to retaliate with his own dark force, Hadrian drew on the bloodlust and rage he'd felt back in Lockhart's first class, using his dark power to focus solely on the creature before him. "Yield, or else die. I don't have the time for games tonight." With a hiss that could have been interpreted as fright, the snake lowered its giant head in submission to the thick, cold, bloodthirsty presence before it, its hisses now responding to Hadrian's power. "Master, command me. I am Silva, and I am at your command." "I have a task for you, Silva," Hadrian retorted, noticing a few abandoned snakeskins nearby. "They could come in handy later. Succeed and make it look like an accident of nature and you will live. Fail. Draw attention to yourself in any way and you will die." "I'm listening." With a cold smile, Hadrian stroked the serpent's scales before he asked icily, "Tell me, are you hungry?" Later that night, as Hadrian returned to the dungeons, he was stopped by an icy presence from nearby. Turning to face its source, Hadrian smiled as he saw Luna Lovegood standing there, her eyes on him as she smiled back at him before she inclined her head. "It is done, sire. Your pain will end and hell shall come to Hogwarts." "Good," Hadrian replied, before he faced her directly as he asked, "And what about the one who will be useful to me? What can you tell me about them?" "Only that they are someone from your past," Luna answered, "and your future." Without a reply, Hadrian left Luna to wander back to her own dorm, the Slytherin king making his way to the dungeons while, in another part of the castle, a certain bee-owned Ponce suddenly found his own sleep disturbed by a pair of glowing, bloodthirsty eyes followed by the sight of a pair of fangs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my sorrowful duty to inform you that Professor Lockhart may have had us all fooled. There were a few interested faces at breakfast the next morning as Professor Dumbledore addressed the school, though a few of the Slytherins glanced to the apathetic expression in the eyes of their king as the headmaster continued. A messenger to his office discovered half-packed cases and several written claims of obliviate spells. A warrant has been issued by the DMLE for fraud and false witnessing, but it is my pleasure to announce the return of Professor Mercius to our staff. This announcement was met with cheers while Hadrian glanced at the mysterious man who had taken their lessons last year. What was it about him that seemed to attract the attention of the Slytherin king so much? I never thought I'd ever hear such BS in my life. From Lockhart or Dumbledore? Both, answered Blaise as he, Hadrian, Draco, Neville, Pansy, Daphne and Hermione all sat out in the autumn sunshine, their meeting coming at a request from the Slytherin king for an aftermath to his destruction of Lockhart. It's the old man's act to make things up as he goes along, Hadrian mused, leaning against a tree by the edge of the lake while the others were gathered around him. It makes him seem innocent through all this, though he's more guilty than Lockhart in his ways. At least you don't have to put up with him anymore, Hermione mused, earning a nod from Hadrian before the Slytherin king stared out across the lake. After a short while, in which talk had turned to their returning professor and the new plans for lessons, Hadrian coughed to clear his throat before he asked, Neville, could we have a private word? Looking at Hadrian, Neville nodded once before he rose and, following Hadrian out towards the very edge of the lake, the young dark apprentice watched with suspicion and surprise as he saw Hadrian sink into the grass, a sigh of relief escaping him before he added, Sit down. I think it's about time we had words. Oh? Asked Neville, earning a nod from Hadrian as he asked, What about? You think I have been ignorant to your feelings, Hadrian mused, looking out over the lake while he spoke to Neville. Ever since it was revealed that Hermione was the daughter of Bellatrix Lestrange, you've been watching me with an air of mystery and judgment. Don't try to deny it, because despite what you may think, I'm not angry with that. In fact, Neville, I'm almost amused. I know, Neville remarked, Hermione and I talked about it ourselves on our first night back last month. Flashbacks start as most of the Slytherins fell asleep with a reminder about crossing the Slytherin king printed on the backs of their eyelids. Over in Gryffindor House, things weren't so peaceful. Though most of the house had gone off to bed, the same couldn't be said for Neville and Hermione, both of whom were hidden behind an anti-eavesdropping ward and silencing ward around a false bookcase, alcove in the common room. With their faces lit only by Lumos charms from the tips of their wands, Neville lifted his wand to Hermione before he asked, All right, before I go after Hadrian about this, tell me Hermione. Why should I still consider you my friend? I mean, I trusted you, I worked with you, I helped you and yet, now, I don't even know what to say. There's nothing to say, Hermione replied, her voice tinged with a hint of the same darkness that her mother was famous for. Hadrian knew you'd react like this, but, at the end of the day, you should remember where your loyalties lie, Neville. He gave you power, he made you stronger and he brought the lion from within the badger. But, just like he gave all those things to you, he can take them away just as quickly. Besides, if you're questioning why I didn't tell you, then why don't you tell me why you didn't even bother to tell me about you and Hadrian before I joined his side? What do you mean? I'm not the only dark lion, Hermione answered, prodding Neville with her wand tip as she explained. You were turned to his side long before I was and longer still before I discovered who I really was. Do you think I don't know about what you and him talked about when he turned you? About how you'd rather thank my mother for giving you the seed of darkness that Hadrian has nourished into this black lion's mane I see before me? Or how about that she was just the Igor to the doctor that gave life to the monster your gran helped create? Neville's eyes lowered as he remembered Hadrian using similar words to help unlock Neville's true potential and, as he looked up at Hermione, Neville then wondered just when exactly Hadrian had realized what the rest of them had discovered just this evening. Obviously it was after Halloween, which meant it was after Neville had saved Hermione, but then, why? Even the greatest players keep some cards close to their chests, Hermione whispered, smirking as she added, I don't need to use legilimency to know what you're thinking, Neville. Hadrian didn't tell you for the same reason that he didn't tell others. He wanted to see what you'd do when you learned the truth. And, if a monster of Frankenstein's is what you're becoming, then let me help you, Neville. You know you can't really hate my mum anymore. And you and I are friends, aren't we? Why yes, Neville stammered, his hand now shaking as he looked up at her. And besides, Hermione then added, you're not actually considering betraying Hadrian's trust and gifts of you just because you learn I'm Lestrange? Especially not after the both of us are also members of the Brotherhood, are you? No, Neville answered, his hand still shaking, but he felt remarkably calmer. Then don't question what is, Hermione told him, taking his free hand as she added, because I need you, Neville. Here in Gryffindor, where they loathe and detest Death Eaters, they'd eat me for dinner. If I walk alone in here, then I'm as good as dead. I'm still the same Hermione inside. All that's really changed is my name. She lifted her wand so that both of their eyes could be seen in the light, Neville then seeing a look of fear and pleading in hers as she added, please Neville, I can't be alone. I need you, my friend, just as Hadrian needs you, his friend, his lion, his apprentice. Apprentice? Asked Neville. Yes, Hermione nodded. Well, you were the first outsider he brought in, weren't you? I guess, Neville answered, though his mind was more on what Luna had said to him. You should be wary of the choices ahead of you, Sir Badger. The wrong word will result in the worst of nightmares looking as intimidating as fluffy bunnies. This is that choice, Neville thought, looking up to Hermione's pleading eyes before he sighed and, nodding his head, he told her, don't worry, Hermione, I just lost myself for a minute there. I'll stay with him, as I will you, I promise. Thank you, Hermione replied, putting her arms around Neville while their wands were extinguished. Flashback end. So don't think I'll stop what I've done about this, Neville added as he finished explaining the situation. I understand that you and Hermione had to keep it as a test for me. Well, if that's the case, then you don't need to say anything. You're my liege lord, Hadrian. My master in the arts and I am your apprentice. As such, I won't challenge you on this. And I appreciate that, Hadrian agreed, before he smirked as he added, but there's a part of the story that you haven't been told about, Neville. What? How it came to be that I knew Hermione was Bellatrix's daughter, Hadrian replied, looking to where the others had resorted to just enjoying the sun, leaving the king to talk with the Dark Lion as he explained, because it's a bigger test than just knowing Hermione's name. Are you prepared to face whatever consequences come from it? Hadrian, Neville answered, I was prepared for your tests from the day I gave you my allegiance and you began to give me power. Whatever it is, I can handle it. If you're sure, Hadrian mused, looking over at Neville before he added, then I'll tell you. Bellatrix Lestrange is the one that turned me into what you see before you. Neville was silent, his eyes wide and his heart like ice as he looked to Hadrian before he asked, Are you serious? Yep. How? Asked Neville. Why? Are you sure you want to know? Yes. This will be your point of no return, Hadrian explained, his eyes looking at Neville as he added, from here, I'll expect your full loyalty. Not even the Brotherhood knows what I'm about to tell you. But why are you telling me this? Because it's how I'll give you the power you so rightly deserve, Hadrian answered, noticing a look in Neville's eyes akin to malice mixed with wonder. But only if you're sure about what I have to tell you. I'm sure, Neville answered. Then tell me, Neville Longbottom, Hadrian replied, his eyes now holding a hint of raw power to them as he asked, have you ever heard the rather spellbinding story of Lord Acheron? After the disappearance of Lockhart, the final life-pledging step of Neville and the revelation about his mentor, Hadrian felt like the end of the year couldn't come around fast enough. In the run-up to the end of the year, Hadrian had Neville keep a close eye on Hermione as he explained how it was a sign that the once-broken Gryffindor could work with the daughter of Bellatrix Lestrange. As for the Brotherhood, they remained closer to their king than ever before. Pansy, Draco and Blaise helped Hadrian give life to what some called the Silver Quartet, but, on the inside, the infamous foursome were not so willing to let names spoil their time together. Blaise and Draco kept an eye on Hadrian's work as they worked with him and for him to ensure he remained at the top of the class, right where the Slytherin king belonged. As for Pansy, she spent her time close to Hadrian, keeping an eye on him with an air of comfort and support that she only ever showed when she was allowed to join the boys in their dorm or stand near Hadrian's self-appointed throne. Whenever she was here, she would soothe her king with gentle massages to his shoulders, or she would be on hand to act as his sword for any that showed resistance or trouble for the Slytherin king. Pretty soon, it was a well-known fact to every Slytherin that their blood meant nothing when compared to the power of the king, and so, just before the end of term, The entire house proved their loyalty to Hadrian when, as he returned from one of the last days of lessons, every snake bowed their heads to him in submission. Some of them even went to their knees and waited for Hadrian to step past them before they moved again. My power has them frightened, Hadrian thought, smirking to himself as he made for the dorm. Once inside, he drew out Tom Riddle's diary and, opening its pages, he wrote, "Are you there?" "Always," replied Tom. Before, a few moments later, a black ooze began to form from the pages and, when Hadrian looked up, he saw Tom standing there. It had been a surprise when the spirit of the diary had done this for the first time, but over time, Hadrian got used to it. He was also surprised at the similarities between him and Tom Riddle when he was younger. They both had pale skin and Tom's eyes had a hint of darkness to them that was both inspiring and welcoming. Their dark hair fell to the same pattern stayed behind their left ears and, when Tom spoke, it was with an air of dominance and command. Though, of course, such tricks didn't work on Hadrian as he closed the diary and, looking to the spirit, he told him, "It's almost time, Riddle. Soon you'll have the power you need to become flesh and blood, but, before we get to that stage, I have a question for you." "Ask away," Tom reasoned, sitting down on one of the other beds, though in his spectral form, he was as weighed down and physically heavy as a ghost. "I've been feeding you small portions of my magic through the diary," Harry reasoned. "We have similarities in that our lives are almost equal and yet, where you have failed, I will succeed." "I don't hear a question, Hadrian," Tom observed, but Hadrian wasn't done. "You are Voldemort," he told him, his eyes as cold as ice as he glared at Tom. "So here's my question. You come back, flesh and blood, as a reborn Dark Lord. What will that mean for our little relationship?" Tom gave a half-hearted chuckle before he looked to Hadrian's green eyes as he spoke. "I've had months to think about this, you know? Thinking about ways to turn your power to my advantage, but each and every time I do, I'm reminded of one small fact. And that is that, while I would return to the world, it would merely be as my 16-year-old self and as Tom Riddle. Yes. So I began to think of my own future," Tom continued, "and I thought about the other me that's out there looking for a way to return to the world. When he meets me, he'll try and claim my power and make it his own. And, as much as we are alike, I find myself being forced to admit that I don't want that to happen." "So what do you want?" asked Hadrian, looking somewhere between curious and determined as he asked, "My death?" "No," Tom answered, before he rose from the bed and, crossing to Hadrian, he kneeled before him in the same manner that the Slytherins had done, his eyes lowered as he admitted, I choose to serve you, Hadrian. With my knowledge and your power, I can help make you the greatest Dark Lord in history. I don't request anything in return as you have done with others on your side. All I ask is what anybody would ask. I ask to live." "Really?" "Yes," Tom answered, looking up at Hadrian as he explained, "We are the same with our lives, though your power is greater than mine and it always will be. Like you have your apprentice, you've also told me of the truth behind your greatness and, knowing it as I do, I know it's a fool's errand to challenge that. You have a darkness in you that I will never hold and I'm not afraid to admit that. Therefore, rather than risk going back into the empty abyss of death, I am prepared to pledge my life in servitude and aid to you. I will help you either conquer or destroy my other self and I will tell you anything you want to know about my power and abilities." "But what's going to stop you from turning your back on this?" asked Hadrian, looking into Tom's dark brown eyes as he added, "What is stopping you from breaking the pact with me and going over to the side of your other self?" "I know the risks of such an act," Tom explained, smirking as he added, "but I will give you what you ask, my king. Once we are free and clear and I have my full corporeal body back, I will pledge myself in the only way I know how. An unbreakable vow of allegiance to you. Then, should I do that which you question me about, my soul is yours, my king." A smile touched Hadrian's lips before he asked, "And, on estimate, how long should it take you to regain your corporeal self, Tom? After all, you know that this is the year where everything changes for me as well." "I do," Tom agreed, smiling himself as he added, "I shall be human by the time the moon has passed its second closed state. Translation, a month and a half. Just in time for my 13th, then?" Hadrian reasoned, earning a nod from Tom before the Slytherin king added, "Tick-tock, Tom. Tick-tock goes the clock, until the midnight hour. Tick-tock goes the clock, then you bow to my power." Dumbledore was at his wits' end. Harry was still in the dark with his decisions to walk alone and, flanked by known Death Eater heirs and heiresses. The boy now had no real qualms about showing off his power to those who stood in his way. When he'd heard that Lockhart was missing, the headmaster's first thought was that Hadrian had done away with him, but when there'd been no reports since Halloween, it was inevitable that the old man had realized how he'd done it. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened again, just like when Tom Riddle was at Hogwarts, and just like then, there was an unexplained death and a mysterious disappearance. Harry was becoming too much like Tom for Dumbledore's tastes. Thankfully, the disappearance of Lockhart gave him an exciting opportunity to get the boy back on his side before it was too late. It was time to call on an old acquaintance, one who would ensure the boy's return to the light and back to the path that sent him back into the darkness. The darkness of death. Returning to Malfoy Manor was like going home again for Hadrian, though the Slytherin King did not let his guard down. Instead, he waited with Draco and Hermione for the arrival of their other guests, the eyes of the Slytherin King filled with strength and determination as he watched the setting sun. "Are you sure you want to do this?" asked Draco, though the cold-eyed glare of his liege lord told him that it was a pretty stupid question. "Better now than afterwards when it's too late to turn back," Hadrian mused, his words cut off as the gates of Malfoy Manor suddenly rippled with magic and, seconds later, Ginny, Blaise, Pansy, Theo, Neville, Daphne and Luna all walked through them, the Brotherhood members making their way towards him where they bowed at his feet like the warriors they were. "Rise," Hadrian commanded, each member of the house obeying his command as they stood and, following Hadrian inside, they listened as he addressed them. "I know you'd rather be resting at home with this, but there are things you need to know. For you see, from the end of next month, things will be changing and, when I return to Hogwarts, it will not be as the Hadrian that you think you know. Neville knows this already. Draco, you've suspected it and there's one other who knows the truth of this as well. But today is the day where your questions will be answered and, at the end of it, you'll be given a choice." "What choice?" asked Ginny, watching as Hadrian led them into a study where, to their mixed reactions of surprise and shock, Lucius, Narcissa and Bellatrix were all standing, the eyes of the wild-haired witch watching as Neville glared at her. In a minute, Hadrian answered Ginny, nudging Neville as he added, "Go on. It's okay, you can say it." Stealing his resolve, the dark apprentice approached Bellatrix before he lifted his hand and, without any remorse or malice, he smacked her clean across the cheek, leaving a pretty deep mark while he also grabbed her by the throat, the eyes of the Lestrange woman watching as neither her daughter nor her honorary son did anything to stop him. "You," Neville snarled, his voice edged by darkness as he spoke, "you get this through your head right now, you bitch. I don't like you. I'll never forgive you and I do not like the fact that you still live and breathe. The only reason I'm not even going to bother killing you is because you are of use to my master and you have helped turn him into the Dark Lord we know he is. But be warned, if and when that pretender comes back, if you even think of jumping ship, I will break you into 1,000 pieces and feed you to my master's newest pet." With that, he threw Bellatrix down onto the ground before he turned and, dropping to one knee, Neville spoke with calm determination, "Master, I have spoken my words and you have given me the right to do so. I am now yours forevermore. Command me as your servant, use me as your tool. Teach me as your apprentice. Whatever you ask, I will serve." "Thank you, Neville," Hadrian remarked, moving to a chair next to Lucius while the Malfoy Lord conjured more for the Brotherhood. Once everyone was seated, Hadrian took a deep breath before he added, "You can show yourself now." From the shadows of the study, Tom Riddle appeared, his eyes fixed on the members of the group before he approached Hadrian's chair and, like Neville, he lowered himself down in homage to his leader, who nodded once while Tom rose and went to sit next to Draco. "As you can see, Ginny," Hadrian told her, smiling with cold victory in his gaze, "I have taken great pleasure in using your gift to me. Now, you asked me about the price and here it is." As the Brotherhood members watched, Hadrian made a gesture with his hand and, seconds later, they all shivered as they felt his bloodlust and killer's instinct rearing up from where he was sat as the feeling intensified. Only Ginny and Theo trembled as they'd felt the power of this influence only once. The others, however, lowered their heads as they endured the dark power of the Slytherin King. "You feel that?" asked Hadrian. They nodded. "That is my true power level," Hadrian explained, "and what I am about to tell you is not to be repeated. No matter what you do, no matter how you're threatened or plagued by those who would see us as weaklings, you say nothing about this. Or else, simply put, you will never see another dawn. There were a few moments of silence from the Brotherhood before Hadrian continued. Since you do not flee from this power, I assume then that you are willing to be mine to the very end. Not unlike the Death Eaters to my friend's other self. You will be my warriors, my soldiers and my aides in achieving my one true destiny. Is this what I see before me? As one, the Brotherhood answered in the correct turn of phrase, yes, my lord. Then, Hadrian added, indicating each of them as he spoke, before you become mine officially, come before me and pledge yourselves. But, as I told Neville when he heard the tale I am about to tell you, this is the point of no return. One by one, the Brotherhood rose, including Tom, though he was not yet fully corporeal. Approaching Hadrian, each of them kneeled in turn before they swore their oaths. I, Blaise Romero Zabini, pledge myself to the teachings and path of Hadrian James Potter. Forever am I his to command, punish, order and use as he sees fit until death doth claim me or my lord and master release me. So I pledge it, so mote it be. I, Hermione Jezebel Lestrange, pledge. I, Draconis Alexander Malfoy, pledge. I, Neville Franklin Longbottom, pledge. I, Daphne Alyssa Greengrass, pledge. I, Theodore Adrian Knott, pledge. I, Luna Artemis Lovegood, pledge. I, Ginevra Isis Lovegood, pledge. I, Pansy Kristen Park. No, Hadrian added as the Parkinson heiress went to make her oath, while the magic touched the others and made a few of them, Theo, Ginny and Neville, shiver with a dreaded cold. Hadrian stopped Pansy as he told her, not you, Parkinson. Your oath will come, but I have another offer for you. One that will become clear once my last warrior swears his vow. I am prepared, Tom reasoned, earning a smile from Hadrian. Your magic will make the vow for you, Riddle, he told the former Dark Lord, but you won't swear it as Tom Riddle. After giving it some thought, I have a new name for you and it is the name you will take from this day forth. After all, the Tom Riddle I know and loathe destroyed my life before another helped me rebuild it. Since you are my sword and my servant, you will not remain as Tom Riddle. Then as whom, my king? Asked Riddle, watching as Hadrian rose before he walked over to the spirit, who bowed his head as Hadrian put his hand on top of his head. The boy you were in the diary is dead, Hadrian explained. Through darkness and death, you are reborn like the phoenix and it is through that darkness that you shall be named. Tom Marvolo Riddle is no more. Now you are Lucian Anubis Drake, and you are forgiven for the crimes of your other self. Rise, Lucian, and proclaim your vow. Tom, or Lucian as he was known from that day on, moved to stand next to Pansy as Hadrian returned to his throne. Once the king was seated, Lucian dropped to one knee and spoke his vow. I, Lucian Anubis Drake, pledge myself to the teachings and path of Hadrian James Potter. Forever am I his to command, punish, order and use as he so wishes. If I fail in this duty, my life is his to take and my soul is his to destroy. All I am, I pledge to his service, all I have, I give to him. So I pledge it, so mote it be. The magic of Lucian's vow was even stronger than the others and, when it faded away, the boy once known as Tom Riddle was truly no more. Now, he was a straw bee. Owned-haired young man with sharp, amber-colored eyes like those of a hawk. His features were sharper and more pronounced and, when he spoke, it was with a mesmerizing, but haunting hissing tone. Think Anakin in Rots after being turned. With the vow and the change complete, Hadrian let Lucian return to his fellow warriors before he turned his gaze on Pansy, who lowered her head as she waited for his orders. Pansy Kristen Parkinson, Hadrian mused, speaking each word of her name with a cold sense of amusement to his tone. You challenged me when we first met, do you remember? I do, sire, Pansy answered. You redeemed yourself when you saw and felt my true power, do you remember? Yes, sire. And when you found out a secret about my weakness, you did not exploit it, but you remained loyal to me, yes. Yes. Then, Hadrian replied, looking first to the Malfoys, who nodded with unspoken support before Hadrian returned his gaze to Pansy as he added, I'd like to reward that loyalty, Pansy. You pledged your fealty to me, now I wish to give you something. Instead of pledging yourself again, Miss Parkinson, I'd like to reward your devotion to me, by naming you as my consort to the Slytherin king. There were gasps of shock from the group while Hadrian remained pretty easily stone-faced. Pansy, meanwhile, looked to the adults in the room before she returned her gaze to Hadrian as she asked, Me, Hadrian? Why? If I were to seek a consort, Hadrian mused, I would actually have to feel love and devotion for them as they would for me. But for the feeble minds of the females of our institution, I am little more than a trophy for them to win. Even young Ginny felt the same way before I helped her see the light. Is that not true, Ginny? Yes, my lord, Ginny answered, though she was just as equally surprised as the rest of them. Therefore, Hadrian mused, since I don't truly know what love is and have never felt it except in the care and support provided to me by Bellatrix and the Malfoys, I knew I needed someone who didn't care for love and would be proud and honored to stand by my side, share my throne, my reign and, eventually, my bed and bear me an heir to this. I needed someone devoted to me to the point of death, even beyond life and magic, and, when you made that vow to me, I knew you were a likely candidate, Pansy. So, what do you say? Pansy didn't know what to say. Admittedly, she'd always felt a small sense of dark attraction towards Hadrian's power, but never had she expected such a twist as this. As she looked into those eyes, she saw a hint of innocence coupled with the same dark want that Hadrian always showed whenever learning about magic or demonstrating his power. Another thing that Pansy knew was that, with his third year approaching, Hadrian was also going to show signs of being drawn to those of the opposite sex. But he wasn't about to let the mushy business of love ruin his chances at power. No, this was why he wanted a consort. In a way, he was saying that she could love him, but as long as it didn't disrupt his plans, endanger his future or change him from the powerful sorcerer he had become. That was it, wasn't it? Yes, Pansy answered, though the words seemed to come to her unbidden. Stepping forwards, she spread her robe and lowered herself completely before Hadrian, her eyes low as she told him, If it is what you want, my king, then I shall be yours, your consort. Then rise, Pansy, Hadrian told her, watching as she obliged him before he added, Come, stand by my side while you learn the true secrets of my power, as will you all. When Pansy stood at his side, she could swear that, for a moment, a tendril of magic seemed to snake out from Hadrian's body and wrap around her like a serpent, its dark energy digging right into the core of her soul and, in her mind, she heard the same condemning words from before, I shall be yours. Gathering herself, Pansy looked down as Hadrian linked his fingers before he began to speak. To fully understand where this comes from and what it all has to do with me, we have to go back even further than my lifetime. To a time when magic was all dark because it was not our own kind that feared it, but Muggles. In those days, one sorcerer rose above the ranks of others and ensured that fear became something witches and wizards fed upon rather than acted upon from the emotions of Muggles. His name was Lord Acheron. Acheron? Asked Hermione, earning a nod from Hadrian. The darkest river in mythological history for its border with the plains of hell, Hadrian added, smirking knowingly as he added. Lord Acheron was a master with the darkness. He could make it do anything he desired and, in time, he no longer needed a wand, scepter or staff to work his will. Instead, he just envisioned it within his own darkness and, pardon the pun, but like magic, it happened. However, as all must do, Acheron soon passed on and, before he did, he taught his knowledge to his disciples, who took it upon themselves to create a bastion where fear and darkness ran rampant. A bastion that still exists today, in fact. Any guesses? Azkaban, Draco muttered, earning a nod from Hadrian. Bingo. Azkaban, once known as Acheron Castle, was the very bastion where the power of darkness ran rampant, filling the people within it with powers beyond imagination. However, over time, the goody-goodies of light caught onto it and turned it into a prison, believably sealing the powers within for all time, but this was not so. For the true Acheron Castle existed in a shadow plane, a dimension between our world and the realm of darkness, and it was there that the soul of Lord Acheron still reigned, waiting and watching. So, are you Acheron? Asked Hermione, earning a smirk from Hadrian. Spoilers, Hadrian chuckled, leaning back into his throne as he explained. Let me finish the story first, Hermione. Anyway, around about 13 years ago now, a seer under the banner of Acheron made a prophecy claiming that Acheron's son, the heir of darkness itself, would return to the world. A prophecy, I should add, which was known to all that flew under Acheron's banner, such as the members of the most noble and ancient House of Black. The one? Asked Draco, noticing a nod from his father. Your mother told me its meaning when we were alerted to the prophecy's creation, Lucius explained, standing now at Hadrian's left-hand side much as he had done for a certain other Dark Lord. On that day, my mark as a member of Voldemort's forces was erased from my flesh and I was devoted to finding the sun and aiding him in any way I could. What did this prophecy say? Asked Hermione, looking to the others as she asked, I mean, do you know it? I do, Hadrian smirked, before he glanced along the group's number as he added, but how about you, my dear Dark Oracle? Do you know of the prophecy of shadows? Do you wish me to recite it, my king? Asked Luna, earning a nod from Hadrian before she cleared her throat and, standing up for emphasis, she began to speak. Into this generation shall come a truly malevolent child, one whom shall tame the darkness and work with chaotic forces so wild. A child blessed with powers beyond the human mind. A boy who will bridge a gap between human and demon kind. But when the child returns to his world and the hands of fate shall turn, then the shadows shall rise and fires of vengeance burn. 'Tis then the Black Kaiser's empowered form will sit upon his throne. And chaos and demons shall descend on those who robbed him of his home. Spooky Blaze drawled, before he looked to Hadrian as he asked, sorry for skipping ahead here, boss, but are you the child? I am, Hadrian answered, and the soul of Lord Acheron is a being that, for nearly 12 years, I've seen as my father. He trained me in the ways of magic to the point where my power equaled his own. He found me a respectable guardian tied to my destiny and hid her in plain sight. That's Bellatrix. And now, thanks to this power, I have everything I need to continue my path to the next step. Reminding the world why the darkness is something to fear. How? Hadrian looked over at Lucian as the former Dark Lord looked back at him. Excuse me. How did Acheron find you? Asked Lucian. I mean, some said you were raised by muggles, my king. So how did you go from that to this? His relatives didn't want him, Bellatrix piped up, speaking for the first time that day as she stood behind Hadrian. Though Pansy kept her king calm with her usual soothing massages, they dumped him on the steps of Wool's orphanage barely 2 hours after they'd found him. It was then that the soul of Acheron found Hadrian and promised him protection and power if he agreed to accept the fate of being the son of darkness. At that same time, I was on the run from my own actions. She glanced to Neville as she said this, but the Dark Apprentice did nothing as she continued, and I felt the power of the Blacks rearing up. Knowing of Acheron as I did, I answered the call and have raised, protected and cared for our Slytherin king since that day. And the Muggles? Asked Lucian. Well, here's the strange thing, Hadrian answered, looking genuinely concerned as he explained. Barely 2 days after Bellatrix found me, they were committed to somewhere called St. Brutus Insane Asylum for hopeless cases apparently terrified of even the ticking of the clock. Nothing less than they deserve, scowled Narcissa, earning a nod from Hadrian as he looked back to the group. I don't quite know if my powers have any limits, but, in less than a month, on my 13th birthday, I'll be going to that very plane where the castle resides to come into my full power and become Lord, or rather Kaiser Acheron. The Black Kaiser, Ginny muttered, looking now to Hadrian as she added, it's a clue to the line. The House of Black has ties to the House of Potter after all. That's old history, Narcissa reasoned, before she nodded as she added, but you are right with your theory, Miss Lovegood. Our family was the one that would bring the Kaiser to life. At first, I'm not ashamed to confess, I actually thought that it would be Draco before we saw Bellatrix again with Hadrian in tow. So everything you did, Theo asked, now speaking for the first time himself as he asked, what happened to me? That intense cold we always feel, the stone, Lockhart, it was all because of this power of yours? Yep, Hadrian answered, putting emphasis on the P, as he explained, being a master of the darkness, illusions and the thought of making them seem real means nothing to me. But, if it's any consolation, you have earned my trust and forgiveness for your folly. What about Rosier's brother? Asked Daphne, her own voice edged by shock from everything she'd learned. That was real. That was a simple act of dark transmogrification, Hadrian replied with a shark-smelling blood smile, also known as shapeshifting or conjuration. Like I said, Greengrass, my powers could be limitless. Oh, and before you say anything, I want you to have Tracy meet me before the 3rd year begins so I can share this with her. All members of the Brotherhood are equal, after all. As Daphne nodded, she then asked, I don't mean to question you, Hadrian, but what about my family? My sister and my parents? Can they? No, Hadrian answered. If your sister proves herself worthy to join the inner ranks, then you may tell her to meet with me. Otherwise, keep it shut. I don't think I need to remind you of what I said would happen if you chose to jump ship. No, my lord, Daphne replied, going into her brotherhood persona as she lowered her head to Hadrian. So, asked Draco suddenly, now looking at Hadrian as he asked, you go to this castle place, but what about us? I mean, there has to be a reason you told us of this. There is, Hadrian answered, indicating Lucian as he explained, as our newest member should tell you, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lord Voldemort is returning. Sooner or later, he'll come back and, when that happens, I'll be bringing the equivalent of the 7 circles down on him. To that end, I hereby invite each of you to spend the holidays and odd moments at Acheron Castle with me learning about not the dark arts, but the shadow arts. Then, when it happens, we'll be able to destroy him before anybody else has a chance to stake a claim to fame for themselves. You mean like Dumbledore? Asked Hermione. Exactly, Hadrian nodded, smirking to himself as he saw their searching glances. Take the summer to think about it, but remember that your lives do now belong to me. Say no if you wish, but if you even think of betraying me, then, well, there's a reason people fear the darkness. Go on, ask me what it is. What is it? Asked Pansy, sharing Hadrian's shark-like smile as she saw him in his element for the first time in a long time. Now that his secret was out and his closest allies knew the truth about his dark power, Hadrian actually felt content in the knowledge that he was forming his own army of darkness. The light had the likes of the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix, described to him by Bellatrix when he was younger, while the so-called Dark had his Death Eaters, a network that spanned the country, but when he came into his full power, Hadrian knew that neither force would be able to hold a candle to him. With his Brotherhood and the rest of Slytherin under his direct command, Hadrian knew that he had officially taken the first steps into the darkness that the prophecy of the One spoke of. His birthday, coronation, at Acheron Castle would be the next step, and the final step would come in the moments where Hadrian crossed swords with Voldemort once again. One mercy that Hadrian allowed himself to feel was the fact that, now that his most loyal had been discovered and the truth was out, he now felt able to share more time with them. Studying, working on their magic, both Hogwarts permitted and not, which meant the dark arts. Or, in Hadrian's case, counting down the days to his 13th birthday. It felt kind of humorous that he was to be turned into whatever he was to become on the 31st of July, but the humor was more courtesy of Draco and Hermione, as they made a note of the fact that 13 to 31 was what Hermione called a palindromic event. It was the same forwards as it was backwards. Imagine if you were actually born on the 31st minute of the 13th hour as well, Draco had joked, but Hadrian had let a smirk show in response. It wasn't that funny, but the feelings of companionship and moral support were there. Another big assist in distracting Hadrian from his impending dehumanization was Lucian. True to his word, the ex-Dark Lord's spirit began to return Hadrian's feel of power and stay true to the pledge that he was a servant and warrior of the true Lord of Darkness. He told Hadrian about spells and rites that he remembered, information on some more of the actions and members of the Death Eaters. Knowing that Lucius and Bellatrix were no longer members of that faction actually amused Lucian to no end, as he told Hadrian about how the so-called Dark Lord, in the event of his actual return, would probably throw a hissy fit when he learned his 2 most devoted servants were in servitude to his hated enemy. It will be even funnier after this year rewards me with a 3rd former Death Eater turned to my cause, Hadrian argued, earning a nod from Lucian. The once Dark Lord didn't know which member of his former self's forces Hadrian was talking about, but whoever it was must have clearly warranted some attention from the Black Kaiser, otherwise why would he bother mentioning them? As well as Lucian, Hadrian's distractions were also assisted by Neville and Pansy. His apprentice took up some of Hadrian's time by learning more about the wand-less arts of the dark, while Pansy, in her role as his consort, took up some of Hadrian's time with her mere presence and letting him talk about other things aside from the approaching date. She also received his permission to talk about herself a little more so that Hadrian knew everything about his future Black Queen. When she explained about her father and how he was one of the servants of the Pretender, as the group soon took to calling Voldemort, her lord's reaction was just what she had expected. He faced her head on and told her straight that, when the time came, he would expect her to remain true to his cause even if it meant taking out the elders of the Parkinson line and making her the new head of the family. I am prepared for any outcome, Hadrian, Pansy explained when he told her this, Your gift to me was not out of love, but loyalty. I am yours for as long as you want me." Away from Hadrian, however, Pansy took a moment to let herself grieve for that eventuality before her heart hardened and her blood may as well have been iced crystals in her veins as she cemented her loyalty and her choice to serve, obey, protect and, when she could, even love Hadrian Acheron. If Hadrian learned of this, he didn't say anything about it. Normally, on a child's 13th birthday, there would be balloons, presents, cakes, candles, guests and a feeling of a new beginning, as some cultures called it a coming of age. A rite of passage. However, for Hadrian, there were no party decorations or guests or candles. There were gifts, but he chose to leave them until after the time had passed and, instead, he dressed sharply and waited for the arrival of the Brotherhood. First to arrive before the others, not to Hadrian's surprise, was Lucian as he appeared from whatever realm held the power over the diary. Kneeling before his sovereign, the reborn teen looked up as he explained, "My liege, may I be given the honor of being the first to wish you best wishes on your coming of age?" "You may," Hadrian replied, drawing the diary from his pocket before he asked, "Are you as you said you would be, Lucian? Does your body hold enough power to be fully resurrected?" "I am and it does, sire," Lucian replied coolly, his eyes lowered as he explained, "all that needs to happen now is my wand touching the diary and destroying it with my own magic. The dark power within the pages will bleed into me and I will become flesh and blood once more. Then, as I have promised since that first night and I made official on the day I swore my fealty to you, I am yours to command." Handing the diary to Lucian, Hadrian's eyes narrowed before he asked him, "Do you have your wand, Lucian?" "Thanks to Lucius, I do, my lord," Lucian answered, drawing a wand from his own robe as he explained, "Because your power changed everything about me and made me Lucian Drake instead of keeping me Tom Riddle. I needed a new wand and so I slipped into the Shadow Realm where Lucius escorted me to the alley so I could claim my new wand during one of my rare corporeal moments." "May I see it?" asked Hadrian, watching as Lucian handed him the wand. It felt strong, but edged by darkness. The finely polished mahogany wood of the wand seemed to act as a counter to the darkness of its bearer. Returning the wand to Lucian, Hadrian asked, "What's it made of?" "Mahogany and runespore venom, 12 1/4 inches long," Lucian answered, sheathing his wand before he added, "Acquired from a contact of ours who indulges in my desires in Nocturne Alley. Regrettably, I had to act like the pretender so he would recognize me, but I did not let the feeling last as I remembered to whom I owe my life." "That's all right, then," Hadrian nodded, before his eyes returned to watching the door of the manor as Draco appeared, accompanied by Hermione and Pansy, the latter having spent the night in a room of her own as Hadrian had warned them of how he was to be undisturbed all night. Seconds later, the door to the manor opened and Daphne, Blaise, Theo, Ginny, Luna, Neville and Tracy all appeared, the latter giving Hadrian a searching, worrisome look as she had done ever since learning the full story about her liege lord. Learning that he wouldn't let her go without her fealty vow after telling her everything about his past, Tracy realized that not only was this not the boy who lived as everyone had been constantly believing, but this was also the one wizard she would throw down her wand to protect and, in return, he would protect those closest to him, his brotherhood. She had sworn her vow as soon as the realization had hit her, though Tracy did watch Hadrian closely after that, a look of worry only matched by the fear for what sort of power Hadrian would claim today. It was beyond good and evil, beyond human and non-human and beyond light and darkness itself. Whatever it was, the teen sorcerer and Slytherin king was coming out of this transformation a changed wizard. Once the Brotherhood was assembled, Hadrian drew himself to his full height before he addressed them. "Welcome my friends. It's been a long while coming, but at long last, the day is here. I hope that each and every one of you is prepared for whatever you may see or hear happen here today." "Yes, your majesty," exclaimed the Brotherhood, their own forms as tall and proud as Hadrian himself. "Then follow me," Hadrian commanded, turning towards the back room within Malfoy Manor as he added, "The ceremony is about to begin." Moving through the hallway and into the room, each member of the Brotherhood were surprised to find themselves standing in the ballroom within Malfoy Manor, though instead of rich furnishings and symbols of wealth and prestige, there was now simply a darkened room with a single torch-lit circle in the center of the room. Lucius, Narcissa and Bellatrix all gathered around the circle dressed in hooded robes that held no real marks of significance. Approaching the circle, Hadrian looked to each of the Black family before he spoke. Here we go. Then, to open the gateway, I need to summon him here. You're finally going to meet the being to whom I owe everything I have become. If you value your souls and your sanity, you shall not scream or speak out of turn. The only ones who shall address him are Bellatrix and myself, understand? Yes, my lord, chorused the group, Lucius watching with a hint of fear in his eyes as Hadrian lifted his hand, summoning a black-hilted dagger from the ether with his strange power. Lowering the dagger, Hadrian gave a single nod to Bellatrix, who, taking one of the torches from the circle, threw it into the center of the circle and, when it touched the floor, the torch ignited the entire circular inside, filling the eyes of the Brotherhood with awe and shock as they saw the golden flames of the torch shoot into the air like a bonfire on November 5th. Looking into the flames, Hadrian lifted his right hand before he slashed the palm of his hand without any hesitation or fear in his expression, though a single grunt of pain escaped him as his blood flowed free from the wound. Holding the bloodied palm over the flames, Hadrian's blood started to drip into the flames, turning them as black as night before the Black Kaiser began to speak. From the world beyond the light, from within the darkest realms of fear, I invoke thy name, Acheron, and command thee, now appear. The black flames rose up once more, now almost touching the roof of the ballroom and actually frightening a few of the Brotherhood, Theo, Ginny and Tracy. Though as they remembered their lord's words, the assembled dark sorcerers remained quiet. The flames then lowered themselves down before they seemed to fold inwards, the flames appearing to harden and sharpen until they formed a single robed figure. The figure was dressed in black robes that spread out around him like the wings of a demon, though he seemed to wear fierce-looking spike-tipped boots, shoulder guards and gauntlets of darkened silver, a single rune etched into each of his gauntlets. Over his head, his face was obscured by shadows that glared out from underneath a silver helmet, the top of the helmet holding 3 prongs at the crown like the horns of the devil himself. As the Brotherhood watched, they were then shocked and almost horrified to see Hadrian stare into the darkness of that helmet before he lowered himself down, kneeling before this figure as the Brotherhood would kneel before him. He put a single fist over his heart while he held the other behind his back and, for the first time in their experience of their leader, the Brotherhood members actually heard a hint of fear in Hadrian's voice as he addressed the armored figure. "Father," Hadrian remarked, his voice low and almost trembling as he kneeled before the figure, "as I made my vow years back, I am now here to fulfill my promise, to become your heir and bring the true darkness back to the world." "Hadrian," growled the figure, whom the members of the family and the Brotherhood now assumed to be none other than Acheron himself, "you have pleased me with how you used the gifts I bestowed upon you as a child. I see you have formed yourself an army of warriors. This is good, but never once forget that, as powerful as you are, you will always pledge yourself to me." "I know, Father," Hadrian replied, his hand then indicating to the others that they would be better off kneeling as well. Once every member was in the same position as the Slytherin king, Hadrian continued, "Today marks the date of my ascension and I am prepared, Father. However, I await your approval before we set a single step onto the grounds of your hallowed halls." Acheron remarked, lifting his hand before he placed it on the brow of his son and heir as he addressed his protege once more. "You were weak when I found you, Hadrian James Potter. But now your hatred has become your strength. You have truly given yourself to the darkness and let none consider themselves your betters. You have walked in darkness and wielded the powers of the Mara with efficiency and a merciless bloodlust that pleases me." A cold rush seemed to fill the room as the group listened to Hadrian's mentor, rescuer address him, the cold bringing voices and sensations with it that echoed around the room, bringing visions to everyone's minds as though Acheron was showing them the memories and bringing Hadrian's darkness to its zenith at the same time. Flashback start. "You know of wizards?" asked Dumbledore, earning a slight motion from Hadrian's head that may have been a nod. "Ever since my only friend was taken from me," Hadrian answered, catching sight of Severus looking at some of the books. With a hardened glare, he hissed icily, "Don't touch those, I'm not done reading them yet." As Dumbledore turned to face Severus with a warning glance, the headmaster's eyes widened as, for a moment, it looked as though Severus had reacted to the familiar pain etched into the burning of his dark mark. Flashbreak. "That's nice," Hadrian mused, sharing a glance with the still silent Pansy as he added, "I apologize, Miss Parkinson. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hadrian Potter, heir of House Potter and current first-year student of Hogwarts." Why, you're Harry Potter? Asked Pansy, unaware of the warning glance from Blaze as she asked, You? And I'm actually intimidated by you, you mudblood whore's son? Pansy, Blaze exclaimed, but the warning came too late. Fixing Pansy with an ice-cold glare, Hadrian's voice was like death himself was among them as he asked, What did you just say about my mother? She's a mudblood, snapped Pansy, her next words silenced when she suddenly felt her heart and ribs press in around her chest. Grabbing her heart, Pansy gasped with fear and pain as she felt like her very life force was being strangled out of her. Over the pain, the Parkinson heiress heard Hadrian's ice-cold voice addressing her, Don't you ever speak ill about my mother like that, Parkinson? As for being the son of a mudblood whore, you are mistaken. Harry Potter is dead. I am what took his place and made it my ambition to silence naysayers like you. Hadrian, gasped Blaze, his hands raised to his friend in a sign of submission, Please, let her go. She doesn't know you like I do. She doesn't know the darkness that made you stronger than what they say. She only thinks of you as the infamous pretender that the ministry tried to take credit for. Please, I'll vouch for her, she can learn. Please. Relaxing his glare, Hadrian returned his glance to the window while, at the same time, Pansy let out a gasp like that of a drowning victim recovering their breath as she looked to Blaze and, through choking coughs, she asked, What was that? Pray you never have to find out. Flashback end. Though their heads were lowered before the force that could even bring their leader to his knees, a few members of the Brotherhood let their eyes wander to Pansy as they bore witness to the power of the Slytherin king. Now they understood what he'd meant when he said he'd shown her the error of her ways. But the lessons weren't done yet. Flashback start. How about you? Asked the girl, then turning her attention to Hadrian before she noticed Hedwig. With a gasp of shock, she asked, Oh my God. What is that beautiful creature? It must be a really rare breed, but I don't recognize it and I've read loads about owls. Is it a magical animal? It's not common for a wizard to have a familiar, of course. You must be really powerful. Oh, sorry, I'm Hermione Granger. Who are you? Someone who thinks it would benefit you to leave now, Hadrian replied, his only movement being to stroke Hedwig's feathers to silence her worried or perhaps angry hoots at the girl. You're quite rude, aren't you? Ooh, shouldn't have said that, Blaze muttered, watching as Hadrian lowered his hand and, rising from his seat, he turned to face the newcomer. I'm the rude one? He asked with just a hint of disbelief in his voice, and I suppose in whatever planet or family you were raised by, it was perfectly all right to just barge into a compartment without knocking or announcing yourself and then asking stupid questions that, quite frankly, are none of your business. Then, when your own question was answered, you feel compelled to just stick around like we care who you are or what your opinions may be. Well, I'm sorry, the girl stammered, her words phased by the intimidation factor provided by Hadrian's ice-cold glare. I was just curious and, I'm the first in our family to have magic so. And with that statement, you just lost the right to say anything else to me except goodbye. Flashback end. How could I have been so thick-headed? Wondered Hermione as she bore witness to the power expressed by Acheron, showing each of Hadrian's dark moments, clearly in some sort of test of worthiness for his ascension. This must have been why he'd said that it would be better not to scream or say anything unless addressed. Hadrian could bring them to their knees and kill them if he wanted, but Acheron? He could clearly give a new meaning to the expression. A fate worse than death. Flashback start. Got a staring problem, have we? Asked Blaze, seeing the boy's looks before a gasp escaped the redhead. Bloody hell, you're Harry Potter, the boy exclaimed, his words thankfully unheard by the other boat's members as he added, I've been looking all over for you. My name's Ron Weasley and I'm here to help you keep away from these slimy snakes and follow your parents into Gryffindor. That's nice, Hadrian mused, looking to the scene in front of them as they ducked under a low-built cliff face. Once they were on the other side, Hadrian sighed before he asked, Tell me, Mr. Weasley, can you swim? Not too well, Ron answered, unaware of the danger he'd just put himself in. No better time to learn, Hadrian remarked, before he shoved Ron off the boat and into the lake with a loud splash, much to the shock of the other students while, at the head of the group, Hagrid turned to face them. Were that? He asked in his broken English voice. He fell in, Hadrian replied, shaking his head as he added, jumping about like an idiot would do that to him. Flash break. Greetings to you, Master Salazar, Lord of Serpents and First of the Chosen, Hadrian hissed, his tone sibilant and so icy that it wouldn't have surprised anyone who could hear him if the walls had suddenly frosted over. As for the portrait, his eyes widened with a sense of disbelief and wonder before he smirked and replied in the same hissing language. My greetings to you in return, my serpentine sire. How interesting it is that you speak my tongue when, from the look of you, you appear to be the infamous Potter boy I've heard talk about. You haven't seen anything yet, Lord Slytherin, Hadrian replied, his eyes shining with a cold brightness to them as he explained. I am honored to bear your gift and even more so to learn the secrets of this magic. As a Parselmouth, I am also privileged to be a member of your house and, here and now, I promise you, I will remind these muggle-loving fools of your grandeur and the way things work around here. And how will you do that, dear child? Easy, Hadrian laughed, gesturing to his body as he explained. I'll first conquer my year mates and then, once I've made Slytherin see the real me, I will take my rightful place as the Slytherin king. There was a hissing gasp from the Slytherin portrait, before the man laughed and, with a curt nod to Hadrian, he spoke in English as he explained, when that day comes and your peers bow before you, my little king, come back to me and I shall share with you my greatest secrets. This is the word of Slytherin. And I accept it, Hadrian added, just as the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. With a parting glance, Hadrian returned to the portrait's cold glare before he explained, Don't worry, Lord Slytherin, I won't tell the unworthy your little secret. That is, if you don't tell anyone mine. Oh? Asked Slytherin, what secret might that be, young sovereign? Let me show you, Hadrian chuckled, keeping an ear on the approaching footsteps before he added, but I'll have to be quick, we have company. Dropping a clearly well-placed facade, Hadrian let his power show in all its glory before, turning his back to the portrait, he pulled down his robe, revealing an archaic, shockingly complex-looking mark on his back along with a sudden icy coldness that felt more like a desire to commit suicide to anyone inexperienced in the arts. A feeling of overwhelming darkness suddenly passed through the corridor. The torches seemed to flicker into blackness while around the potion's master. There was this sudden pitch-black silence. Not just silence as in, all you could hear was your breath, but a much deeper, much thicker silence that felt like all the sound in the world had been removed. Then, just as quickly as the silence had come, it was gone again and noise returned to the corridor, the flames bursting back into life while, ahead of him, Severus heard the voice of his portrait's namesake, My. I dare say that you will make a truly unique Slytherin, Mr. Potter. I look forwards to our next conversation. As do I, Slytherin, Hadrian replied, before his face appeared at the end of the corridor and, as he looked at Severus, he raised an eyebrow before he asked, I believe you were meant to be the one waiting for me, Professor. Did you forget your own instructions? As you should have guessed by now, I don't like to be kept waiting. Flashback end, that mark. Lucian thought to himself, recalling how he'd been told of what Hadrian had done to his former self. That's Acheron's blessing. A symbol of dark greatness that can only be perfected by the sturdiest of shadow mages and necromancers. Not for the first time did the former Dark Lord feel a sense of relief for what he'd done in pledging his life to Hadrian. Flashback start. Hadrian cleared his throat before he mused, if you lot talked about me any louder, my whole head would probably burn. Oh, Blaise thought as he watched his friend move towards the two-sided factions, Hadrian just made a joke, that's not good. Now Hadrian then asked, standing in front of Blaise with Pansy on his left-hand side before he asked, if you've got a problem with me and my place here, then why not step up and stake your claim? I mean, it's not like how did you put it? He seemed to adopt an air of curiosity mixed with the questioning glance he gave before he nodded as he continued, oh that's right. A half-blooded freak. Well, since you seem to like grandstanding in such a manner, why not step up? Are you challenging me, Potter? Asked Nott, his eyes boring into Hadrian's skull while Hadrian remained as cold and apathetic as a machine, his eyes just glancing past Nott. You think you can just waltz in here and tell everyone what to do? Don't go digging into my secrets, he says. Why not? 'Cause I'll tell you, Potter. I will discover your secrets and, when I have them, you'll be begging me for favors to keep my silence. Begging? Asked Hadrian, a few of Nott's gang aware of a look of fear and trepidation spreading amongst the snakes behind Hadrian, especially Blaise and Pansy. Is that what I'll be doing? B. Egg, ing, Not hissed, drawing out each syllable and part of the word as he explained. You won't even be the Slytherin jester, never mind the Slytherin king. You'll be acting as the real king's footstool. I see, Hadrian nodded, clicking his tongue with a sound that was almost like a crack of knuckles before he asked, and, just out of curiosity, who's going to make me this way? Well, for starters, me, Nott laughed, before he made a big mistake and, lifting his head, he snorted in heavily before he spat on Harry's face, sputum and snot mixed together in a globule of saliva that stuck to Hadrian's cheek. 'Cause that's all you are, Potter. One to be spat on, one to be licking my boots. Nothing more than a freak. No sooner had the word left Nott's lips than the Slytherins on Hadrian's side of the team began to shiver with a sense of dread that hung over them like death himself walked amongst them. At the same time, the torches that lit up the common room flickered in their sockets before they were doused, leaving nothing but darkness in their wake. In the center of the gathering, Hadrian lifted his hand, wiping his face with the back of his hand before he sniffed and, looking at the slimy trail that he'd wiped away, he coughed before he nodded once. As the Slytherins on Nott's side laughed at the thought of the big bad maybe about to cry, Hadrian sniffed once more before he whispered, "Thank you, I needed that, now I understand." "Very good," Nott laughed, "now kneel before your true masters, Potter. Know your place." "No," Hadrian replied, a sheer cold setting over the room before Hadrian looked into Nott's cold gaze as he explained, "I don't understand that. I understand what must be done now, so thank you, Nott. Now, as for kneeling, I say, you first." A loud crack resonated through the dorm followed by an ear-piercing, blood-curdling scream. Those who were in the common room turned their heads while the eyes of Nott's little gang all widened with horror as they saw their apparent leader fall to his knees. At the same time, blood began to pool around Nott's bent knees, the weedy, cocky-minded boy's eyes screwed tight shut in pain. "My knees!" he screamed, looking up at Hadrian as he snarled, "You filthy half-blooded bastard! How dare you harm your betters, all!" He would have continued screaming, but, as suddenly as the knees had given out from under him, his jaws were suddenly frozen wide open, his tongue hanging out in a look of dumbstruck fear and rage. All this incessant chirping, Hadrian scowled. Very bad for a birdie to squeak when master wants silence. So, birdie, shut it. With a manner similar to the guillotine cutting through a monarch's head, Nott's tongue went flying from his mouth, leaving blood to pool in his mouth while the foul-minded pureblood sobbed and cried and croaked through his bloody stumps. "Kneel before such a foul-mouthed little robin?" asked Hadrian, shaking his head with a cold glare in his emerald eyes as he hissed. "I bow to nobody, you bow to me, understand?" Nott whimpered and whined, but nodded through his bloody injuries. "And the rest of you?" asked Hadrian, looking to the Slytherins with him, "are you fodder or are you fighter?" Crabbe and Goyle were rather quick to move to stand next to Daphne and Draco while the Caro sisters had fainted, both of them lying there like corpses with how pale their faces had become. "That's what I thought," Hadrian growled, snapping his fingers and, seconds later, there were gasps from the Slytherin house members as the blood-soaked floor seemed to vanish and Nott's legs seemed to repair themselves. At the same time, the quivering mass of a boy found his voice as he pleaded, "Please, no more, don't hurt me again. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry." "I know you are, Theo," Hadrian remarked, the coldness in his voice just the same as ever as he added, "I was perfectly content to put my faith in you and share with you my secrets when you were ready, but you forced my hand and brought out my ugly side, which, I have to admit, annoys me a bit." Lowering his hand to Theo, Hadrian wiped a stream of blood from the boy's lips, the sight confusing some of the Slytherins as Theo looked just as healthy as ever. Lifting his hand back up, Hadrian asked, "And you did this? Why? Because of blood and status? Because you were Slytherin long before me? Tell me, Nott. How's that helping you now? Blood doesn't matter. Status doesn't matter. Even good and evil don't matter. All that matters is power. Who has it and who doesn't? So tell me, little hatchling. Who has the power?" Why you," stammered Theo. "And who doesn't? Me." "Good boy," Hadrian chuckled, tousling Theo's hair like a master rewarding his faithful dog before he patted the boy on the head and asked, "Now, just so there aren't any misunderstandings, Nott. Where is my place?" "Above me," stammered Theo, more frightened than ever of the fact that it looked like the pain he'd felt and the damage that had been done wasn't even real. "And where is your place?" "BB below you." Lifting his hand with a threatening glare, Hadrian shook his head as he hissed, "That wasn't what you said about me, little doggy. Now, where is your place?" At your FFF feet," Theo gasped, before he literally crawled towards Hadrian and lay there like a dog waiting on his master's orders before he added, "as your FFF footstool and LL licking your boots." "That's a good boy," Hadrian whispered, lifting his boot to Theo as he added, "Now, why not prove it? The dust of the corridor, Theo. Lick it off." There were a mix of gasps and laughs from the Slytherin as Theo licked his tongue over Hadrian's boots, tasting the thick pungent taste of the dungeon floors mixed with whatever else was out there as well as the mud and filth from the lakeside walk to the boats. When Hadrian lowered his boot, he turned to his loyal supporters before he told them, "Well done. You have made me very proud with your choices. I guarantee that, come the day, you shall reap the rewards of loyalty. Now, all this excitement has tired me out. Anyone got a seat?" The common room cleared the way for him very quickly as Blaze and Pansy stepped with Hadrian and, finding a comfortable-looking seat, the new apex predator of the snakes turned and took his seat, Blaze and Pansy both bowing to him while Theo crawled to let Hadrian rest his feet along his back. "You are the Slytherin king now, Hadrian." Flashback end. Theo lowered his head, feeling the same guilt in him that Hermione had felt as he bore witness to his idiocy, his voice lost to him as he understood now about the merciless nature and the fearful power of the Slytherin king. He was thankful that he'd redeemed himself to his master. Flashback start. Even the higher years seemed to acknowledge the power of the first year as they couldn't explain, no matter how much they tried, they just couldn't explain how or why Nott had lost his mind like he had done. Reviewing memories and even going over the scenario in their heads, the elder years just came to the same outcome. Nott had spat on Potter and then, like a victim to a Dementor, he had been forced to his knees with a crack that had actually been the sound of Crabbe and Goyle cracking their knuckles. Then Nott had screamed about damaging his knees and been frozen in fear before he'd been silenced and left whimpering and cowering. Potter, meanwhile, had done nothing but mock the boy about being a little birdie and a dog. And yet, no matter how blank their explanations, there wasn't one member of the house that could explain where Nott's shed blood had come from, though some speculated that it had come from Nott cracking one of his teeth when his jaws had slammed together like they'd done. Whatever the reason, it was clear that Hadrian held some sort of sway over the first years and even the second and third years, and, with nearly half the house watching him with airs of respect and intimidated feelings in their expressions, it wasn't like many of the 4th through 7th years were in too much of a hurry to act out against that power. Flash break. "Everything you did make me stronger," Hadrian replied, his eyes now glowing with what seemed to be blood-red magic of his own, swirls of black appearing to spin within the irises as he explained, "It made me the wizard, the weapon I am today. It's the truth. I've known it all along. You are my creator." "Well, isn't that nice?" asked Voldemort, extending his hand to Hadrian as he asked, "Then why not come to me, Hadrian? May I ask you something? Why are you on their side? Why fight for a doomed side who will hunt us down as soon as they realize their reign is coming to an end? I'm sorry for what happened to your parents, I truly am." Hadrian just shook his head. Was Voldemort actually trying to excuse what he'd done? What he'd taken from the Slytherin king? Well, it wasn't going to work. Clutching the stone in his pocket, Hadrian continued to gather his power as Voldemort continued, "But everything I did for you. To unlock your power. To make you embrace it. You've come a long way from deflecting magic. I'm so proud of you, and you're just starting to scratch the surface. Think of how much further we could go, together. I don't want to hurt you, Hadrian, I never did. I want to help you. This is our time, our age. We are the future of the magical race. You and me, son, this world could be ours." "I have to agree with you there," Hadrian remarked. "I agree with every word you said. We are the future. But, unfortunately, you killed my mother. So this is what we're going to do." He seemed to lift his hand out of his pocket and, to Voldemort's horror, he was now holding what looked like a black jagged dagger, the blade of the weapon glowing with the same red and black magical aura that burned in Hadrian's colored eyes. "I'm going to count to 3, Hadrian explained, laying the dagger flat in his palm as he added, "And if you haven't kneeled before me by 3, I'm going to take your soul and rip it from your body with my lovely little gift here. 1. Hadrian, think about this, Voldemort laughed. I could kill you before you even move. Yes, Hadrian agreed, because it worked so well last time. 2. Think what we could do together, Voldemort argued. You have some real power now, but you need to learn to control it. I already know how to control it, Hadrian mused, before he added. 3. Avada Voldemort began, but as soon as the first word finished, the dagger had moved, through a veil of black flames. The dagger had been transported from Hadrian's palm right into Voldemort's heart, the hilt of the dagger now glowing with black magic while the Dark Lord screamed in pain. Say goodbye, Riddle, Hadrian hissed, turning to face the platform to finish his plan, and this time, mean it. As Voldemort looked up, his eyes widened in terror with what he now saw on Hadrian's back. In his magical buildup, the Slytherin King had shredded his clothes and now his back was revealed. As darkness consumed the so-called Dark Lord, he saw the last image of power from the true Slytherin King. A tattoo. Thick, black inked and seemingly rippling against Hadrian's skin with several mysterious runes surrounding the image. The tattoo itself ran from the nape of Hadrian's neck down to his waistline, several black branches like a spider's web spreading out from the main branch of the tattoo. But that's the mark of, whatever Voldemort would have said next was taken from him as his body burned in black flames, the dagger now returning to Hadrian's hand where it vanished in a similar veil of flames, the Slytherin King turning only once to stare at the corpse that lay on the floor. Come back again, Riddle, and you'll beg for death. Then, without another word, he left the chamber, stopping only once to feed the corpse of the ex-defense professor to the Cerberus. Flashback end. So that's what happened, thought most of the Brotherhood as they bore witness to the power of their lord, the cold that had brought these memories from out of the darkness of Hadrian's mind only intensifying, though, for a second, they thought they heard a sound like amused chuckling from Acheron as he continued looking into Hadrian's mind. Flashback start. Name? Asked Hadrian. Rosier, the boy answered, sneering at Hadrian with a look like a vulture circling carrion. Stephen Rosier. And it's a name you should remember, Potter, because I'll be the one bringing you to the Dark Lord when he returns. Really? Asked Hadrian, mock interest in his voice as he turned to Theo, who was trembling with fear as he knew what was coming. Did you hear that, Theo? The great Stephen Rosier is going to be the one bringing me to Voldemort when he returns. Well, I think we should be honored that such a great warrior of Voldemort is amongst us. Let's throw flowers where he walks and part the streets like the Red Sea. Yeah, Stephen laughed, you do that. Oh, I will, Hadrian replied, before he dropped his sarcastic side as he turned and glared at Stephen Rosier with a glint of hatred in his eyes as he added, when you defeat me. Don't do it, Theo whispered, but the words fell on deaf ears. Very well, I accept. In that case, Hadrian mused, closing his eyes once before he whispered, let's see who is more than he seems, Rosier. Me, a half-blood who's nothing more than not said, or you, the great warrior of Voldemort. Drawing his wand, Stephen sneered at Hadrian as he added, go ahead, Potter. This will be quick. Yes, agreed Hadrian, before he snapped his eyes open, the magic now rolling off him in waves that made the room darken while several of the first years trembled with fear and intimidation at the levels of power that came off the Slytherin King. It will. Stephen's hand was trembling as the waves of magic passed around the room. However, as he looked at his hand and clenched it, trying to calm his nerves, the first year's deep violet eyes widened with horror when his wand suddenly rose of its own accord, the head of the wand turning into a snake's head that began to move up his arm, encircling him like a boa constrictor wrapping up its prey. No, Stephen cried, shaking his arm as he tried to remove the snake from his body. My wand. It's alive. Please, someone, help me, please. Come on, Stephen, Hadrian growled, his magic only increasing as he forced his will on the boy. You said you were going to bring me before Voldemort. Surely you can overpower a half-blood's magic? No, cried Stephen, his eyes now flooded with tears as his snake reached his neck, its fangs glistening with venom. At the sight of the venom, the first year suddenly let out a gasp of fear followed by a cry of disgust that came from the other first years as they saw his trousers darken, his face becoming pale and sweaty. Don't let it bite me, please. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Please, I beg of you. Sire. Ellen Rosier then exclaimed, appearing from her own dorm where she saw and felt Hadrian's power rolling off him in dangerous levels of magic. Please, I beg of you. Let him go. He didn't mean to say whatever he did. Please, let me deal with him. I can show him our ways. He's just a boy, please. With a glare in her direction, Hadrian sniffed once before he pulled his magic in completely, ending the sight that Stephen Rosier had seen. His snake became his wand once more while, giving in to fear, the boy fell to his knees, the other members of the Slytherin first years now looking at the Slytherin king with fear as they understood Theo's warning. As he returned to his seat, Hadrian turned before he addressed Ellen, his cold emerald green eyes meeting her fearful hazel ones as he warned her, make sure he knows his place. Rosier. Prefect you may be, but that was before I became what I am. Next time he steps out of line, you will be the one who suffers. It will now be your task to turn him into a warrior worthy of me, otherwise, he will never set foot in this dorm again. Why yes, Hadrian, Ellen bowed, moving to grab her brother's arm before she dragged him off, leaving Theo to clear his throat before he turned back to the students. So, anyone else have anything to say? Flash break. Hadrian sighed before he told the others, if you want something done right, you do it yourself. What are you going to began Hermione, but stopped when the air around them seemed to compress with a thickness that pressed in around each of the hearts of the Brotherhood. To each member, it was like they were looking at a truly murderous individual about to launch a killing spree. The bloodlust in the air was ripe with hatred and redness that could only be described as hunger. Nobody move, Draco whispered, looking to Hadrian who, with a lift of his head, snapped his eyes open, his magic releasing itself out across the room. When the magic met the pixies, the little creatures seemed to cower and prostrate themselves before the dark force that dwelled in their midst. Put this room back, snarled Hadrian, his words getting frantic, fearful nods from the pixies as they repaired the damages they'd caused almost as quickly as they'd destroyed the place. Now, back into your cages and don't come out again until I give you permission to do so. The pixies moved so fast that one of them even shut the cage door behind him while Hadrian, turning his own chair upright, turned to his friends before he told them, early leave, I suppose. Come on, we can get started on Snape's homework. At long last, the cold feelings of memory, fear and remorse all passed and, for the Brotherhood, the silence that followed was almost deafening, but thankfully, it was broken when Acheron spoke, interesting. You have demonstrated the power I expected you would and you have met one of your predecessors and shown him your wish. I am Slytherin's heir by conquest, Father, Hadrian replied, feeling a little drained from the man's piercing glare and the power he'd summoned to project the memories to the others. It felt only right that I found him and showed him that his line was not dead. And you did right, Acheron growled, now placing his armored hand on Hadrian's shoulder before he spoke. You have passed the trials, Hadrian. You are worthy of my throne and the power I hold. Arise, Prince Acheron, Black Kaiser and Dark Chosen. Your future awaits you. Hadrian rose from his knees, but none of the Brotherhood made to follow him as Acheron's blackened gaze met them before he continued, You, his Brotherhood if my gaze did not deceive me. It is now your duty and fate to stay by his side. You shall serve no other, you will act, learn, grow, fight, defend and honor yourselves in his name. He is your master now. He is the one you bend your knee to. He is the power. He is the power, repeated Bellatrix, the others then taking up the chant as Acheron looked at Hadrian with his cold glare. He is the power, he is the power, he is the power. Now, Acheron commanded, addressing Hadrian for what would be the last time, step into the shadows, my son. Your throne awaits you. Yes, Father, Hadrian replied, stepping forwards with his eyes almost black in their coloring and, without a single glance back, the Black Kaiser followed his path and his destiny. Right into the fires of hell, darkness and chaos. Once he was enveloped by the flames, the Brotherhood and the Black family members gasped as they too found themselves being swallowed up by fire and darkness, the power of Acheron taking them from Malfoy Manor to the domain of their new ruler. Hadrian Acheron, the Black Kaiser. Wind howled through the night, carrying a scent that would change the world. On a beachside area near Berwick, the crashing waves of the North Sea gave way to the tidal shores and shingled beaches where, as the waves hit the shore, a single black figure rose from the waves, a pair of skeletal-like hands gripping at the bars that separated the beach from the road. Pulling himself up, the figure gasped heavily as he looked around, the darkness of the Muggle town keeping him hidden, but he knew that it wouldn't be for long. "Harry," whispered the grizzly-bearded, shaggy-haired form of Sirius Black, "I'm coming, and this time, I won't leave your side, I promise." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.